After their parents passed away, Ku Meng and her younger brother were kicked out of their home, left with only 50,000 yuan. However, she calmly sat on the sofa, carefully cleaning a toy gun in her hand, treating her uncle's words as nothing more than a breeze. She didn't care about the inheritance at all because she was, in fact, a hidden tycoon under 18 layers of disguise. Money meant nothing to her. Her indifferent attitude infuriated her uncle, who shouted, "Ku Meng, your parents are gone, and yet you act as if nothing happened? The Ku family wasted their efforts raising you." Ku Meng's green tea sister immediately chimed in, "Uncle, that's just how she is, don't be mad at her." But Ku Meng paid no attention to her sister's fake concern and instead started packing her things, ready to leave. The sister smirked, thinking she had successfully taken over all the assets and was about to marry into a prestigious family. However, Ku Meng couldn't care less about any of that. What mattered most to her now was picking up her brother from school. She confidently got on her limited edition motorcycle, put on her helmet, and left the house without looking back. 5 minutes later, Ku Meng arrived at the school gate. She looked at her watch and saw that it wasn't even 6 p.m., yet the gate was already crowded with parents picking up their children. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside caught everyone's attention. A man inside the car peeked out, and someone exclaimed, "Look, that's the third young master of the Liu family, Liu Zhuqiu." Today, this wealthy bachelor, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, had come to the school hoping to find the legendary doctor known as the Miracle Hand to cure his bedridden mother. However, upon arriving, his driver informed him that the organization had located the Miracle Hand a minute ago, but now they were uncertain again. Liu Zhuqiu felt an urge to punch his unreliable driver. "You tell me this a minute later, and now they're gone." Frustrated, he stubbed out his cigarette, his eyes inadvertently glancing out the window, where they happened to land on a girl. Liu Zhuqiu was used to the refined daughters of wealthy families around him, so seeing someone as bold and stylish as Ku Meng in her motorcycle gear immediately caught his attention. She was exactly his type. At that moment, a little boy ran towards the girl. Seeing their close relationship, Liu Zhuqiu guessed that they might be mother and son. He sighed with a hint of regret, thinking, such a young girl, and she's already a mother. Just then, the driver turned to deliver good news. "Young master, we've received word that the National Miracle Doctor will be at Mingchang Road tonight." Liu Zhuqiu immediately decided to head there, and the driver quickly stepped on the gas, rushing to take him to the airport. In another corner, Ku Meng's younger brother was told by his sister that they had been kicked out of the house. Instead of feeling sad, he was thrilled, looking forward to wandering with his sister, free from the stifling home. Once again, the girl mounted her motorcycle, gripped the handlebars, and muttered, "Mingchang." After going from a wealthy heiress to penniless, the first thing she wanted to do was take her brother to a high-end auction. She bid 5 million yuan just to buy a jade pendant that was said to aid sleep. Money? She had plenty. Ku Meng's extravagant move caught the attention of Liu Zhuqiu, who was also present at the auction. He had come for the same piece of jade. Liu Zhuqiu, still searching for the legendary miracle doctor to treat his comatose grandmother, had heard that the jade had calming properties and could help with sleep, so he was determined to buy it tonight. The jade pendant started with a base price of 1 million yuan, but Liu Zhuqiu quickly raised it to 10 million yuan, far exceeding the market value. Ku Meng was equally determined to get it, raising the bid to 15 million yuan. At this point, Liu Zhuqiu found the situation interesting and refused to back down, doubling the price to 30 million yuan. When everyone thought the jade would belong to Liu Zhuqiu, Ku Meng raised the bid to 50 million yuan. The staff were momentarily stunned by this bidding war. While others raised the price by increments of 100,000 yuan, this was the first time they had seen someone increase the bid by tens of millions. By now, Liu Zhuqiu didn't care about the money. He calmly raised his paddle again, 60 million yuan. This price silenced the entire hall, no one dared to compete with him anymore. Ku Meng had just been stripped of all her family's assets by her hypocritical younger sister, and even now, she could only gather 60 million yuan. Initially, she wanted to buy the jade for research on neurological treatment. However, this bidding war had officially sparked a rivalry between her and Liu Zhuqiu because she was the very miracle doctor he had been searching for. Liu Zhuqiu had previously tried to schedule an appointment with her, hoping she would treat his ailing grandmother. "Aren't you rich? Then from now on, I'll charge you 10 times the market rate for every transaction, and whether I accept it or not will depend on my mood. After losing the bid for the jade, Ku Meng lost interest in staying any longer and stood up to leave with her brother before the auction ended. She walked briskly ahead, with her younger brother Ku Si following closely behind, trying to comfort her. "Sis, don't get upset over something so small." However, at that moment, her extraordinary beauty caught the attention of a group of thugs. They quickly surrounded the siblings, one of them sneering, "Hey, pretty girl, it's not safe for someone as beautiful as you to walk home alone. How about we book a fancy room nearby and have some fun together?" Ku Si, instead of being frightened, felt a bit amused, thinking, "Here come more fools offering themselves up. These idiots have no idea they're messing with my big sister, who's already in a bad mood. They must have a death wish." The lead thug reached out, thinking he was about to have a good time tonight, but in an instant, Ku Meng grabbed his hand and slammed him to the ground. Beautiful women often attract unwanted attention, but Ku Meng was no ordinary beauty. With countless hidden identities, her martial skills were nothing to scoff at. The men quickly circled around her, thinking she was just a weak girl who would be easy to intimidate. "It's late. Let me take you to a hotel to rest. My sports car is really comfortable, want to try it?" one of them jeered. Their brazen actions only fueled Ku Meng's anger. She was already in a foul mood because her hypocritical sister and uncle had taken her billion-yuan inheritance, and even the jade pendant she wanted had been snatched away by Lu Zhuqiu. Losing her patience, she shouted, "Get lost." But the thugs continued to provoke her, with one of them even reaching out with his filthy hand. Unable to hold back any longer, Ku Meng grabbed his hand and slammed him face first into the ground. The other thugs, realizing she wasn't someone to mess with, tried to gang up on her. But Ku Meng was no weakling. She twisted one thug's neck and delivered a knee strike to another's groin. A series of terrified screams echoed through the air. "She's a demon. This woman isn't human, she's a demon." Her ruthless methods left the thugs trembling in fear. The leader, who had tried to run away, found himself with her foot on his head, pressing his face into the ground. "Learn to act like a human being, got it," she growled. With that, Ku Meng turned and walked away, having taught the thugs a lesson. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhuqiu, who had been watching from the second floor, witnessed the entire scene. The young masters beside him shuddered in fear, exclaiming, "Oh man, I wouldn't dare mess with a woman like that." The incident had successfully captured Lu Zhuqiu's attention. In fact, he had noticed her back at the auction, thinking that any woman capable of competing with him must have some serious skills. Now, after witnessing her combat abilities, he found himself developing a newfound respect for Ku Meng. However, their fate didn't end there. Later, while Lu Zhuqiu was out for a stroll, they crossed paths again while waiting at a red light. But when he saw the child beside her, he hesitated. Her vastly different demeanor once again intrigued the domineering CEO, Lu Zhuqiu. "Girl, if you didn't have a child and were divorced, you'd already be mine," he mused to himself. Faced with the flirtatious remarks from the group of young masters, Ku Meng remained silent, her hand casually resting on the scalpel in her pocket. Despite his young age, Ku Si could sense the bad intentions behind their words. This lame pickup line was so outdated, and on top of that, they dared to assume he was her son. Sensing her discomfort, Lu Zhuqiu quickly ushered his friends away before Ku Meng could pull out her scalpel and throw it at them. Little did he know, this wasn't the end of their intertwined fates. This time, when Ku Meng went shopping, she bought her younger brother, Ku Si, many clothes and essential items. Today was the day she had to part ways with him. After their parents passed away, both she and Ku Si had been kicked out of their home. While she could survive on her own in society, she still had to ensure her brother's education. Fortunately, she knew a kind uncle who helped her find a good military school for him. As they waited, a luxurious black car pulled up. Lu Zhujin stepped out and walked toward Ku Meng. Ku Meng pushed Ku Si toward him, instructing, "Go with Uncle Lu and study well at the military school. Once you graduate, I'll come to pick you up." "Yes, sis," Ku Si replied. The siblings parted with heavy hearts. Lu Zhujin handed Ku Si over to Song Yan to take him to the military school. Just then, he received a phone call. Lu Zhuqiu's voice came through urgently from the other end. "Uncle Lu, my grandmother is in critical condition and needs emergency brain surgery." Lu Zhujin glanced at Ku Meng. He knew that this young woman was the legendary national divine hand. But before he could even ask, she had already agreed to help save the elderly woman. With time running out, the two of them boarded a private helicopter and flew directly to Beijing. Lu Zhujin said, "Young lady, I can't go home with you, but I've arranged for someone to get you inside. Thank you for the trouble." Ku Meng didn't think much of it initially, but when she saw the person in the car, she was momentarily stunned. Equally surprised was Lu Zhuqiu, who had no idea that the young woman he had encountered multiple times was actually the divine hand he had been searching for all along. Moreover, he had narrowly missed her on several occasions. Although Lu Zhuqiu had finally found the divine hand, the Lu family didn't want to save the old lady. With the vast family fortune at stake, they believed that if she died, each of them would receive a hefty inheritance, enough to ensure a luxurious life for generations. The first to oppose the surgery was Lu Zhuqiu's aunt, who outright blocked anyone from entering. However, Lu Zhuqiu disregarded her objections and forcibly led Ku Meng into his grandmother's room. In the hospital room, a young woman dressed as a doctor was directing a group of physicians treating the elderly lady. The situation was worsening, and the only solution left was to perform a craniotomy. This young woman was Lu Hevi, the second daughter of the Lu family. She was also the primary doctor in charge of the elderly lady's treatment. Despite her youth, Lu Hevi was already a leading expert in brain treatment. She advocated for the craniotomy, and the doctors around her all agreed with her decision. Ku Meng approached, looked at the elderly lady on the bed, and a smile appeared on her face. She confidently said, "In 2 days, without the need for a craniotomy, I can cure her." Ku Meng intended to use acupuncture to treat the elderly lady who had been bedridden for 10 years. Although Lu Hevi angrily objected, it was to no avail. Ku Meng walked over, sat beside the bed, and took out her acupuncture tools. The doctors around her were all wide-eyed as they watched her movements. Before Ku Meng could start the acupuncture, Lu Hevi stepped forward again to stop her. "Grandma had a stroke. What good will acupuncture do?" She directly rushed up to stop Ku Meng, but Ku Meng swiftly grabbed her wrist, inserted a needle into her hand, and shouted, "I didn't keep you here to interfere with my work. I kept you here to watch how I treat her. Understand?" The powerful aura around Ku Meng made Lu Hevi feel scared. Her hand went numb, and she didn't dare to say another word. Even though Lu Hevi was a leading expert in brain treatment, she still insisted on performing the craniotomy. The old family butler beside her side and approached to advise her, "Miss Hevi, please calm down. Let's wait a bit and see how this young woman treats the patient." Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Lu Hevi reluctantly complied. She stormed out of the room in anger. After all, if Grandma didn't wake up within an hour, she was determined to make Ku Meng pay a heavy price. Half an hour later, Ku Meng walked out of the room. Lu Hevi hurriedly asked the servant, "Has Grandma woken up?" But the answer she received was that the elderly lady was still in a coma. Lu Hevi felt smug, thinking that Ku Meng was just making a fool of herself. She believed it was impossible for someone bedridden for decades to wake up within an hour. At this point, other members of the Lu family also came forward to scold Ku Meng, calling her a quack. Only Lu Zhuqiu, the one who had invited her, continued to defend her. The two sides argued, and Lu Hevi even called the police, intending to take Ku Meng to the police station. However, Ku Meng didn't offer any explanation. She simply counted down in her mind, 3, 2. When she reached 1, the door to the elderly lady's room suddenly opened. Lu Zhuqiu went in for a moment and then came back out, saying, "Grandma is awake." This result was clearly not what everyone expected. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Lu Hevi rushed into the room, using the Western scientific methods she trusted most to thoroughly check on the elderly lady. Now that Grandma had woken up, Lu Zhuqiu was even more confident in Ku Meng and stepped up to defend her. When the police arrived at the Lu family residence, Lu Zhuqiu went out to dismiss them, saying, "There's nothing more to deal with here, it was just a misunderstanding. We have some private family matters to attend to, so please, you may leave." Throughout the entire ordeal, Ku Meng remained silent, only lowering her head with a cold smile. Afterward, she took out paper and a pen from her bag and quickly wrote down a prescription for the elderly lady's recovery. Handing the prescription to Lu Zhuqiu, she said, "Here's the prescription. Boil the herbs and give them to her for a week to help her recuperate. Lu Zhuqiu looked at her handwriting, silently noting how her writing style matched her unique personality. Seeing her sling her backpack over her shoulder and prepare to leave, Lu Zhuqiu hastily called out, "Hey, when will you do the next acupuncture session? The Lu family has guest rooms. It would be more convenient for you to stay here rather than traveling back and forth." Despite Lu Zhuqiu's attempt to persuade her to stay, Gu Meng didn't even turn back as she walked straight out. Uncle Lu, who had brought Gu Meng to the Lu household, also seemed helpless. A doctor with such extraordinary skills had come to treat the elderly lady, yet these fools were driving her away. As Lu Zhuqiu watched her departing figure, he grew more curious. He had never met someone with such exceptional medical skills before. He went up to Uncle Lu to ask for more information about her. Uncle Lu hesitated, only saying that she was a friend of his. He didn't dare to casually reveal Gu Meng's secret identity. After saying that, Uncle Lu hurried away. Meanwhile, after leaving the Lu household, Gu Meng received a phone call from her close friend. Though they had known each other for 8 years, they had never met because they both belonged to a mysterious organization called Dark Figure. 8 years ago, Dark Figure was established, bringing together top international hackers. Many had tried to decode the members' information, but no one had succeeded. Members of Dark Figure communicated solely by voice, always using voice-changing devices to conceal their identities. When Leng sent her a message, "Hey, White Fox, I heard someone offered $1 billion to find the divine doctor. There's a rumor that this doctor is amazing at acupuncture but is bald and has bad breath, ha ha ha." Gu Meng recognized the mocking tone in the call, but she wasn't surprised. She only felt helpless that her image had been so distorted. She wasn't angry, merely asking, "Who commissioned this task?" "I heard it was Lu Zhuqiu." As soon as she heard Lu Zhuqiu's name, she decisively declined the deal. Earlier, before his grandmother had awakened, he had implicitly agreed to let the police arrest her. Now, he was offering a large sum to find her again. She wasn't about to pay him any mind. Gu Meng hung up the phone and climbed into a car. She sighed with relief, deciding to visit her close friend at the nursing home. At that moment, Gu Meng's friend, Kim Yang, was tending to the plants in a small garden. When Kim Yang looked up and saw Gu Meng, she was overjoyed. The two of them went inside, and Kim Yang prepared some sweet treats for her using mangoes and strawberries she had grown herself. Once they were seated, Kim Yang hesitated for a moment before saying, "Gu Meng, my health has improved a lot now. Let me go out and work with you to earn money." "No, your health still isn't stable. Besides, you're not old enough to go out and earn money," Gu Meng replied firmly. After all, Gu Meng was a big shot with countless secret identities. Just by fighting and healing people, she could earn billions. She didn't need Kim Yang to go out and make money for her. But Kim Yang had no idea about this. Kim Yang was her close friend, and all the medical treatment and care expenses had been covered by Gu Meng. Kim Yang felt deeply indebted to her, always feeling guilty about it. Seeing the guilt in her friend's eyes, Gu Meng suggested that she find a good school for Kim Yang so she could study properly. She reasoned that if Kim Yang worked hard and got into a good university, she could earn even more money in the future. However, Kim Yang was concerned for Gu Meng. "I wish you could go to school with me. It would be so nice if we could attend together. After all, you're still just a young girl. You shouldn't have to worry about so many things." Kim Yang then made a firm proposal. "Why don't we take the college entrance exams together?" Gu Meng started sweating. Had she just dug her own grave? Here she was, a big shot worth billions, suddenly having to follow her friend in using knowledge to change her fate, determined to pass the college entrance exams and enter a good university. She would rather give up $1 billion earned from healing people than miss out on the opportunity to take the entrance exams and go to college with her friend. However, due to her history of frequent fighting, no school was willing to accept this troublemaker. Therefore, Gu Meng had to rely on her connections to find a school for herself and her friend. "Uncle Lu, could you help me get into a school? Kim Yang and I want to study," Gu Meng requested. Lu Shang Kim was taken aback. In his eyes, Gu Meng, with her extraordinary acupuncture skills, had no need to waste time attending school. Moreover, he doubted that with her personality, she could peacefully study in any school. But Gu Meng was determined, and once she made up her mind, she pursued it relentlessly. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade her, Lu Shang-kim reluctantly agreed. However, he set a condition: she could attend school, but she absolutely must not cause any trouble. Ku Mang, understanding his concerns, calmly sipped her coffee and assured him that she would be a good student. Lu Shang-kim, who had 2 children attending Mingshang High School, decided to enroll both Ku Mang and Kim Young there. Later that day, as Ku Mang was out, she happened to encounter Lu Shang-kim's daughter. The girl seemed to harbor a strong dislike for Ku Mang, considering her to be nothing more than a poor freeloader. Ku Mang paid her no mind and continued on her way. The poor freeloader that Lu Shang-kim's daughter spoke of soon arrived at a luxury apartment complex. Since she would be attending school with her friend and wanted to take care of Kim Young, Ku Mang had decided not to live in the dormitory but in this upscale residence. This complex was the most expensive in the city, where only the children of high-ranking officials and A-list celebrities resided. Ordinary people couldn't even dream of setting foot there. Kim Young was curious as to why Ku Mang had brought her to such a place. Smiling, Ku Mang told her, "I just bought 2 river view apartments, one for me and one for you." As they chatted and laughed, they approached the entrance of the complex. However, as they were about to enter, the security guard stopped them. Seeing the 2 girls in their simple attire, he assumed they were just some poor nobodies who had come to satisfy their curiosity. Ku Mang remained unflustered. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a black and gold card that served as her proof of ownership in the complex. The sight of this card startled the guard, as there were only 2 black and gold entry cards in the entire complex, representing the most prestigious owners. The guard immediately changed his attitude, bowing respectfully and apologizing profusely. Ku Mang paid him no attention, merely remarking coldly, "You should eat more to nourish your brain," before leading her friend confidently into the building. That night, under the cover of darkness and strong winds, Ku Mang quietly snuck into Lu Zhuqiao's office. According to information from the Dark Figure organization, Lu Zhuqiao, in his desperation to save his bedridden grandmother, had offered a $1 billion reward for any information on the legendary divine doctor. Ku Mang had heard that her photo and details were being kept there, and she didn't want Lu Zhuqiao to discover her identity, even if it was just a picture of her back. No matter the risk, she was determined to erase all traces. She moved swiftly, rappelling from the 38th floor of the skyscraper and heading straight to the control room. She single-handedly took down 18 security personnel sent by Lu Zhuqiao and found her photo on one of them. It was a picture of Ku Mang at 15 years old, taken without her knowledge when she was in the Middle East. Finding the divine doctor wouldn't be so easy, she thought. She swiftly typed a few lines of code on a computer, erasing all information about the divine doctor. Before leaving, Ku Mang intentionally triggered the alarm, making it clear to Lu Zhuqiao that his control room had been breached. Hearing the alarm, Lu Zhuqiao rushed to the scene, only to find that all the data on the divine doctor had been wiped clean. The security system of the control room was top-notch, not easily breached by an ordinary hacker. The only group capable of such a swift and skillful hack was the world-class hacker organization, Dark Figure. He immediately raised the bounty for the divine doctor's image, offering $2 billion for any information, and was even willing to increase it further. Little did he know that the divine doctor he was searching for was none other than Ku Mang herself. Not only that, but she was also a member of Dark Figure. When she received the notification about this job from Dark Figure, she couldn't help but find it amusing. She was essentially searching for herself to claim the reward. How interesting. The next day, as promised, Ku Mang took her friend to the school that Uncle Lu had helped arrange for them. However, when the principal saw their academic records, his smile nearly vanished. One of them hadn't even graduated from kindergarten, while the other's report card was filled with zeros. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Shang-kim was the head of the education department, the principal wouldn't have bothered to meet them. Ku Mang wasn't really there to study, her goal was to accompany her friend. Therefore, she requested to be placed in the worst class, while her friend should be in the best class. The principal, not wanting to offend the powerful teacher who taught the top class, had no choice but to call in the homeroom teachers of both classes to discuss accepting the students. Lu Shang-kim, thinking about his own 2 children, who were also in these classes, his daughter in the best class and his son in the worst, suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Even as the head of the education department, he was afraid of facing the teachers, especially when it came to his underperforming son. Making a hasty excuse about being busy, Lu Shangkim quickly made his escape. 10 minutes later, the teachers received a call from the principal and began reviewing the transcripts of the 2 new students about to join their classes. The Class 1 teacher, upon seeing Mang Kim Yang's grades, continuously criticized her and adamantly refused to allow her into her class. On the other hand, the Class 20 teacher was extremely curious. What kind of girl could perfectly avoid all the correct answers? After all, achieving either a perfect score or 0 across all subjects was equally challenging. As for Ku Mang, when the Queen Ku Mang returned to school, her stunning beauty instantly won the hearts of the boys. Her overwhelming aura even left the male students in awe. If it weren't for the desire to accompany her best friend to school, she wouldn't have set foot in a school again in her life. Initially, she planned to have her best friend join Class 1 while she herself would go to Class 20. But when she overheard the students in the schoolyard gossiping, this whole week, the Class 1 teacher has been forcing the students ranked at the bottom of the class to stand outside and listen to the lessons instead of sitting inside, she suddenly changed her mind. To protect her best friend, Ku Mang immediately requested the principal, please place us both in Class 20. Although her best friend was obedient and well-behaved, she couldn't tolerate such bullying behavior. Even if it meant Kim Yang had a chance to get into Tsinghua University, Ku Mang didn't care. As she exited the principal's office and heard the Class 1 teacher muttering curses, Ku Mang felt even more certain that she had made the right decision. After the class assignments were settled, the Class 20 teacher immediately took them to the dormitory to gather their belongings. She gave them half a day to go shopping for necessities and rest before they would join the class. So, the 2 stood at the bus stop, waiting to head to the mall to buy some essential items. At that moment, a luxurious car suddenly pulled up in front of them. Lu Zhuqiu, having learned from Uncle Lu that Ku Mang had transferred to this school, drove over to find her. Seeing that Ku Mang and her friend were about to go shopping, he offered to have his car take them. Although Ku Mang accepted his kind offer, she didn't speak a word to him throughout the entire journey. It wasn't until Lu Zhuqiu mentioned the time she had saved his grandmother that Ku Mang finally paid attention. That day, she saved my grandmother. But she left without accepting any payment. Ku Mang, playing a mobile game, lazily glanced up at him and asked, how much are you planning to pay? Lu Zhuqiu immediately pulled out a QR code and said, add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money to you. Outwardly, he suggested adding each other only to transfer the payment, but in reality, he just wanted to get her WeChat. After they connected, he generously transferred 200,000 yuan to her. Even though Ku Mang's wealth had been taken by Ku M, she didn't care at all. She didn't even bother acknowledging the money Lu Zhuqiu had just sent her. Without a second thought, she handed it over to her best friend to use for school fees. That afternoon, the homeroom teacher escorted the 2 of them to their class. The news about the beautiful transfer student had already spread throughout the school. In Class 20, there was a chubby boy who couldn't stop talking about it wherever he went. He kept saying, this morning, when I was sneaking into school, I saw the 2 transfer students. Both of them are super pretty. Really, one of them even looks like a fairy. A male student who looked like a delinquent was lying on his desk, trying to sleep, but the chubby boy's voice woke him up. Lu Yang dismissively retorted, I've already seen the most beautiful girl in the world. No one can be as pretty as you're making them out to be. The noisy chatter annoyed the homeroom teacher. As soon as she entered the room, she hurriedly called the class to order, demanding everyone be quiet. When Mang Kim Yang walked into the classroom, the students collectively let out a sigh, criticizing the chubby boy's taste. You're exaggerating too much. Sure, this new girl is okay, but she's definitely not fairy-like. However, when Ku Mang entered, wearing her black jacket, the previously noisy students fell silent. The disdainful look in her eyes sent a shiver through the class. Who was this girl with such an arrogant presence? She only gave a brief introduction, Ku Mang. Her short, concise words made everyone present feel the weight of her presence. The teacher arranged for Kim Yang to sit in an empty seat in the middle of the class, while Ku Mang was placed next to the delinquent-looking Lu Yang. In reality, the 2 had met before. Lu Yang was none other than Uncle Lu's son. As she walked over to the seat next to him, Lu Yang sat up straight, too nervous to even glance around, gripping his hands tightly and eagerly watching her approach. Even the casual way Ku Meng flipped her hair made his heart race. Lu Yang, usually a weak student, for the first time, willingly shared his test results. Stuttering, he offered, "We have chemistry today. You can borrow my test paper to look at if you want." After 3 years, Ku Meng was finally back in school. With her unparalleled beauty, a simple flick of her hair could leave the boys spellbound, blushing, and fumbling over their words. Little did she know that fate would bring her face to face with her half-sister, Ku Em, the one who had stolen her family's fortune and was also attending this school. By the afternoon, news of the beautiful transfer student had spread like wildfire throughout Mingxiang High School. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of just how stunning this new girl was. The commotion among the students caught Ku Em's attention. Last month, with the help of her uncle, she had secured a spot at Mingxiang High School. With her gentle and obedient appearance, Ku Em had quickly become the school's new beauty queen, always surrounded by male admirers vying for her attention. A male student who was infatuated with Ku Em flattered her, saying, "Little Em, you're so smart, you'll definitely rank first." The transfer student in class 20 might be beautiful, but if her grades are bad, it's useless. The school beauty title will still be yours. Although Ku Em wasn't pleased about the appearance of this new girl, she pretended to be unconcerned, saying, "Don't say that. Maybe her academic performance is also very good." Another girl in the running for the school beauty title was Uncle Lu's daughter, Lu Jin. Last time when Ku Meng brought her younger brother to stay at the Lu family's house, Lu Jin had already been unhappy with someone like her. They couldn't respect someone like Ku Meng, who had no job or education. Upon hearing the news, Lu Jin immediately called Mrs. Lu. As expected, that night, Mrs. Lu stormed into Uncle Lu's office, exclaiming, "I didn't object to you getting her into Mingxiang High School, but I won't allow that girl to sit next to Lu Yang." She tossed Ku Meng's academic record onto the table, saying, "I've already investigated her history of fights and troublemaking. I don't want her to corrupt my son." Lu Yang, who had just arrived home, overheard his parents' conversation and immediately voiced his opinion, "I'm not switching seats. I like girls with that kind of attitude." When he saw Ku Meng's report card, showing a perfect 0 in all subjects, his eyes lit up with admiration, saying, "Wow, getting zeros in everything, and also evenly matched. She's even better than me." Meanwhile, the main character, Ku Meng, was completely unaware of this. At that moment, she was at a bar, drinking and chatting with Lim Sang. Every time Lim Sang asked for her help, it was for a mission for the organization, and this time was no different. But Ku Meng, indifferent as always, said, "I'm really busy these days. I still have to prepare for the college entrance exams." Lim Sang was taken aback, feeling as if he had swallowed a watermelon and it got stuck in his throat. The #1 hacker in the world wants to take the college entrance exams? Is this some new kind of dark humor for the century? Lim Sang pleaded, "I really can't handle this one on my own, that's why I came to you. This mission involves hacking Thian Kaiu's surveillance system, and I can share some of the payment with you." Seeing the potential profit, Ku Meng calmly wiped her mouth and held up 2 fingers, signaling 20 million yuan. She needed money right now, so she agreed to anything that could earn her some. As a top-tier hacker, she was all about action. That night, Ku Meng hid in the restroom of Thian Kaiu to carry out the infiltration. Casually typing a few lines of code on her screen, she connected to Thian Kaiu's internal system in just a minute. When the surveillance monitors went dark, the technical staff realized there was a hacker intrusion, and the system had encountered an error. They quickly reported the issue to young Master Lu. By this time, Ku Meng had already completed her task. She pulled out her phone to report the situation to Lim Sang, then calmly exited the Thian Kaiu building. Just then, a familiar voice called out behind her, "Ku Meng, what are you doing here?" Ku Meng, without any emotion, replied, "Making money." Lu Zhuqiu was puzzled. He had just transferred 200,000 yuan to her, so she shouldn't be that short on money. "Come on, I'll give you a ride home," Lu Zhuqiu offered. "No need, my friend is coming to pick me up," Ku Meng replied. Just as she finished speaking, a white car pulled up in the distance. Lim Sang was inside, sticking his head out and calling, "Let's go." Ku Meng leisurely walked over to the car, turned back to Lu Zhuqiu, and smiled, "Goodbye, Lu Zhuqiu." Lu Zhuqiu silently watched the white car disappear into the distance before finally heading back into the company. The next day marked the first day of school for the genius girl, Kumang. Her desk was already filled with love letters. Her stunning beauty captivated both boys and girls alike. Kumang's beauty was irresistible, transcending gender, even the girls blushed in her presence. However, she had no interest in romance. As for the title of school beauty, voted by her classmates, she couldn't have cared less. Since the previous day, news of the beautiful new girl transferring to Mingsheng High School had been posted on the school's official website, accompanied by photos of Kumang. Her flawless face was the talk of both teachers and students. Even a candid shot of her bare face quickly climbed to the top of the school forum's trending topics. However, once people learned that she was a student in class 20, those jealous of her started to focus on her academic performance, eager to criticize. Kumang paid no attention to the harsh words of others. She casually listened to music as she walked back to class, where she happened to bump into Kim Yang at the door. "Kumang, I brought you breakfast," Kim Yang said. Kumang draped an arm around Kim Yang's shoulder, whispering, "Did you finish my homework for me?" "Already done," Kim Yang replied. "I used my left hand to write it, making sure it's as messy as your handwriting. No one will notice the difference." "Good job," Kumang responded, playfully tapping Kim Yang on the head. "Are you still going to criticize me now?" As the morning self-study session was about to begin, Kumang grabbed her breakfast and headed to her seat. Just as she was about to sit down, she noticed her desk was crammed with love letters. She glanced over at her deskmate, Lu Yang. "Someone probably snuck them in last night during self-study," Lu Yang explained. Before he could finish, Kumang had already dumped all the love letters into the trash. As she picked up the trash can to take it out, Lu Yang eagerly followed her, quickly taking the trash can from her hands. "Let me take care of this," he said, cheerfully taking the trash out. The chubby boy nearby, known as the class troublemaker, was left dumbfounded. Since when did he start acting so differently? Today he's even volunteering to take out the trash. Although the love letters were dealt with, the buzz about her being voted as the school beauty continued. Even the teachers were weighing in on her, particularly the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Originally, Kumang and Kim Yang were supposed to transfer into Class 1. But because the Class 1 teacher was too strict, Kumang didn't want her friend to suffer, so they switched to Class 20 instead. Since then, she had offended that teacher. The teacher flew into a rage, scolding her students, "You're all running over to Class 20 all day long. Are you that free? Do you think I'm not giving you enough homework?" Her scolding left the class in complete silence, with no one daring to talk back. The homeroom teacher continued to indirectly criticize Kumang, asking if they knew what it meant to be beautiful on the outside but rotten on the inside. "Someone who's been getting zeros all their life and was expelled from their previous school, is that the kind of person you think deserves your praise?" Her words were aimed squarely at Kumang, disparaging her as worthless. After taking out the trash, Lu Yang walked past the sports field, intending to buy some tasty snacks for Kumang. His chubby friend, Xiaoban, followed closely behind, also wanting to join Kumang's group. Just as they reached a small shop, two female students walked by, whispering, "Kumang, that girl is such a poor student she even got expelled. She probably wouldn't dare lie about it, right?" In no time, rumors about Kumang getting into school through connections had spread across the campus. Lu Yang overheard these remarks. Wanting to defend her, his face turned red with anger. He turned to Xiaoban and asked, "Where's Lu Zhenghua's office?" Lu Zhenghua had openly smeared Kumang's reputation, claiming she was uneducated, unemployed, and worthless, even with a pretty face. She did this simply because Kim Yang had chosen not to join her class. Being secretly in love with Kumang, Lu Yang immediately went to confront her. He stormed off, arriving at Lu Zhenghua's office and kicking the door open with a loud bang. The teachers inside were startled and turned to look. Although some were a bit frightened, no one dared to speak up, knowing that Lu Yang was the son of the director of the education department. Lu Yang, with his hands in his pockets, asked bluntly, "You were the one spreading rumors about Kumang, weren't you?" Lu Zhenghua didn't deny her actions and even tried to lecture Lu Yang on morality, saying, "Are you really trying to defend that girl? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders and teachers?" But Lu Yang was fearless. He pointed directly at Lu Zhenghua and cursed her. Unable to hold back any longer, Lu Zhenghua lost her temper, revealing her true, harsh nature in front of her colleagues. She angrily shouted back at Lu Yang, her snarling expression destroying the kind teacher image she had carefully crafted over the years. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, Lu Yang exuded the imposing aura of someone accustomed to a position of power, making Lu Zhenghua, who was a full head shorter, seem weak. No matter how much she yelled, she couldn't intimidate him. Eventually, Lu Zhenghua had to back down, angrily shooing him away. This is outrageous. Get out of here. Don't stand around making a nuisance of yourself. Lu Yang refused to back down, shouting louder than Lu Zhenghua, get out? No way. Unless you publicly apologize to Ku Meng, this won't end here. As their anger simultaneously escalated, the situation seemed on the verge of spiraling out of control. At that moment, the main character of the argument, Ku Meng, arrived on the scene, followed closely by the homeroom teacher of class 20. Upon seeing them, Lu Zhenghua not only failed to restrain herself but instead lashed out even more aggressively. Two students that even the most remote rural schools wouldn't accept, they're the trash of this entire school, she accused. And you, she pointed at teacher Chi, you can't even manage your students properly, letting her fall behind like that, tarnishing the reputation of our school. I have no idea what the principal was thinking when he allowed her in. She even dragged the principal into the fray. Lu Yang clenched his fists, ready to fight, but Ku Meng, standing behind him, stopped him. Lu Yang, you should step outside, she said calmly. Lu Zhenghua assumed they were intimidated by her, and after cursing Ku Meng, she turned her ire toward teacher Chi. You're only fit to teach such a poor student. Not only are they bad at studying, but they also lack morals. Teacher Chi disagreed with her harsh criticism, responding calmly, I don't believe a student's grades reflect everything about them. Besides, when I accepted her into my class, it wasn't because the principal forced me. Scoring 0 in all subjects is just as challenging as scoring full marks in all subjects. I don't think my student is bad at studying, she just doesn't want to take the exams. But to Lu Zhenghua, these words were just excuses. She then proposed a bet between the two classes, fine. Let's make a wager. If any student from your class outperforms the lowest ranking student in mine, I'll bow my head and apologize to that girl, and even publicly apologize to your entire class 20. How about that? Seeing teacher Chi hesitate, Lu Zhenghua grew more smug, believing they wouldn't dare accept the challenge. However, a domineering voice suddenly rang out from outside the office, I'll take that bet. Lu Zhenghua sneered, if you can score higher than the lowest student in my class, you win. But I doubt it. I bet you can't even keep up with the weakest student in my class. Haha. She didn't believe that a delinquent student, who scored zeros across the board, could outscore the talented students in her elite class. Lu Zhenghua never expected that she had severely underestimated Ku Meng. As a top-level hacker admired worldwide, Ku Meng didn't need to attend school to earn fame or wealth. She was only there to accompany Kim Yang. The betting agreement quickly spread throughout the school. No one believed Ku Meng could win, and even the principal, after hearing about it, hurriedly called Lu Xiangjin to report the situation. Lu Xiangjin was the one who had recommended Ku Meng to the school, so he was her indirect backer. With such a powerful figure like Lu Xiangjin behind her, if Ku Meng were to lose, it would be difficult for him to explain. However, Lu Xiangjin simply said, don't worry, she'll handle it herself. The principal could only cautiously ask, are her academic records actually fake? This question implied that Ku Meng's identity might not be that of an ordinary high school student, but Lu Xiangjin didn't clarify and only left a cryptic response, just wait for the outcome of the bet. Elsewhere, Lu Yang, Ku Meng's most loyal fan, returned to class and tried to rally his classmates. Guys, we have to fight for our class's honor. We can't lose to class 1. However, class 20, which never took studying seriously, wasn't motivated to strive for improvement just because of a bet. Seeing that he couldn't convince them, Lu Yang glanced over at Ku Meng, hoping for some support. She was busy writing something on paper, and he thought she might finally be getting serious about studying. But when he approached to see, she was only drawing a fox. Lu Yang, feeling helpless, sat down and thought it might be better to ask his academically gifted younger sister to study with them. Ding, ding, ding. The students of class 20 barely made it through a self-study session. As soon as the bell rang to signal the end of the period, they rushed outside to enjoy their break. Kim Yang came to find Ku Meng, worried that she might lose the bet and suffer embarrassment or hardship. But Ku Meng didn't care about such things. Kim Yang sighed in frustration. "All right, I'll prepare the best study materials for you." That evening, as a top hacker, Ku Meng only needed to type a few codes on her computer to successfully hack into Mingxiang school system in under a minute. The data stored there was the most comprehensive among all schools, and she planned to gift the entire dataset to Kim Yang, helping him become the ace in her bet. To ensure Kim Yang's studies improved, Ku Meng even switched seats to personally guide him through key problems. On the day of the exam, the teacher initially assigned to invigilate Class 20 was replaced by none other than Lu Zhenghua, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, to prevent any cheating in Class 20. She decided to personally oversee the exam. "Ha ha ha, surprised, aren't you? Today, I'm your invigilator. Let's see who dares to cheat. I'll make sure their records are pristine." Her menacing words struck fear into the students present. But Ku Meng, facing her provocation, remained calm, knowing she was confident enough to take on the exam. After finishing her exam and leaving school, Ku Meng went with Lu Yang to a nearby shop to buy bubble tea. There, they happened to run into Lu Zhuqiu. Lu Zhuqiu brought a bubble tea for her, hoping to have a conversation. But to his surprise, after accepting the drink, Ku Meng coldly replied, "No need, thank you." For the first time, young Master Lu, the head of the Lu family, was rejected after offering someone a drink. However, he didn't give up and continued to follow her. Ever since Ku Meng had treated his grandmother, Lu Zhuqiu had gradually developed feelings for her. After discovering she was the one who had outbid him at an auction, he admired her carefree attitude even more. But every time they met, she deliberately kept her distance from him, even though he had managed to add her on WeChat through some trickery. However, they hadn't spoken since that day. The more distant Ku Meng was, the more determined Lu Zhuqiu became to get closer to her. He took this opportunity to suggest having a meal together. "Last time, I noticed you liked eating at Tianxiaju. How about we go there?" Ku Meng didn't want to get too entangled with him, fearing that he might be trying to investigate her identity as a divine doctor, so she found an excuse to refuse. "Today, I'm with my classmate, Lu Yang. We've just bought our stuff and are heading back to school." Lu Yang, Lu Zhuqiu's cousin, chimed in. "That's right, brother, we're heading back to school." Lu Zhuqiu couldn't understand why she was so cold, preferring to spend time with Lu Yang rather than paying any attention to him. He had rushed over after hearing she was at Xinguang Square, hoping to spend time with her. Yet now, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that she was being distant because of Lu Yang? Lu Zhuqiu didn't hesitate to use his status as an older cousin to subtly threaten Lu Yang, saying, "From now on, you need to keep your distance from that girl. Don't get too close to her unless necessary." Lu Yang was confused, "But she's my deskmate. Why should I keep my distance?" However, faced with Lu Zhuqiu's dangerous glare, even the school's self-proclaimed troublemaker, Lu Yang, didn't dare to go against his older cousin's wishes. At that moment, the bus arrived at the stop. Lu Yang, feeling uneasy, boarded the bus with Ku Meng. Ku Meng remained silent the entire ride, her cold demeanor making Lu Zhuqiu feel somewhat satisfied, thinking, "At least she's not too close to Lu Yang." As he sipped his bubble tea, he couldn't help but comment, "So sweet." His infatuated expression drew endless teasing from his close friends, who couldn't believe how smitten he was. The exam results were finally announced, and to everyone's shock, Kim Yang, a student who had never attended school before, ranked first in the entire school. People couldn't believe it, and rumors quickly spread that Kim Yang must have cheated. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 even declared, "If they didn't cheat and still managed to get first place, I'll bow and apologize to Kim Yang, Ku Meng, and Teacher Chi." The incident quickly became a hot topic throughout the school. Previously, Ku Meng had agreed to a betting agreement with the teacher, guaranteeing that her class's performance would surpass that of the lowest-ranked student in the other class. At the time, no one believed she could win. Everyone assumed that Class 20 was full of underachievers, but they had all underestimated Class 20 and Ku Meng, the youngest head of the Ku family in Jianzhou. With her hidden skills as a top hacker, Ku Meng had meticulously helped Kim Yang prepare for the exam. Regardless of who was assigned as the invigilator, she was confident that Kim Yang would secure the top rank in the school. Regarding the cheating accusations, Teacher Chi was the first to speak up in defense of her students. Ms. Liu, you should provide evidence before making such claims. My students achieved their results through hard work. Why are you slandering them? Lu Zhenghua sneered, saying, I can't believe that this exam was so difficult that even my top students struggled, yet a student from class 20 could do so well. I'm convinced that Teacher Chi must have helped her students cheat just to win the bet. This remark infuriated Chi Yen. Just take a look at their answers. You'll see that they approached the problems differently from the standard solutions. However, the old-fashioned teachers still refused to believe it, offering baseless arguments. Lu Zhenghua then came up with a new idea. If you're so confident in your students, then let's have them take another test in 2 weeks. The test papers haven't been unsealed yet. Let's have them take the exam in front of all the teachers, wouldn't that be fair? Teacher Chi immediately agreed to the proposal and informed her students. When Kumang heard the news, she wasn't worried. Instead, she was eager to witness Lu Zhenghua being humiliated. Meanwhile, after finishing his exam, Kim Yang happily reported his nearly perfect score to Teacher Chi, making everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Kumang even stepped forward to straighten Kim Yang's tie, smiling as she said, You did great. Kim Yang thought he could return to class after the exam, but Kumang had other plans. This isn't over yet. Stay here for a bit, she said. Teacher Chi, full of determination, returned to the meeting room to demand justice for her students. One by one, the other teachers apologized, saying, Sorry, Teacher Chi, we shouldn't have been prejudiced against your students. Only Lu Zhenghua remained in disbelief, staring at the test papers, still trying to find mistakes. At that moment, Lu Yang rushed in and taunted her, You're not fit to be a teacher if you go around accusing students of cheating without evidence. Kim Yang, who was usually timid, mustered the courage to demand that Luo Zhuhua fulfill her betting promise. Luo Zhuhua, now stuck in a difficult situation, had no choice but to grudgingly apologize. After Ku Em learned about this, she felt a surge of jealousy. During recess, she went to the school cafeteria to find Ku Meng and walked straight up to her. In front of everyone, she softly called out, Sister, it's been a while. Though Ku Meng never sought out trouble, she constantly found herself entangled with her troublemaking younger sister. Last month, Ku Em had transferred to Ku Meng's current high school and quickly earned the title of the school's new beauty queen due to her looks. However, with Ku Meng's appearance, Ku Em lost both the beauty queen title and the top academic rank, which made her resentful. She decided to publicly reveal her identity in the school cafeteria, saying, Sister, it's been a while, hasn't it? Lu Yang was a bit puzzled, as he only knew that Ku Meng had a younger brother and had never heard of a younger sister. Ku Meng, who disliked her sister's fake demeanor, picked up her food and tried to leave. But Ku Em wasn't satisfied unless she made things difficult, so she followed her. Sister, how did you manage to find Kim Yang? She had been missing for over 10 years, yet now she's attending school as if nothing happened. Ku Meng gritted her teeth and warned her, If you don't know how to keep that mouth of yours shut, I won't hesitate to stitch it up for you. Kim Yang has finally found some peace. Don't ruin it. Keep your mouth in check. If not, you already know what the consequences will be. This threat didn't scare Ku Em, instead, it fueled her to plot something even more sinister. That evening, Ku Meng received a call from Lu Shang Kim, informing her that Lu Zhu Chao's grandmother's condition had suddenly worsened, and they needed her to treat her once again. Lu Zhu Chao was already waiting at the school gate, ready to take her to the Lu family's old residence. Seeing him, Ku Meng felt conflicted. The Lu family was complicated, and she didn't want to get involved in such a messy situation. However, her medical ethics wouldn't allow her to ignore someone in need. Sensing Ku Meng's reluctance, Lu Zhu Chao decided to offer something to appease her. He took out a delicately crafted box of sweets from the back seat and handed it to her, saying, This is for you, to thank you for treating my grandmother. Ku Meng recognized it as a limited edition box of chocolates, with each piece being quite valuable. On the way to the Lu family residence, Lu Zhu Chao recounted his grandmother's condition. Ku Meng, casually eating the chocolates, responded, Then you should ask that Lu Hevi of yours. Being sharp, Lu Zhu Chao immediately guessed that Lu Hevi, likely out of pride and arrogance, had refused to use Ku Meng's prescription, which led to his grandmother's condition worsening. At that moment, in the old Lu family house, Lu Hevi, realizing she had used the wrong medicine, was frantically searching through medical books for a solution. She couldn't believe that her Western medical knowledge was inferior to Ku Meng's Eastern medicine, and she was determined not to let anyone discover that she had altered the prescription for the elderly woman. Ku Meng and Lu Zhuqiu suddenly entered the room, causing Lu Hevi to panic completely. She quickly put away her medical books. "What are you doing here?" Lu Hevi asked. Ku Meng ignored her and walked over to the elderly woman's bedside. With just a glance, she quickly grasped the situation. "This time, I'm not certain," Ku Meng said. Lu Hevi, seizing what she thought was a weakness in Ku Meng, hastily turned to Lu Zhuqiu. "You see? This woman claimed she would cure grandma last time, and now she's made her condition worse. And on top of that, she's saying she's not sure she can cure her." Lu Hevi expected Lu Zhuqiu to reprimand Ku Meng, but instead, he ordered the servants to lock her up. Ku Meng checked the elderly woman's pulse and examined her, but this time the condition had deteriorated too quickly, making surgery necessary. She turned to Lu Zhuqiu and said, "You need to find the brain specialist Yu Chongqin. I want him to assist in the surgery. For now, I can only use acupuncture to stabilize her condition and buy us some time." But would a world-renowned brain specialist like Yu Chongqin be willing to play second fiddle to Ku Meng? Lu Zhuqiu pondered this as he sent his men to make arrangements. Even his subordinates, tasked with bringing in Yu Chongqin, doubted the likelihood of success. After all, asking the world's top brain surgeon to assist a high school girl who had just returned to school seemed almost impossible. Their mission was to complete a highly risky brain surgery with only a 60% chance of success. That evening, Lu Hevi, relying on her Western medical skills, refused to acknowledge that Ku Meng's medical expertise was superior. She recklessly administered medication, which caused the elderly woman's condition to worsen. When Ku Meng checked the elderly woman's pulse again, she discovered that the Western and Eastern medicines had clashed, resulting in severe blood and energy loss. Now, even if she didn't want to perform brain surgery, there was no other option. Ku Meng emphasized to Lu Zhuqiu once more that she would only proceed with the surgery if the top brain specialist, Yu Chongqin, was brought in to assist. If not, there was no point in continuing, as only Yu Chongqin was qualified to assist her. Lu Hevi wasn't even remotely capable. Yu Chongqin, the foremost brain specialist and also Lu Hevi's mentor, was forcibly brought in by Lu Zhuqiu's men. "Isn't my student, Lu Hevi, treating the elderly woman? Why did you bring me here?" He was displeased with the Lu family's attitude and was about to express his anger when he saw the young woman sitting by the patient's bedside. "Oh my, isn't that the national saint of medicine? It really is a small world." Ku Meng was actually Yu Chongqin's teacher. Before he could even utter the words master, Ku Meng shot him a murderous glare, warning him to keep quiet. Yu Chongqin immediately shut his mouth. "Dr. Yu, my grandmother is gravely ill. Please help her," Lu Zhuqiu pleaded. Yu Chongqin approached the patient to assess her condition. Seeing the elderly woman's pallid face, he thought to himself, "Isn't she on the brink of death?" Ku Meng, unfazed, commented, "The herbal medicine I prescribed could have cured her, but thanks to someone's careless use of Western medicine, it has come to this." The someone she referred to was obviously Lu Hevi. Yu Chongqin broke out in a cold sweat after reviewing the elderly woman's medical records. The brain surgery was indeed necessary, but given the patient's advanced age, there was only a 50% chance of success. Lu Zhuqiu begged, "Dr. Yu, please save my grandmother. I implore you to work with Ku Meng. She will perform the brain surgery." Yu Chongqin reacted angrily, his eyes widening as he shouted, "I'm the leading brain surgeon, and you want me to assist a little girl? That's outrageous." Lu Zhuqiu quickly offered a deal. "I'll invest 50 million in your research project." Tempted by the large sum, Yu Chongqin's eyes lit up, and he responded, "Oh, this is no big deal at all. I'll cooperate immediately." Ku Meng began preparing for the surgery. As soon as Lu Zhuqiu stepped out, Yu Chongqin, who was pretending to examine the elderly woman, turned to Ku Meng with a smug look and said, "How was my acting?" Ku Meng glanced at the elderly woman and remarked, "Just look at what your dear student has done to her." Yu Chongqin, fearful of Ku Meng's anger, quickly explained, "At the time, I saw that Lu Hevi had some potential, so I accepted her as my disciple. It really is a misfortune for my school. But right now, Madame Lu's condition is not looking good, and the surgery is extremely risky. If she doesn't make it through the operation, my lifelong reputation will be ruined. Kumang reassured him, stay calm. In a moment, you just need to focus on keeping her heart stable. I'll handle the rest. Inside the operating room, the surgery was underway, while Lu Zhuqiu waited anxiously outside. His father, Lu Cheng, rushed over after hearing about the deterioration in the elderly woman's condition and asked, how long has the surgery been going? How's it progressing? Lu Zhuqiu replied, it's been 2 hours, but there's still no word from inside. If Lu Hevi hadn't changed her medication, grandmother wouldn't have needed this severe brain surgery. 2 hours later, Kumang finally emerged from the operating room, looking exhausted. She seemed utterly drained. Lu Zhuqiu quickly approached and asked with concern, how is grandmother's condition now? Too tired to speak, Kumang remained silent. Yu Chongqin stepped in and reassured everyone, don't worry, Madame Lu just needs to take her medication on time now. Lu Zhuqiu had already prepared coffee for Kumang outside. Here, have some. It's the blend you like. Seeing how worn out she was, he couldn't help but suggest, why don't you rest in my room for a while? Lu Hevi, overconfident in her abilities, had caused Madame Lu's condition one that could have been cured to deteriorate into a critical state. After 4 intense hours, the brain surgery, which had only a 60% chance of success, was finally completed. The first thing the brain specialist, Yu Chongqin, wanted to do after leaving the operating room was to deal with the disgrace to his school, Lu Hevi. To prevent her from disrupting the surgery, Lu Zhuqiu had ordered her to be tied up hours earlier. By now, after being bound for so long, Lu Hevi's limbs were numb, devoid of any feeling. Hearing noise outside the door, she thought her savior had arrived. When she saw who it was, tears welled up in her eyes as she anxiously asked, Master, has grandmother made it through the danger? Yu Chongqin sternly questioned her, Hevi, do you remember the first rule when you became my disciple? Lu Hevi lowered her head in silence for a long time before responding, self-restraint, uphold medical ethics, seek excellence, and devote oneself entirely to relieving human suffering. Panic surged within her. Faced with Yu Chongqin's questioning, she began to panic, not daring to meet his eyes. She wanted to shift the blame onto Kumang, assuming that it must have been Kumang badmouthing her behind her back, leading her master to scold her. However, she was completely unaware that Kumang was, in fact, the revered national master in traditional medicine and the very mentor whom Yu Chongqin idolized. Yu Chongqin harshly reprimanded Lu Hevi for lacking medical ethics and, without hesitation, expelled her from his tutelage before leaving decisively. Lu Hevi was utterly devastated. Her high status in the medical field was entirely due to being the direct disciple of the leading brain surgeon, Yu Chongqin. But now, she had lost everything because of Kumang. She vowed to find a way to regain it all. Meanwhile, after performing surgery all night, Kumang was nearly exhausted. Lu Zhuqiu, feeling sorry for her, led her to his room to rest. You should sleep on the bed for a bit. I'll take you back to school later, he offered. Kumang declined, I'll sleep on the sofa. If there's any change in Madame Lu's condition, you can wake me up. Lu Zhuqiu fetched a clean blanket for her, and she smiled softly, placing her bag down and preparing to sleep on the sofa. The surgery had required intense concentration, and she had worked non-stop for 4 hours, leaving her utterly drained. As soon as she lay down on the sofa, she fell fast asleep. Lu Zhuqiu watched her peaceful, sweet sleeping face, a wave of affection stirring within him. He stared at her sleeping form, oblivious to how much time had passed, so much so that he didn't even notice when his subordinate entered the room. Sensing the situation, the subordinate wisely exited, leaving the two of them in privacy. Kumang slept until the sunlight streaming in woke her up. She rubbed her eyes, puzzled, huh? How did I end up in bed? I thought I slept on the sofa, she wondered. After the surgery, Madame Lu's condition had significantly improved overnight. She glanced over at Lu Zhuqiu, who was still sound asleep beside her. Not wanting to wake him, she quietly got out of bed and went out to the balcony to play games. Perhaps the noise roused him, as Lu Zhuqiu woke up quickly. He looked at the beautiful young woman sitting on the balcony, his heart skipping a beat once more. Are you hungry? You're still growing, you know. Let me take you to get something to eat. His gaze was full of affection, as if no matter how much he looked, it was never enough. After breakfast, Ku Meng, still concerned about Madame Lu's condition, immediately went to her room to perform acupuncture. Her acupuncture technique was so skillful that even though Lu Zhuqiu had seen it many times, he was still amazed. While everyone was focused on the treatment, Lu Zhuqiu, with his keen observation skills, noticed the serious and focused expression on Ku Meng's face as she worked. When the treatment was finished, Lu Zhuqiu couldn't help but ask about Madame Lu's condition. Everyone awaited Ku Meng's response, but she remained silent, instead writing a prescription. If she's well cared for, she could have another 3 to 5 years. If not, she could pass away at any time, she said quietly to herself, thinking, I'm not some immortal, I can't keep saving her life every single time. She then handed the prescription to Lu Zhuqiu, instructing him to get the medicine to maintain Madame Lu's health. But just as she extended the paper, she pulled it back. She remembered an outstanding debt. Young Master Lu, this time I want that jade piece. Lu Zhuqiu recalled the auction they both attended earlier, where they had competed fiercely to acquire that jade piece. He chuckled and instructed his assistant to bring the jade immediately. You really hold a grudge, don't you? He remarked. Ku Meng accepted the jade with a satisfied smile. Now that Madame Lu's condition was stable, she didn't want to stay there any longer. She bluntly said, I need to focus on studying for the college entrance exam. Don't bother me unless it's something urgent, I'm really busy. Her words made Lu Zhuqiu break into a cold sweat. Busy with studying, he thought, knowing full well that Ku Meng was ranked last in her senior class. But, whatever she wanted, she could have. Ku Meng returned to school, feeling exhausted. She took a pillow out from her desk and was about to rest. With a thud, she slumped onto the desk and fell asleep. Meng Qimyang walked over to her and said worriedly, this Saturday is parent-teacher meeting day. What are we going to do? Ku Meng initially didn't want to attend the meeting and was planning to ask the homeroom teacher to excuse both of them from having their parents attend. But seeing how anxious Meng Qimyang was, as if this meeting was really important to her, Ku Meng didn't want to disappoint her best friend. So, she got up, took her phone from under the pillow, and typed a few words, don't worry, leave the parent-teacher meeting to me. I've already found someone suitable. Ku Meng took out her phone and sent a message to lawyer Kang. I have a parent-teacher meeting this Saturday. Could you help out a little? The lawyer Ku Meng was referring to was Kang Thon Vien, the top lawyer in the capital. Meng Qimyang had never attended school a single day, yet she managed to rank first in the entire school. What's special is that her achievement was thanks to the tutoring of a delinquent student. Although this exam proved her abilities, there were still those with ill intentions who, instead of working to improve their own grades, tried to dig up dirt on others. Today, Ku Meng made a special trip because of the parent-teacher meeting. Since neither of them had parents, Ku Meng went directly to an old acquaintance. This person was Kang Thon Vien, the top lawyer in the capital. He had previously defended Kim Yang in her injury case and was also a good friend of Ku Meng. Today, she asked him for 2 favors. First, I want you to appeal the case and get those who hurt Kim Yang an additional 10 years in prison. Second, I need you to attend the parent-teacher meeting for the 2 of us. Kang Thon Vien, who didn't want to let the offenders off lightly, had already prepared for a second appeal. If it weren't for their deliberate harm, Kim Yang could have lived a normal life and wouldn't have had to suffer so much, finally being able to attend school only recently. When Kang Thon Vien asked about the parent-teacher meeting, he thought Ku Meng was joking. But she firmly said, I want to take the college entrance exam with Kim Yang. He could hardly believe his ears. He said, with your abilities, I could arrange for you to enter the best law program in the country. Why go through the trouble of taking the college entrance exam? Ku Meng declined Kang Thon Vien's kind offer. Having finished discussing business, she was ready to leave. After handling everything, she immediately called Kim Yang to assure her that everything was fine and informed her that Kang Thon Vien would attend the parent-teacher meeting on her behalf. Kim Yang's mood instantly improved. Thank you. Come back soon. Kim Yang had just hung up the phone when trouble came her way. Since Ku Em had lost the top student title to Kim Yang, she had harbored a deep grudge against both Kim Yang and Ku Meng. Seizing the opportunity while Ku Meng was absent, Ku Em went straight to where Kim Yang was and pretended to be concerned. I can't believe you're still able to come to school. I thought that after what happened, you'd never return. These words were overheard by other students, who eagerly gathered around to watch. Outwardly, Ku-em acted as if she was just making small talk, but every word she said seemed to relate to Kim Yang. This indirect way of speaking only made the students more curious. A female student spoke up, Ku-em, there's such a huge gap between your grades and your sister. Faced with the invitation to transfer to Class 1, Kim Yang refused outright. She didn't want to waste any more time with these tedious people, so she picked up a flower pot and headed upstairs to water the plants. However, Ku-em wasn't about to miss the chance to make things difficult for Kim Yang. She pretended to twist her ankle and deliberately fell toward Kim Yang, then sat on the ground and pretended to rub her ankle. Kim Yang, sorry, I didn't accidentally touch your soiled bag, did I? The last 3 words were emphasized by Ku-em, causing Kim Yang to be reminded of a nightmare. Ignoring the broken flower pot, Kim Yang immediately ran away. Seeing her plan succeed, Ku-em waited until Kim Yang had left before pretending to casually reveal the secret about Kim Yang's soiled bag to the other students. Kim Yang, scared by the recent situation, hid in the restroom, trembling, with past fears coming back to her. The dark, hopeless night was a memory she couldn't forget. At that moment, a message from Ku-mang came through. Trying to hold back her tears, Kim Yang opened WeChat. Kim Yang, I bought warm milk for you. It's on the table. Drink it. Right now, the person who cared about Kim Yang the most was Ku-mang, and she couldn't let Ku-mang worry about her anymore. Kim Yang quickly wiped away her tears and adjusted her emotions. She had to be strong and not let her problems affect Ku-mang. Absolutely not. Ku-mang had managed to top the entire school, and not only was she not looked down upon, but top executives were also vying to attend the parent meeting for her. Kim Yang felt no shame about being at the bottom of her class. Today, she was taking Kim Yang out of school for a meal and to pick up Kang Thon Veen, who had come specially from the capital for the parent meeting. They would be meeting him shortly. For now, they should head straight to Thian Xia House. As they exited the school gate, they ran into Lu Zhuqiu, who was waiting at the entrance. He had come with the intention of inviting Ku-mang to dinner and discussing his grandmother's condition. As soon as he saw Ku-mang, Lu Zhuqiu spoke. Mr. Lu wants to invite you to dinner at Thian Xia House and also discuss my grandmother's condition. Sorry, I have an appointment tonight. If you don't mind, you could join us. Lu Zhuqiu, despite having a hard time getting the chance to meet Ku-mang, certainly didn't want to refuse such an invitation. However, each time they met, they were always interrupted by Lu Yang, his cousin. Out of nowhere, Lu Yang suddenly appeared, insistently asking to join the meal. Lu Zhuqiu glanced at the seating arrangement in the car and calmly said that there was no more space. In reality, he just wanted to hint to Lu Yang not to follow them, but Lu Yang, being rather dense, simply caught a taxi to join them. Tonight, everyone had booked a private room at Thian Xia House. Lu Zhuqiu stood up to pull out a chair for Ku-mang to sit next to him. As soon as she sat down, he eagerly served her favorite dessert. This gesture left Lu Zhuqiu's companions astonished. Was this thoughtful young Master Lu really the proud CEO they were used to? During dinner, the conversation unexpectedly shifted to academic performance. It was mentioned that Lu Yang had made progress and moved up 1 rank. The congratulatory remarks nearly choked Lu Yang. In reality, Lu Yang hadn't moved up. Instead, someone had taken his previous B rank. That person was none other than the new student at Mingsheng High School Ku-mang. Lu Shang-kim, observing his son's reaction, couldn't help but mock him. Who could be worse off than his own child? The room fell silent. Ku-mang took a bite of her dessert and calmly said, the bottom rank is me. Is there a problem? Lu Shang-kim realized he had misspoken. He knew Ku-mang's reputation as a national-level expert, so who would have guessed her academic performance was so poor? Lu Shang-kim quickly changed the subject to cover his embarrassment. Kang Thon Veen, sitting beside him, chuckled. He now understood why Ku-mang had asked him alone to attend the parent meeting. Having one student top the school and another at the bottom, his reputation would certainly suffer if he attended for both. Previously, Lu Zhuqiu was unaware of the parent meeting. Hearing that Ku-mang had asked someone else for help made him somewhat displeased. He suggested, it seems troublesome for one person to attend the parent meeting for both students. I happen to be free tomorrow, so I can go for you. The moment Lu Zhuqiu said this, everyone at the table was stunned, including Ku Meng, who was usually unfazed by surprises. Why would someone want to attend a parent meeting for a student at the bottom of the ranks? However, Lu Zhuqiu's intent was clear. Since you helped me with my grandmother's illness, let me return the favor. Ku Meng didn't care much and replied, if you don't mind the embarrassment, then go ahead. All right, it's settled then. She is a bankrupt heiress, hiding behind countless facades, cast out by her family, and now wandering the streets. Even buying a slightly expensive cup of milk tea is met with scorn from her uncle, who happened to see her and berated her as a shameless person clinging to the wealthy. In his eyes, Ku Meng is just a street urchin with no education or job, and this place is the most luxurious shopping mall in Mingshang. He believes she could never afford it. Just now, after Lu Zhuqiu finished dinner, he took Ku Meng and Kim Yang to the shopping mall. Since Ku Meng had agreed to let him attend the parent meeting for her tomorrow, he was in a good mood. So what if she's at the bottom of the ranks? By attending her parent meeting, he would frequently get calls from the school, providing a valid reason to visit her. This way, he could use her academic performance as an excuse to see her more often. While Lu Zhuqiu was paying, a middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly ran out. Without understanding what was happening, he pointed at Ku Meng and scolded her fiercely, "This shameless girl, how can you be here? How can you afford to spend money in a place like this?" Ku Meng, engrossed in her game, had no intention of paying any attention to his provocations. Seeing her indifferent attitude, the man's anger escalated, and he moved to strike her. His actions infuriated Ku Meng. She frowned and said, "If you keep provoking me, I won't be polite." With that, she turned to leave with Kim Yang, but the man was not ready to let her go. He reached out, trying to grab her and ask, "Tell me clearly, are you really clinging to a wealthy benefactor?" However, before his hand could touch Ku Meng, someone else grabbed him and threw him aside. Ku Meng looked at him with a gaze as if she were looking at a dead person. "Please keep your mouth clean. Where I am and how I spend my money is none of your business." The man, furious, refused to believe that Ku Meng could earn money on her own. He was convinced that Lu Zhuqiu was definitely her sugar daddy. "Are you really clinging to that kid?" The man's attitude made Lu Zhuqiu question whether he was really Ku Meng's uncle. The difference in their characters was too stark. Lu Zhuqiu stroked his chin and said, "I've reconsidered. I paid you too little last time. I'll add another zero to your payment, making it 2 million. His words not only affirmed Ku Meng's ability to earn money but also directly exposed Lei Chao's small-mindedness. Ku Meng had no intention of staying any longer. She just wanted to leave quickly. Before departing, she felt the need to give Lei Chao a warning. "Uncle, people usually emphasize what they lack." This was clearly a sarcastic remark about how he had mocked her for being financially dependent. In reality, it was he who was obviously short of money. Furious, Lei Chao lunged forward again, intending to discipline this disobedient niece. But Lu Zhuqiu blocked his way directly. Lu Zhuqiu warned, "If your mouth doesn't stay clean, next time it won't just be a fall." For the first time, Lu Zhuqiu was fervently pursuing Ku Meng, eager to act as her parent before the parent-teacher meeting for a student at the bottom of the class. Even if it meant lowering his own status, he was determined to be involved. With his hands in his pockets, he stood beside Ku Meng, their stunning appearances making others envious. Today is the day of the senior student motivation ceremony. Students bring their parents to attend the event and sign their names. The order of the parent check-in is arranged according to the students' rankings. Kim Yang, the top student in the school, gestures to Ku Meng, "I'll lead Lawyer Kang to line up at the front." Ku Meng and Lu Zhuqiu remain leisurely at the end of the line. The ceremony is quite simple. Parents and students walk together on the red carpet, pass through the red arch, and then sign their names and write down their dream university. Lu Zhuqiu sees many students walking arm in arm with their parents and quietly calculates, "Will you and I be doing the same later?" However, Ku Meng continuously ignores him. She keeps her head down and walks forward. To pursue a girl, one must endure hardships. If he doesn't take initiative now, when will he? Lu Zhuqiu doesn't ask Ku Meng for permission but directly reaches out to hold her hand. This is the first time he has touched her hand. Ku Meng's heart starts to pound unexpectedly, and she isn't sure what this feeling is. Though she doesn't resist, it still feels a bit strange. Seeing that she doesn't pull away, Lu Zhuqiu realizes his assumption was correct. He quickly changes to holding her hand and continues walking forward. Their actions are noticed from afar by Lei Chao and Ku M, who are also attending the ceremony. Lei Chao is stunned. Since when did Ku Meng have such a good relationship with the Lu family? Lu Zhuqiu's uncle is the head of the education department. He had tried several times to invite Lu Shang-kim for a meal but was always turned down. Ku M explains to Lei Chao, "Uncle, Ku Meng is in class 20 at Mingshang High School and sits next to Lu Yang, the son of Uncle Lu. No wonder they seem so close. If he can leverage this relationship, his status will also take a leap." Ku M had long planned for this ceremony. Today, she intended to ruin Ku Meng's reputation. Ku Meng didn't need to be directly harmed by her. Ku M knew that Wang Jingxing liked Lu Yang, and Lu Yang always followed Ku Meng. She just needed to stir Wang Jingxing's jealousy. Sure enough, Wang Jingxing's jealousy clouded her judgment. Taking advantage of the principal's speech, she ran to the broadcasting room and sought to create trouble. Wang Jingxing told the on-duty teacher that she had lost her glasses and came to look for them. She successfully tricked the staff into leaving and smirked to herself. "Ku Meng, you brought this upon yourself." Wang Jingxing then took out the prepared USB drive and plugged it into the computer. At this moment, the principal's speech was nearing its end. He was confidently introducing the history of the school and planned to promote its educational traditions. However, the screen suddenly displayed a video of young Ku Meng fighting. The footage and the injuries she sustained immediately caused a stir among the parents. The clip showed Ku Meng standing up for justice but being falsely accused. Not only was she coerced into transferring schools by public opinion, but she was also forced to take all the blame. Ku Meng was expelled for injuring a classmate, leaving the classmate partially paralyzed. However, the reason behind why she fought was not disclosed. Ku Meng had never thought she would set foot in a school again. If it weren't for her desire to attend school with Mang Kim Young, she wouldn't want to step foot in an educational institution ever again. Even now, she accepted the ridicule from others for Mang Kim Yang's sake, but she still did not want to clarify the story behind the incident. The footage caused a stir among the parents present, who began to murmur and discuss the situation. Many believed that students involved in such violent altercations should definitely be expelled. Some recognized Ku Meng from class 20 and, unable to accept the public scorn directed at her, Lu Yang criticized the onlookers, saying, "You're condemning her without understanding the full story. You're all hypocrites." Lu Shang-kim, who was nearby, quickly silenced Lu Yang and advised him, "Don't get involved, it's not your business." The commotion further agitated the parents' emotions. Lu Shang-kim took the initiative to address the situation. Using his position as the head of the education department, he assured that he and the principal would investigate the matter thoroughly. The parents, hearing his assurance, began to calm down. However, a portion of them still wanted to escalate the issue and took the opportunity to secretly photograph Ku Meng, intending to post the images on social media. Lu Zhuqiu, observing their actions, immediately stepped in to warn those taking photos and contacted the public relations team to handle the situation. He requested a 1-hour suspension of all media and social media activities. Although Lu Zhuqiu was not fully aware of the details, he trusted that there must be a reason for Ku Meng's actions years ago. He reassured Ku Meng and promised to do everything in his power to make sure the incident would be resolved discreetly. Ku Meng thanked him but remained indifferent to the whole situation. Kim Yang, worried about Ku Meng's well-being, rushed over to check on her. Feeling responsible for the incident, Kim Yang wanted to handle the matter herself. Ku Meng, cutting her off, said, "Kim Yang, you finally have a chance to live a normal life. I don't want this incident to reopen old wounds for you." Kim Yang bravely stood on stage. Lawyer Kang said that if the two choose not to disclose the truth, the only way to minimize the hurt is to change schools. Lu Zhuqiu was the first to speak out, before Ku Meng could speak up. He didn't want Ku Meng to suffer any heartache. But Ku Meng had her own thoughts. She would rather transfer schools with Kim Yang than explain this. Kim Yang could not bear this humiliation for many years. "Ku Meng, you have suffered too much because of me. If they want an explanation, then I'll take responsibility this time. It's my turn to protect you. I think that only by being brave in the face of it all can we overcome this pain. Kim Yang bravely stepped onto the stage and said boldly, "Hello everyone. I'm Kim Yang, a student of class 233. What Kumang had done before was not wrong. He's not a bad student. If he hadn't done anything that day, I might have died. Because of a pervert who rapes a 5-year-old girl who has to live with a poop bag for the rest of her life. She thought that as long as she tried to live well, she could forget the past. But unexpectedly, a certain evil person used despicable tricks to target Kumang, forcing her to expose her past pain in front of everyone, in order to avoid misunderstanding parents. Faced everyone and frankly admitted that she was the victim of the famous rape case throughout Mingshang in the past. She shared that all the internal organs in her abdomen are artificial. For the past 11 years, she has had to live with fecal bags and prosthetic organs, which began when Kim Yang was just 5 years old. For once, because helping others made her a pervert's toy. This guy not only beat Kim Yang, but also ruthlessly destroyed her anus and internal organs. If Kumang hadn't arrived in time, Kim Yang might have been killed by that man. When everyone heard Kim Yang recount this, they were horrified and covered their mouths in shock. Kumang closed her eyes, unable to bear watching Kim Yang speak, for only she could understand the despair in Kim Yang's eyes when she was 5 years old. Kumang only wished for Kim Yang to live the rest of her life in peace. However, society is not forgiving to the weak. Her preschool classmates ridiculed her for this. Without Kumang's constant protection, Kim Yang might have lost the courage to stand here today. She did nothing wrong, she only wanted to protect me from classmates who always mocked and bullied me for that stain on my past. To Kim Yang, Kumang has always been the warm sun that lights up her life. After Kim Yang revealed everything, she finally felt a sense of relief. It was the first time she had the courage to face herself. Lawyer Kang spoke up, "Don't be afraid. I have prepared a confidentiality agreement for everyone here to sign. What happened today will not be spread outside." But Kim Yang felt that this was no longer important. She was the victim, she was not at fault, the culprit was that criminal. Now that their issue has been resolved, we should get answers. I want to know who is behind this. At this moment, the principal and the head teacher also heard the news and rushed over. The footage appeared suddenly and very oddly. Kumang needed to go to the broadcast room to check the situation. After the incident occurred, the principal immediately sent someone to inspect the footage but found that the computer was infected with a virus. As a result, when the disturbance happened, they could not stop the footage. Kumang calmly sat at the computer, typing rapidly. Within less than a minute, she had decrypted the virus and easily located the source of the issue using resources from the Dark Figure organization. She quickly identified the hacker. The hacker admitted that he initially received the request from a high school girl who asked him to create this virus. However, he feared trouble, so during the transaction, he secretly took a photo of the girl. Kumang looked at the photo of the girl and smiled. Haha, Wan Jing, we'll settle this debt slowly. The leader of the Dark Figure hacker organization, known worldwide, was outmaneuvered by someone else. While someone tried to use hacking techniques to ruin her life, she managed to locate the perpetrator within just a minute with a single click. When Kumang discovered that Wan Jing was behind the attack, she felt a bit puzzled because she had no interaction with Wan Jing and didn't know how she might have offended her. In the meeting room, the principal called Wan Jing in for questioning. Wan Jing, look at this photo. Is this you? Although the person in the photo is wearing a mask and a hat, the distinct mole at the corner of the eye is very clear. Wan Jing, anxious and nervous, knew she had caused a major incident. However, if she refused to admit it, no one could prove it. Thus, Wan Jing desperately denied, "No, that's not me, sir. How could I do such a thing?" Kumang, standing beside her, sneered and said, "I have another photo, one with a clear face. Do you want to see it?" As she spoke, Kumang immediately pulled out her phone to find the photo. Wan Jing panicked, and in her haste, accidentally blurted out, "Ridiculous, I never took off my mask at that time." Kumang had only intended to scare her. In reality, the hacker had only taken one photo. At that moment, Wan Jing realized she had fallen into Kumang's trap. What she didn't expect was that Kumang had recorded everything she said. With concrete evidence now available, Wang Jingjuing could no longer deny her actions. Ku Meng hoped the principal would handle the situation fairly according to the school's rules. Today was supposed to be a motivational event for the 12th grade students, but Wang Jingjuing had caused chaos at this important school event, making it a serious case that warranted expulsion. Lawyer Kang, standing nearby, seemed dissatisfied with this outcome. He said, "Her actions have violated Ku Meng's and Kim Yang's rights to honor and privacy. If this case is not taken to court, we will not let it go." Wang Jingjuing was terrified, tears streaming down her face as she begged everyone for mercy. She never anticipated causing such severe consequences. Desperate, she knelt and pleaded with Ku Meng, hoping she might find it in her heart to forgive her. Ku Meng knew that while Wang Jingjuing was responsible for this incident, there must be other accomplices involved since she couldn't possibly uncover details of an event that happened over a decade ago. At this point, Wang Jingjuing remembered Ku Em. In an effort to redeem herself, she revealed everything. Indeed, Ku Em had told her about Ku Meng. Ku Em was envious and resentful because Ku Meng had stolen the title of Miss School, and Kim Yang had taken the top position in the class from her. Wang Jingjuing began to recount the entire story, explaining that after Kim Yang left, as they were going up the stairs to their classroom, Ku Em had deliberately disclosed Kim Yang's condition. Since Wang Jingjuing secretly admired Liu Yang, who was always around Ku Meng, she had developed jealousy and the intention to expose the secrets of both Ku Meng and Kim Yang. Upon hearing this, Ku Meng had one demand: Wang Jingjuing must clear up everything about the incident with Ku Em in front of all the teachers and students at the school. One of the two, Ku Em or Wang Jingjuing, had to leave. Ku Em gave her half an hour to decide whether she would leave on her own or force Ku Em to leave. Typically, those who are at fault try to minimize their punishment, so Ku Meng expected Wang Jingjuing to make a decision within that half hour. However, it was not Wang Jingjuing who came to the principal's office, but Lei Chao, Ku Em's uncle. Wang Jingjuing had sought him out, begging him to persuade Ku Meng to drop the matter. Lei Chao, seeking to gain favor from the Ku family, came to threaten Ku Meng. But this case involved Kim Yang, who had had her old wounds reopened. The wrongdoer needed to face appropriate consequences. Despite Lei Chao's aggressive stance, Ku Meng remained firm in her decision. Seeing that Ku Meng wouldn't compromise, Lei Chao attempted to appeal to morality, attacking Ku Meng. "Ku Em is my niece. How can you be so heartless?" But to Ku Meng, her only family was her younger brother, Ku Si. She refused to yield. "You should understand my principles. If it falls into my hands, it must adhere to my rules." For Kim Yang, this was a painful childhood nightmare. A 5-year-old girl had to undergo the removal of all her anal and rectal organs. She had hoped for a fresh start with a peaceful life, but Ku Em's jealousy had reopened those old wounds. Although the evidence against Ku Em was clear, she still refused to admit her guilt. She even tried to use her family connections to pressure Ku Meng into dropping the matter. But Ku Meng would not easily forgive a wrongdoer. Either Ku Em leaves, or Wang Jingjuing leaves. Let them choose. Previously, Lei Chao had promised the Nguyen family he would plead for leniency, but Ku Meng remained firm. He had thought she would show some mercy because of their familial ties, but now he had lost face and failed the Nguyen family. Lei Chao had completely offended the Nguyen family. Ku Meng knew he wouldn't abandon Ku Em, so Wang Jingjuing would be the one to leave. She wanted the two of them to tear each other apart. The next day, the school issued a statement about the incident. All the students were aware of Wang Jingjuing's despicable actions. Behind her back, people whispered and gossiped about her character. Wang Jingjuing felt extremely wronged. If Ku Em hadn't deliberately incited her, she wouldn't have done such a thing. The anger within Wang Jingjuing overshadowed her usual composure. Unexpectedly, she stormed up and slapped Ku Em, shouting, "Ku Em, this is what you owe me." After the confrontation, Wang Jingjuing stormed out of the classroom, fuming. The classmates were dissatisfied with Wang Jingjuing's actions, especially the boys who were pursuing Ku Em, who were even more outraged. They felt it was unfair for Ku Em to be slapped like that. Ku Em took this opportunity to present a weak image, admitting her fault. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought up my sister's situation with Wang Jingjuing. I didn't expect she would take such malicious action to investigate the past." As she spoke, Ku-em's eyes welled up with tears. She then pretended to be heartbroken and ran out of the classroom. This performance made all the students feel sympathy for her. But as soon as Ku-em ran outside, her expression changed. She was determined to get her revenge for the slap she had received. Ku-em quickly chased after Wang Jingzhouing and returned the slap forcefully. You better understand the situation. Even if my uncle has offended your family, he still wants to protect me. You should know we're not people you can mess with. Wang Jingzhouing regretted listening to Ku-em. She felt used and was now facing expulsion, while Ku-em was enjoying herself, leaving the dirty work to others and pretending to be pure and innocent. Seeing Ku-em's smug demeanor, Wang Jingzhouing suddenly sneered, haha, Ku-meng isn't someone you can provoke easily. She definitely won't let this go. Ku-em felt a chill run down her spine. If Ku-meng didn't relent, she would have to face severe consequences for this incident. Although Ku-meng was not to be trifled with, Ku-em still felt she could deal with Kim Yang. Ku-meng was most concerned about Kim Yang's past. Therefore, Ku-em felt she had to spread it further. Ku-em immediately contacted the most influential newspapers in the city and revealed everything. Within half an hour, all the trending search rankings were filled with articles related to the assault case from years ago. The reports not only detailed the entire incident but also exposed Kim Yang's current school and her personal details. This time, Ku-em had truly crossed the line with Ku-meng. Ku-em, are you asking to die? Ku-meng, furious, stormed over to Ku-em. As soon as she saw Ku-em, she grabbed her by the neck and shoved her halfway over the rooftop railing. Ku-meng knew that Ku-em was the one who had deliberately spread the rumors about Kim Yang's past. If the teachers hadn't arrived in time, Ku-meng would have definitely taken further action against Ku-em. After Kim Yang's case was exposed to the whole school, Lawyer Kang had requested everyone present to sign a confidentiality agreement. But the malicious Ku-em was unhappy with the previous result and reported the incident to the media. Her sudden actions left Ku-meng unable to react in time. Now, the case of child abuse had stirred up public opinion again, causing continuous disturbances in Kim Yang's life. Ku-meng knew that if she didn't teach Ku-em a lesson this time, this troublemaker would never understand the meaning of the word death. Ku-meng's cold gaze was terrifying, and her tone, though calm, was frighteningly severe. If you don't learn your lesson today, it will be hard to say if there will be anyone named Ku-em in the future. Ku-em was truly terrified, feeling a numb intense sensation throughout her body. She genuinely believed Ku-meng would act on her threats. Although she had to face the teacher's reprimands later, Ku-em didn't care. Ku-meng confidently turned and walked away. The case of Kim Yang was originally handled by Lawyer Kang. After Kang Thon Vien learned that the case had been exposed, he immediately called Ku-meng to discuss countermeasures. Initially, Ku-meng planned to request the court to add 5 more years to the abuser's sentence. However, with the situation becoming so high a profile, she didn't mind escalating it further. The greater the public interest, the more cautious the judge would be in delivering the verdict. Ku-meng knew that the new law had been amended, specifying that mental illness could not be used as a defense for murder. She advised Lawyer Kang to focus on this aspect and aimed for the court to sentence the abuser to death. A week later, the trial began. Lawyer Kang started by using the new law, based on natural law and predicting the outcome. When the judge declared the abuser sentenced to death, the case reached the most satisfactory conclusion. Today, Lu Zhuqiu also attended the trial. He paid special attention to this case and reached out to the media. After the trial ended, he planned to clarify the case across all media platforms. Unexpectedly, the journalist Ku-meng invited this time was Tong Han, a top reporter from the capital's television station. Tong Han is not easily convinced to cover ordinary cases, yet the fact that Tong Han was familiar with Ku-meng made Lu Zhuqiu marvel at Ku-meng's true status. I'll give you only half an hour, I have to go back and be a good student, Ku-meng said. All right, I'll conduct a private interview for you right away, Tong Han replied. Hearing the candid exchange between the two, Lu Zhuqiu suddenly felt compelled to investigate Ku-meng's background. Since this place was not far from Lu Zhuqiu's residence, he decided to arrange for the interview at his nearby apartment. Let's go to Jikuan, I have an apartment not far from there, he said. Both Ku-meng and Tong Han were surprised when they learned that Lu Zhuqiu had an apartment in Jikuan. Ku Meng was even more surprised to find out that Lu Zhuqiu was actually her new neighbor in Jikuan. Why is Mr. Lu's home also in Jikuan? Ku Meng never expected that her new neighbor would be him. On the way, Ku Meng was astonished to hear they would go to Jikuan. Given Lu Zhuqiu's status, he must be living in one of the most expensive apartments in Jikuan, but all of those were owned by her. The only possibility was that her house had been sold after she inquired. Indeed, this was the case. Ku Meng had previously given one of her properties to a friend, but the friend had sold it shortly after receiving it. At that time, Ku Meng didn't know that the buyer was Lu Zhuqiu. Previously, to avoid Lu Zhuqiu discovering her true identity, Ku Meng had deliberately kept her distance from him. Now, unexpectedly, they had become neighbors in Jikuan. Kim Yang and reporter Tong were conducting the interview in the living room. Ku Meng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out, as Lu Zhuqiu walked by and said, "A couple of days ago, your homeroom teacher sent me your grades. With these results, you need to keep working hard." Ku Meng appeared somewhat listless, and Lu Zhuqiu thought it was because she disliked studying. Ku Meng looked at Kim Yang and felt she would have to wait a little longer. She said to Lu Zhuqiu, "I'm a bit tired. Could I borrow a room from Mr. Lu to rest?" Ku Meng immediately climbed onto the bed as soon as she entered the room, paying no attention to Lu Zhuqiu watching her. Lu Zhuqiu propped his chin and watched her for a long time. Seeing Ku Meng sleep peacefully, he couldn't help but have a thought. He recalled Ku Meng's previous attitude toward him and what she had done after Kim Yang's case was exposed. Ku Meng, despite her young age, had managed many issues with resilience, which made Lu Zhuqiu feel somewhat disheartened. A moment later, he picked up his phone to contact friends and ask for help to teach Lei Chao a lesson. Lu Zhuqiu wanted to avoid trouble, and his friends, upon receiving the directive, quickly carried out the plan. That afternoon, Ku Meng's uncle, Lei Chao, received notification that the position he had long awaited had been taken by someone else. His superior informed him that the person appointed was a junior from the capital, and the position had been internally decided a long time ago. Lei Chao's superior, Zhu Jingwon, frowned at him. Someone had arrived. Had Lei Chao offended the Tan family to be treated this way? Lei Chao couldn't figure out what he had done, especially since he wasn't acquainted with the Tan family. Lu Zhuqiu was pleased to see Lei Chao punished. That evening, he returned to the capital. After Fu Weiqing, Lu Zhuqiu's grandmother, was treated and cared for, her health improved significantly, and she could sit up and read. However, she complained about Lu Zhuqiu not visiting her for so long. Seeing this, Lu Zhuqiu playfully teased his grandmother, "So, you want me to leave? I'll leave right away." Fu Weiqing scolded, "Sit down here." This time, his grandmother called him back, probably to discuss something important. Lu Zhuqiu didn't expect her to bring up Ku Meng. It turned out that not long ago, Wu Zhu had been whispering bad things about Ku Meng to his grandmother. Wu Zhu claimed that Ku Meng not only got into fights, but also had been in a reform school and had the worst academic performance in the school. Recently, Lu Zhuqiu had been frequently seen with this girl, making his grandmother guess his feelings for her. However, Lu Zhuqiu was not someone easily provoked. He despised such backbiting behavior. He sternly instructed the servants that Wu Zhu was never to set foot in the Lu family's home again. Lu Zhuqiu's grandmother had expected her grandson and Wu Zhu to have a good relationship and was waiting for great-grandchildren. But Lu Zhuqiu said there was no rush and shared some stories about Ku Meng with her. Although this young girl had many complications, she was, after all, his grandmother's lifesaver. Lu Zhuqiu's intention to protect Ku Meng was evident. His grandmother didn't press further. Looking up at the starry sky, Lu Zhuqiu missed Ku Meng after just an afternoon apart. However, the one being missed was not so troubled. Ku Meng returned to the dorm, washed up, and went to bed. She deftly jumped onto the bed from the bed's crossbar, a graceful move that left the girl in the adjacent bed staring in awe. "Oh, my idol," the girl in white, preparing to get into her bed, reminded. "Isn't your idol Ting Ting, the Heavenly King? I heard he's preparing a new song recently." While the girls in the lower beds excitedly discussed their idol, the Heavenly King's new album, the girl in the upper bed was troubled by a message. The sender was Ting Ting, the Heavenly King the girls below were discussing. "Ku Meng, my new MV is missing a female lead. If you're free, could you help me?" This invitation made her hesitant about whether to take the time to accept it. In the female dorm, while the roommates excitedly chatted about the new album by the Heavenly King, Ku Mang, on the top bunk, was anxiously debating whether to accept the Heavenly King's invitation. Just as she was about to send a message to decline, she received a message from Lim Sang in the group chat. "Little Mang Mang, your disciple came to ask for money, saying the research funds are depleted." This message puzzled Ku Mang. The disciple Lim Sang mentioned was Yu Chong Chin, a leading national brain expert. Did this old man spend money so quickly, she thought. Hadn't he earned 50 million from the surgery on Lu Zhu Chao's grandmother? After Lim Sang explained, she learned that, due to Lu Vi Hai's deliberate medication switch for the elderly lady, Yu Chong Chin felt disgraced and had expelled her from the disciple list. Without a recognized disciple, the Lu family naturally stopped funding him. Ku Mang stared at the message, unblinking. She intended to transfer 100 million to her disciple for research funds, but didn't have the money herself. Reluctantly, she decided to take up the offer to become an artist. She messaged Thing Thing, "I agree to help. Please send the request and script so I can prepare." A week later, Ku Mang arrived at the Zhuangsheng film set with a suitcase in hand. She had already finished choreographing the dance for Ting Ting's new album. Initially, she planned to take a taxi from the side of the road, but Lu Zhuchou suddenly appeared beside her. Having just disembarked from a flight, Lu Zhuchou saw her and thought he was imagining things. Although he didn't know why Ku Mang had suddenly appeared there, with his constant desire to accompany her, Lu Zhuchou offered her to stay at his old villa to rest and used the excuse of a check-up for his grandmother to have her stay. Unexpectedly, Ku Mang flatly refused, saying she had more important things to do and would check on his grandmother after finishing her tasks. Not receiving a satisfactory response from Ku Mang, Lu Zhuchou was clearly disappointed. He wanted to know his wife's whereabouts but didn't dare to ask. In the afternoon, Ku Mang went alone to the Zhuangsheng film set. As soon as she walked in, she saw Ting Ting and his assistant waiting at the door. "Long time no see. You look more beautiful than ever," Ting Ting said. "I'm in a hurry, I have other work to do after this. This is Ku Mang, my choreographer. With her top-notch choreography, my album is sure to be a hit." Inside the filming room, the director was directing the setup of equipment. Ting Ting approached and enthusiastically introduced Ku Mang to director Bian Jinshi. Upon hearing that this girl was Ting Ting's choreographer, Bian Jinshi was immediately astonished. Ting Ting mentioned that she had choreographed for him before. "So you must be Kushin," Bian Jinshi said. It was well known that Kushin's choreography was like divine dance, offering an exceptional performance that was not only wild, sensual, and fiery but also explosively powerful. Ting Ting became famous thanks to Kushin's choreography, becoming a top singing and dancing king. However, since Kushin retired, no one has been able to surpass her unique style. As soon as people heard about the choreographer for Ting Ting, they understood Ku Mang's dance prowess. "Ting Ting, you're impressive. This time, having Kushin as your choreographer will surely make this MV a hit." This statement was indeed not an exaggeration. Ku Mang's skills were genuinely outstanding. As the two were still discussing the past legend, Ku Mang had already changed into her costume and entered the filming room. With her cold gaze and passionate red lips, the collision of ice and fire in her outfit made her already proud demeanor even more aloof. If Lu Zhuchou knew that Ku Mang was dressed for a performance and preparing to film an MV with another man, it's uncertain if the usually composed CEO would rush over to claim her. Lu Zhuchou never imagined that Ku Mang, besides her exceptional acupuncture skills, could also be so captivating in dance. Her graceful figure, alluring eyes, and eyebrows seemed to seduce the soul. Lu Zhuchou wished he could jump in and dance with her. After encountering Ku Mang at the Zhuangsheng airport today, he had been preoccupied all day. Now, Lu Zhuchou was anxiously searching for Ku Mang, constantly texting her to ask when she would finish. Ku Mang replied that he should come to the Zhuangsheng film set to pick her up at 6 o'clock. Lu Zhuchou arrived 3 hours earlier than scheduled, but what he saw was Ku Mang filming an MV with Ting Ting, the entertainment industry's king. Since Ku Mang was introduced by Uncle Lu to check on his grandmother, Lu Zhuchou had realized her skills extended beyond acupuncture, but he hadn't expected her to be so proficient in dance as well. Her dance was sensual, with the rhythm of the music resonating throughout the filming room, her movements decisive and powerful, her gaze perfectly in sync. The two performers on stage seemed like a pair of lovers who had been together for a long time. The dance concluded with Ku Meng turning her head, and everyone marveled at Ku Shen's skills. The director applauded, praising, "The result is perfect. If Ting Ting's MV doesn't sell out, I'll write my name backwards." Despite the director's praise, Ku Meng maintained her cold demeanor. Ting Ting smiled at her and invited her to dinner, saying, "You've done a great job for me, so let me treat you to dinner tonight." As soon as Ku Meng finished and saw Lu Zhuqiu, she immediately declined Ting Ting's dinner invitation. Lu Zhuqiu noticed she was wearing a thin outfit and kindly draped his coat over her. Before leaving, he couldn't help but cast a provocative glance at Ting Ting, showing his victorious stance. Ting Ting felt a bit lonely. The small assistant behind him couldn't help but compare the two. Even she felt Lu Zhuqiu was a better match for Ku Meng. The heroine of this love story remained completely unaware. "I'm not very cold, you can take your coat back," she said, but before she finished, Lu Zhuqiu had already taken her hand, saying, "You're still saying you're not cold? Your hand is ice-cold." Lu Zhuqiu couldn't help but probe Ku Meng's feelings for Ting Ting, asking, "Why did you take a job in the entertainment industry? Are you short on money?" Ku Meng casually brushed his hand away, replying, "Just helping Ting Ting out and making some extra money." She returned his coat and leisurely went into the changing room, leaving Lu Zhuqiu gazing longingly at his hand. Ku Meng's small hand is so soft, he thought. In the evening, Lu Zhuqiu drove Ku Meng to the old Lu family villa to check on his grandmother. Her serious demeanor was incredibly charming. Even Mrs. Lu, meeting her for the first time, had to change her previous impression of Ku Meng. Mrs. Lu even invited Ku Meng to stay for dinner. Just then, a girl in a white dress burst in, saying, "Zhuqiu, I was wrong. I only investigated you out of concern, not with any other intentions." Her presence made Lu Zhuqiu very uncomfortable. Previously, this woman had investigated Ku Meng behind his back and falsely claimed to Mrs. Lu that Ku Meng was a fraud, causing her to misunderstand Ku Meng. Lu Zhuqiu made it clear he had no interest in her and sent her away. Mrs. Lu was displeased with Lu Zhuqiu's attitude. She felt her grandson should be more accommodating, considering the Wu family had intentionally sent the girl here to make amends. Even if he didn't like Wu Su, it shouldn't affect the relationship between the two families. Seeing the situation was going awry, Ku Meng used the excuse that she had to catch an evening flight. She stood up and told Mrs. Lu, "Grandma, I have an urgent matter and can't stay for dinner. I need to head to the airport now to catch my flight." Lu Zhuqiu, not wanting to stay either, suggested he accompany her to the airport. It was late, so instead of taking her to the airport, he handed her the key to his apartment, telling her to rest in the master bedroom and he would take her to the airport in the morning. He also reminded her of her studies and suggested she come to his house for extra study sessions every weekend. Ku Meng was suspicious, and Lu Zhuqiu teased, "I always pick you up, pretend to hold your hand, and now I'm giving you my apartment key. Do you think I might like you?" She asked him directly, "Do you like me?" Lu Zhuqiu didn't hide his feelings and confessed, "Yes, I like you, Ku Meng. Isn't it obvious?" However, Ku Meng simply shrugged and replied, "I'm only 17. Lu Zhuqiu faced his second failure in love. The girl before him seemed not very concerned about his feelings. Nevertheless, he accepted the role of a backup plan, believing that Ku Meng would eventually mature. Since seeing her dance in performance attire, he couldn't stop thinking about her. He texted her every minute just to ask what she was doing. At 3 a.m., after Ku Meng had just finished her shower, she received a call from Lu Zhuqiu. He instructed her to use the bathrobe he had prepared and reminded her to lock the windows carefully. He shamelessly added, "You're only allowed to dream about me, not anyone else." The next morning, just as Ku Meng had managed to get a bit of rest, she was awakened by an unknown call. Annoyed, she answered, "Speak up, if it's not important, I won't spare you." The caller was Tan Feng's cousin, Tan Jiaoqi. He had heard about Ku Meng's excellent medical skills and wanted her to treat his sister, promising a generous reward. Ku Meng agreed immediately, as she needed the money for research on her unworthy old student. At the Tan family home, Ku Meng was taken to a young girl's room. Mrs. Tan pointed at the girl in bed and scolded, "Look, Your sister is just addicted to games and using illness as an excuse. You might as well tie her up and send her to school. Tan Jiaoqi ignored his mother's words and told Kumang, I'll take my mother outside so you can treat her in peace. The girl on the bed was still engrossed in her phone. Kumang said nothing, simply observing her behavior. Then, she took out her own phone and started playing the same game. Suddenly, Kumang's phone announced a victory, which caught the attention of the game-obsessed girl. The girl was surprised by Kumang's high level of skill and wanted her to carry the team. The two girls played together for 3 hours. The game addict was deeply impressed by Kumang's skills and began to open up to her. Kumang looked at the girl and guessed her condition. She asked, recently, have you been under a lot of pressure, feeling anxious and having irregular periods? The girl was surprised that Kumang had guessed correctly. She embarrassedly admitted that she hadn't had her period for 6 months. Her current condition was a side effect of medication. She felt life was dull and stifling due to her mother's control. Her mother even secretly read her diary, and she had to conform to her mother's preferences. Her idol was Thing Thing, and she admired his energetic dances and longed for a life like his, but her mother thought Thing Thing's dance was only for hooligans. Hearing this, Kumang found a way to treat the girl. She took out a video of herself dancing with Thing Thing from the previous day and showed it to the girl. The lively dance moves in the video immediately captivated the girl's attention. The girl widened her eyes and asked, is the dancer in the video you? A well-rounded and exceptionally intelligent student had turned into a game addict, playing games 17 hours a day and refusing to go to school due to her mother's excessive control. She had attempted suicide 86 times because her mother wouldn't let her pursue her passion for dancing. The game-addicted girl was completely cured after playing games with Kumang. Not only did she obediently take her medication and agree to quit gaming, but she also cooperated with Kumang's acupuncture treatment. After more than an hour, Kumang discovered that the girl's mental breakdown was due to her mother's excessive control. The mother frequently read her diary, restricted her interests, and even took away her right to admire her idol. Fortunately, Kumang happened to be a friend of the girl's favorite idol, which helped in her cooperation with the treatment. Kumang showed the girl the video of herself dancing with Thing Thing that she had filmed a few days ago. The sizzling dance moves and powerful rhythm captivated the girl, shifting her admiration from Thing Thing to Kumang. Tan Jiaoqi, curious about Kumang's true identity, asked, are you a star or a doctor? Kumang replied, I can tell you, but you need to cooperate with the treatment first. Hearing this, the girl obediently extended her arm. Her arm was covered in scars, some healed, others still swollen and red. Kumang promised to give her a signed album from Thing Thing if she cooperated with the treatment. After an hour of acupuncture, Kumang went downstairs, wrote a prescription, and handed it to Tan Fong, advising him to have the girl take the medication 3 times a day for 2 days. Tan Fong agreed and promised to supervise his sister's medication. However, Mrs. Tan was only concerned with when her daughter could return to school. To Mrs. Tan, academics were the most important, and her daughter's academic performance seemed to matter more than her health. Kumang was displeased with Mrs. Tan's attitude and questioned her, do you know your daughter has tendencies for self-harm? Mrs. Tan immediately denied this, claiming that her daughter only attempted suicide due to her desire to dance strange dances. Kumang did not say more, but before leaving, she reminded, I can treat irregular periods, but I cannot cure suicidal tendencies. If you don't want your daughter to die, manage what you should and let go of what you should. Let her go to school with her idol. A well-rounded student with the wealth of the Tan family, Tan Jiaoqi transferred to Mingxiang High School. She deliberately moved to the worst class in Mingxiang to be closer to her idol. Kumang was surprised to gain a young fan from her work in treating others. A week later, Class 20 welcomed an outstanding student who had never fallen off the rankings, Tan Jiaoqi. Tan Jiaoqi was the only granddaughter in the Tan family's wealthy Beiqing branch. From a young age, she had been pampered like a princess, but she did not exhibit princess syndrome. The reason she transferred schools was entirely because of Kumang, who had helped her regain hope in life. Tan Jiaoqi brought delicious food to Kumang and affectionately said, Sister, I've brought you some tasty food. You've lost so much weight. Lu Yang sat beside her, puzzled, how do you two know each other? The chubby friend in front also joined the conversation, Yang, do you know the new student? The Lu and Tan families were among the wealthiest in Beijing, and their business connections meant their younger generations were familiar with each other. Lu Yang was well aware of Tan Jiaoqi's academic abilities. With her moving to the lowest class at Mingsheng, the upcoming exams promised to be interesting because Tan Jiaoqi was so outstanding that even Lu Yang's academically gifted sister couldn't surpass her. That afternoon, during self-study time, was also the day of Thing's press conference. Taking advantage of the teacher's absence, the entire class closed the windows and secretly watched the live broadcast. The album's effect was as Thing had predicted. Ku Meng's dance performance was truly exceptional. When the host asked about the identity of the female lead in the MV, Thing replied, "Actually, you're all familiar with her dance moves because she was the mastermind behind my first album." Although she didn't show her face last time, she received high praise from the industry. She is a top-notch choreographer. Thank you, Ku Meng, you will always be a benefactor in my life. Thing's words immediately stirred excitement in the class. Some even joked, "Wow, it sounds like he's confessing his feelings." The revelation of Ku Meng's identity drew students from other classes, and everyone buzzed with comments, "Wow, our Mingsheng student is amazing. Ku Meng is so modest despite her incredible dancing skills." In an instant, Ku Meng's reputation changed from being an outlier to someone renowned. The young fan, Tan Jiaoqi, beside Ku Meng reminded her, "You promised to give me a signed album last time. When will you give it to me if I cooperate with the treatment?" Understanding the hint, Ku Meng pointed to the cardboard box behind the trash can and said to Lu Yang, "If you're free, open that box and share it with everyone." Lu Yang thought Ku Meng had bought snacks for the whole class, but upon opening the box, he was astonished. "Wow, this is the new album from Thing, with signatures. The students from other classes must be jealous." Ku Meng said, "It's just signatures. It doesn't hurt to sign a few more. Lu Yang, remember to give one to Zhao Qi, as a gift for our little fan." Zhao Qi was so thrilled she nearly cried and even started imagining a romance between Ku Meng and Thing. However, before the rumors could spread widely, the #1 anti-fan of the couple appeared, Lu Zhuqiu. He couldn't sit still upon seeing Thing publicly express his feelings for the person he liked. Even a cold-hearted CEO like him couldn't stay calm. His friend, adding fuel to the fire, praised the new MV of the duo. "Wow, they look great together, like a match made in heaven." When Lu Zhuqiu saw the dating rumors on social media, he quickly called Ku Meng, attentively asking, Meng, how do you find the chocolate I prepared?" His doggedly affectionate pursuit astonished those around him, who quickly raised their phones to tease him. "Looks like Mr. Lu here is worried someone might steal his crush away from him, huh?" His friend deliberately shouted into the phone, fueling the situation further. Ku Meng heard the question clearly. "So earlier you called me, asking about my sleep, and even gave me luxury chocolates. Can I consider this as your jealousy?" Lu Zhuqiu pushed the nosy friend aside and directly admitted that he was indeed jealous. Ku Meng didn't know how to respond for a moment, so she remained silent. Finally, Lu Zhuqiu was the first to break the awkwardness. "Make sure to get good rest. I'll pick you up this weekend to help you catch up on your studies at Jikuan. Save the chocolates for the weekend." After the sweet conversation, Lu Zhuqiu finally hung up. "Hi Du, looking serious," asked Lu Zhuqiu, "you read those rumors about Thing and Ku Meng. Were you really not jealous?" Lu Zhuqiu recalled the MV shoot from that day. Although he wasn't sure if Ku Meng liked him, judging by her attitude towards Thing at the time, he was confident that Ku Meng definitely didn't have feelings for Thing. In another place, Ku Meng hung up the phone and prepared to return to class. Suddenly, a WeChat notification from her younger brother chimed in. "Sis, I have a break this week. I'll come visit you, okay?" Ku Meng smiled. It had been a long time since she last saw her brother. Time flew by, and soon it was the weekend. Ku Si grabbed a chicken drumstick and gnawed on it as if he hadn't eaten in 10 years. Over the past few months, Ku Meng had sent him to a rigorous training camp where he had to strictly control his diet every day. It was truly tough. Ku Meng hurriedly put more meat on his plate, saying, "Eat up and get your strength back." Lu Zhuqiu had previously heard that there was a quiet but strong boy in the military district who was quite skilled. He never expected that boy to be Ku Meng's younger brother. The moment Ku Si saw Lu Zhuqiu, he was displeased because he still harbored a grudge against men trying to get close to his sister. Frowning, he asked, "What are you doing here?" The two answered simultaneously, "Just a coincidence." "I'm here to tutor Ku Meng," Lu Zhuqiu quickly explained. "I'm helping her catch up on her studies and having lunch together." Ku Si, much like his sister, skeptically asked, "Since when does a top student need tutoring? Why is this guy always acting so concerned about my sister? Could it be that my sister is about to be taken away?" The first thing Ku Si did after returning was to find his sister and sweetly ask for a meal, only to run into the third wheel, Lu Zhuqiu. Not only was he overly attentive to his sister, but he even brazenly held her hand right in front of him. Could it be that his sister was really about to be taken away by this man? After Ku Si finished eating, Ku Meng grabbed her things and headed off to take a shower. Lu Zhuqiu smiled, noticing how naturally she acted around him now. She wasn't as formal as she used to be. He mentioned, "I've prepared some clean clothes for you, they're in the closet." As soon as his sister left, Ku Si jumped onto the sofa, crossed his arms, and ordered Lu Zhuqiu, "Sit down, we need to talk." His tone was authoritative, like a boss giving orders to an employee. He was determined to protect his sister, she belonged to him alone. Lu Zhuqiu sat down at the coffee table, looking directly at Ku Si, and asked, "What do you want to talk about?" "Just because I'm young doesn't mean I can't protect my sister. I've always been the one to carry her bags and run errands for her. I've never let her struggle," he said, crossing his arms with the demeanor of a little adult, his face full of skepticism. "So, I don't think you're worthy of my sister." Although Ku Si frequently trained in the military and was well aware of Lu Zhuqiu's powerful status as the heir to a wealthy and influential family, his sister meant more to him than any aristocrat. He spoke at length, and Lu Zhuqiu listened quietly. When Ku Si finally finished, Lu Zhuqiu simply responded, "So what?" After making his threats, Ku Si laid out his demand, "You are not allowed to bully Sister Meng. If I find out that you've hurt her, just wait for me to come and beat you up." Lu Zhuqiu appreciated Ku Si's straightforwardness and assured him that he would always treat Ku Meng well. Given Ku Si's previous temperament, if Lu Zhuqiu had sat as close to Ku Meng as he did today, Ku Si would have surely hit him. However, Ku Si noticed that his sister seemed to tacitly accept the man's hand-holding, so he held back. Lu Zhuqiu handed him a glass of juice and expressed interest in Ku Si's military training. But Ku Si appeared unimpressed by the challenges of the regular training camp. Lu Zhuqiu then suggested, "I can arrange something more challenging for you, the animal camp. It's the Red Scorpion training base of the Lu family." At that moment, Ku Meng returned from her shower. The Red Scorpion training base was notorious for producing an elite fighting force for the Lu family. Only the best combat talents were admitted for training there. If Ku Si wanted to become stronger, Red Scorpion was undoubtedly the top choice. Just the mention of Red Scorpion had Ku Si intrigued, and Lu Zhuqiu easily won him over. Lu Zhuqiu promised to arrange everything, and Ku Si could report to the training base the next day. Seeing her younger brother so cheerful, Ku Meng silently agreed to Lu Zhuqiu's suggestion. However, little did she know that her brother had other plans brewing in his mind. He thought to himself, "Haha, once I get stronger, if you ever bully my sister, I'll beat you to a pulp." This month, Ku Meng's homeroom teacher was tasked with organizing the school's New Year celebration program. She had to select a group of students from the class to compete in a talent show against the neighboring experimental high school. When this news was announced, the students in the class were visibly reluctant to participate. They were worried that it would be a sure path to humiliation. The students from the neighboring school were not only academically excellent, but their arts program was also at a national level. With such strong competition, how could they possibly stand a chance? The homeroom teacher, shaking her head in frustration, mentioned that she had tried to oppose the principal's decision, but the school had to comply with the education department's directive. It seemed that this task was unavoidable. The students began to recall Thing's music video from a few days ago. Even the top dance star, King Thing, had acknowledged Ku Meng's skills. If Ku Meng could take on the responsibility of leading the performance, they might still have a chance to win. Initially, Ku Meng had no interest in getting involved in this, but her classmates approached her one by one, pleading as they massaged her shoulders, "Sister Meng, please save us." Left with no choice, Ku Meng reluctantly agreed. After school, the group headed to a fitness center to practice. Ku Meng had already choreographed the dance moves, and the group spent the entire afternoon practicing, finally catching up on the preparations for the New Year's Eve gala. Once they finished, everyone collapsed on the floor, drinking water and taking a break. Suddenly, Liu Yang remembered something important. We've got the choreography down, but we haven't prepared our costumes yet. And I heard the team from the other school even hired a professional design team to create their performance outfits. Are you talking about Chou Zhentang? Someone asked. Yeah, that's right. I heard she's so talented that the Royal Academy of Arts offered her a direct admission, another person chimed in. Oh my gosh, Chou Zhentang is so young, and she got into such a prestigious school without even taking the entrance exams. The costumes she designs are bound to be stunning. Tan Jiaoqi rubbed her chin and suggested, if we could invite the designer from Londing to create our costumes, we would definitely win. However, Lu Yi quickly dismissed the idea, but Londing is an international figure. Why would they lower themselves to design outfits for a school event? Ku Meng, sitting nearby, suddenly snapped her fingers and said, no problem. I can contact Londing. This statement shocked the students present, they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Was Ku Meng serious? Did she really know Londing? That evening, Ku Meng spent a long time sketching in her notebook, but she was still dissatisfied with the gown design she was working on. Frowning, she tore the page out and tossed it into the trash bin under her bed. Just then, her phone buzzed with a notification, inviting her to participate in an end-of-year fashion design competition. Ku Meng glanced at the unfinished sketch in her hand and thought, I haven't even completed this design, I can't participate this time. Meanwhile, a girl with a ponytail walked past Ku Meng's room. She happened to glance into the trash bin and noticed the discarded gown sketch, which immediately excited her. She quickly snapped a photo and sent it to a certain designer, saying, Cousin, this sketch is much better than our design. Chou Zhentang looked at the photo and compared it with her own drawings. The level of detail and design quality in the sketch far surpassed her own work. Suddenly, Chou Zhentang had a different idea. Since this sketch was thrown away, why can't I claim it as my own? Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the student gala. Prestigious schools from all over gathered at the Mingshang Opera House. This seemingly small school competition had drawn the attention of not only the president of the International Fashion Design Association, but also a top hairstylist who personally came to the event. The reason they all came was to support the main star of the show, Ku Meng. At this moment, the head of the Department of Education, along with the president of the Fashion Designers Association, arrived at the venue. Due to Ku Meng's multifaceted identity, the president did not reveal her full name, instead simply greeting her with, Hello, Miss Ku. Ku Meng immediately understood, politely bowing and responding, Hello, President Tao. This exchange caught the attention of Lu Zhuqiu, once again stirring his curiosity about her. A bright voice suddenly interrupted their conversation, Little Mango, it's me. It was Xiao Han, the top hairstylist in the entertainment industry. This time, he had come to style Ku Meng's group for the event. As the performance time approached, Ku Meng handed the clothes to Lu Zhuqiu before following Xiao Han to the backstage area to prepare for makeup. Watching the two walk away, chatting and laughing, someone was seething with jealousy. A friend nearby glanced at Lu Zhuqiu's expression and cautiously asked, Xiao Han only serves top stars. Aren't you jealous this time? Lu Zhuqiu quickly regained his calm demeanor, reassuring himself, she's mine, no one can take her away. As the crowd in the hall grew, Lu Zhuqiu swiftly found a seat. Meanwhile, behind the stage, Ku Em was silently fuming. She had overheard the earlier conversations, and it enraged her. Why was Ku Meng able to command the attention of so many prominent figures, while she, Ku Em, who was no less talented, was left in the shadows? Feeling deeply resentful towards her lifelong rival, Ku Em decided to sabotage the performance. As the pianist for today's event, she quietly took a box cutter out of her bag, planning to injure her hand, which would prevent her from playing and force the show to be postponed. Ku Em would rather harm herself than allow Ku Meng's performance to succeed. However, her intentions were quickly discovered. Ku Meng, arms crossed, sternly warned her, stop causing trouble. If you keep using these petty tricks, I can't guarantee that your injury will heal this time. It might become permanent. Ku Em, realizing that her plan had been exposed, decided to back down, unwilling to take further action. As the host introduced the event, the school's New Year Gala officially began. Next, please enjoy a dynamic dance choreographed by the private choreographer of the Dance King Thing Thing. Let's give a big round of applause for Ku Mang. Ku Mang appeared at the center of the stage, wearing a midriff-bearing, sparkly outfit. Her movements were lively, her dance precise, and the choreography exuded a youthful, energetic vibe that had the students in the audience cheering wildly. Her classmates immediately became her fans, with even the girls in the crowd shouting enthusiastically, "Go, Mang Mang." After the opening dance, the next performance featured a fashion show presenting designs by the notable designer Cho Zhen Tang. As the music shifted to a softer tune, a group of models dressed in glamorous outfits slowly walked onto the stage. The students' reactions quickly shifted. Cho Zhen Tang's designs are amazing. Yeah, compared to these designs, that dance was nothing. Ku Mang, who was resting, suddenly froze, not because she was impressed by the designs, but because she recognized them. Those designs were clearly based on the draft she had thrown into the trash. Lu Zhuqiu noticed her unusual expression. At that moment, President Dao of the Fashion Design Association rushed over and asked, "I saw the sketch of that design in the recent fashion design competition. It seems like it was your work, wasn't it?" Ku Mang candidly admitted, "Yes, but I wasn't satisfied with the design that night, so I tossed it into the dormitory trash." President Dao, fully aware of Ku Mang's design skills and style, was speechless with anger. "So, your draft has been stolen. How do you plan to handle this?" Ku Mang looked coldly at the designer who was now boasting on stage, saying, "Handle it?" Naturally, by making a scene. She saw Cho Zhen Tang as the most shameless person she had ever encountered, someone with no real talent yet parading on stage. The audience was praising the designs by Cho Zhen Tang, considering it the highlight of the gala. Meanwhile, Cho Zhen Tang was on stage, sharing her thoughts about her designs. "I've always felt that elements with a national style are beautiful. Therefore, I tried incorporating elements like the 12 chapters of literature into my designs, and unexpectedly, it yielded surprising results." Ku Mang's gaze was sharp and piercing, making Cho Zhen Tang increasingly uncomfortable. Her confidence began to wane as Ku Mang's presence became more intimidating. Ku Mang had always adhered to the principle of "I won't trouble others if they don't trouble me," but once someone crossed her, she would retaliate fiercely. Ku Mang strode onto the stage and exposed Cho Zhen Tang's plagiarism. "I never expected that my discarded draft would lead to such grand insights for you." As soon as she finished speaking, reporters immediately sensed the brewing drama and scrambled to capture the moment. Despite Ku Mang's brief statement, everyone understood the implication. No way. Cho Zhen Tang is the most promising new designer, how could the outfit be a stolen design? The crowd below buzzed with excitement, but Cho Zhen Tang remained silent. She knew that the draft was not her original creation. Plagiarism was a serious issue, and any mistake could lead to her downfall. Moreover, since the draft was now in her possession, even if Ku Mang was the original creator, she had no way to prove it. Cho Zhen Tang directly denied being a plagiarist. "I spent months completing this design. On what basis are you claiming that my design is stolen?" Ku Mang remained calm, crossing her arms as she pointed out the origin of the design. "This is a new piece from the 12 Legends collection of the Londing brand. The design style matches exactly with this new collection. The collection hasn't been released yet because the final pieces are still being completed." The reporters, sensing the gravity of the situation, began taking notes and capturing images. The audience looked on in shock, trying to grasp the unfolding drama. Cho Zhen Tang, realizing the implications of the exposure, struggled to maintain her composure as the weight of the accusation settled over her. Everyone knew that the Londing brand held significant influence in the international design market, but Ku Mang's easy revelation of Londing's secret made the school leaders unable to suppress their derision. They immediately dismissed Ku Mang's claims, as they found it hard to believe that she could be associated with Londing. "Do you have any idea of Londing's status in the design world? Do you dare to impersonate such a renowned figure?" one of the school leaders spoke up. Chairman Dao, standing beside them, defended Ku Mang. "Cho Zhen Tang's skill level is simply not capable of creating such a style." But Ku Mang stopped him, saying, "Chairman Dao, don't be angry. I can handle this." Cho Zhen Tang, seeing that Ku Mang was not worried, once again firmly denied the plagiarism accusation. She even mocked, Ku Meng, if you're going to impersonate someone, at least do your research. Everyone in the design world knows that the designer of Londing is a young man. Ku Meng frowned and coldly retorted, who said that the designer of Londing is a man? A man stepped up from the audience. This man was Ge Heng, the executive director of Londing. He wasn't there to expose Ku Meng for impersonation but to reveal the lies of Chou Zentang. The man bowed and apologized to Ku Meng, saying, "I'm sorry, miss. I'm late." Before disrupting Chou Zentang's plans, Ku Meng had messaged Ge Heng, asking him to bring the design drafts of the previous 11 outfits. However, Ge Heng, not wanting to leave Ku Meng to face the situation alone, had personally come to prove her identity. He handed an iPad to Ku Meng, who then presented the design drafts and posters as evidence. The clear and undeniable proof immediately made it evident to everyone who was lying. Chou Zentang stood on the stage, speechless, as anxiety gnawed at him. The reporters quickly captured this critical moment, exclaiming, "Oh, Ku Meng really is the designer for Londing." It turns out Ge Heng was just representing her. Once the truth was revealed, Tan Jiaoqi was the first to step forward in support of Ku Meng, demanding that the principal, who had just slandered her, issue a formal apology. The Mingsheng principal, a man skilled at reading the situation, realized the gravity of the situation and continuously bowed, apologizing to Ku Meng. His previously fierce expression had quickly shifted to a fawning smile, trying to appease her. Chou Zentang was also forced by the crowd to publicly admit her wrongdoing. Although she was reluctant, the evidence was irrefutable, and she had no choice but to apologize. "I'm sorry, classmate Ku. It was my mistake. Please forgive me this time." Hic. Ku Meng saw through her insincere attitude and coldly responded, "Just an apology is not enough." She then left the matter to Ge Heng to handle and quickly retreated to rest. Ge Heng asked the principal of the experimental high school to address the misconduct of the student. Chou Zentang was expelled, and her plagiarism and theft of Londing's designs were reported by the media. Her path into the design industry seemed permanently blocked, and her future looked bleak. After the school gala, the New Year's holiday arrived. Due to her poor academic performance, Ku Meng was frequently teased by Lu Zhuqiu about needing extra tutoring. He continuously suggested that she join him at Jikuan for study sessions. Following the resolution of the plagiarism issue, Lu Zhuqiu also wanted to take Ku Meng out for some relaxation. He had purchased a horse racing track in the western suburbs of Mingsheng, and the grand opening was scheduled for the next day. The attendees were all acquaintances. Lu Zhuqiu, holding Ku Meng's hand, often came closer to her and seemed increasingly fond of physical contact. Although Ku Meng generally disliked trouble, she reluctantly agreed to go, as Lu Zhuqiu mentioned that there would be fewer people there the next day. The next morning, outside the racecourse on the western outskirts, Tan Feng, as the host, stood at the entrance to greet the guests. The first to arrive was Wu Ju, the young lady from the Wu family. Previously, Wu Ju had spoken ill of Ku Meng in front of the elderly Mrs. Lu. When Lu Zhuqiu learned of this, he was enraged and refused to see her again. This time, Wu Ju was attending the opening ceremony on behalf of her family. It remained to be seen what kind of world war would break out between these two women when they eventually met. After presenting her congratulatory gift, Wu Ju clung to Tan Feng and inquired about the situation between Lu Zhuqiu and Ku Meng. "Last night, I heard that the career of designer Chou Zentang was ruined by Ku Meng. As long as the Londing brand exists in the design world, Chou Zentang will never be able to make a comeback. Ku Meng is truly ruthless." Tan Feng felt helpless with her. Clearly, it was Chou Zentang's own act of plagiarism that led to such consequences. The real self-inflicted harm was the result of Chou Zentang's lack of skill and her false accusations against Ku Meng. Tan Feng was about to explain further to Ku Meng but, upon looking up, saw Lu Zhuqiu and Ku Meng approaching. He promptly decided to drop the topic. Wu Ju had initially intended to use this opportunity to get closer to Lu Zhuqiu, but to her surprise, she saw him holding hands with another woman. The jealousy within her flared up. Wu Ju perceived Ku Meng as just a naive high school girl, clearly unworthy of a prestigious family like the Lu family. Since Wu Ju was already at the racecourse, she couldn't miss the chance to show off in front of Ku Meng. She asked challengingly, "Miss Ku, do you know how to ride a horse?" It would be meaningless to be here and not participate in the competition. Ku Meng was an excellent equestrian, and although she didn't want to crush her rival directly, nor did she want to showcase too many skills in front of Lu Zhuqiu, she modestly replied, "I only know a little," and gracefully declined Wu Ju's challenge. However, Wu Ju wasn't going to miss the opportunity to humiliate her rival. It's just for fun. What's the big deal? Tan Feng, observing the interaction, was intrigued. Being childhood friends with Wu Ju, he knew that she had grown up with her military father and excelled in horseback riding and shooting. It seemed that Wu Ju was trying to gain some prestige in front of Lu Zhuqiu. Seeing Ku Meng's disinterest in the challenge, Wu Ju upped the ante. "Ms. Ku, how about this? I'll use a limited edition Maserati worth 100 million as the prize. If you win, I'll give you the car. What do you say?" Ku Meng, initially uninterested in such a childish competition, was swayed by the prospect of winning a race car and readily agreed. Wu Ju, who secretly harbored feelings for Lu Zhuqiu, was eager to defeat her rival in the horse racing competition. Seeing the way Lu Zhuqiu looked at Ku Meng, she couldn't bear to see Ku Meng being cherished by him. What could Ku Meng possibly have that made Lu Zhuqiu so attentive? A mere high school girl, still so young, not only had Lu Zhuqiu publicly supporting her, but now he was personally guiding her in selecting a horse. Wu Ju's jealousy flared up, and she planned to use this horse race to dampen Ku Meng's spirit. Ku Meng quickly chose a purebred horse with a pristine coat. Wu Ju selected a horse with a vibrant coat. Upon seeing Ku Meng's choice, Wu Ju immediately thought that Ku Meng must be an amateur in horseback riding. Secretly pleased, she thought, although this purebred horse is very valuable, it is also very wild. If the horse suddenly goes berserk during the race, a broken leg would be a lesson for her. The race officially began, with the rules being to run 3 laps around the track. The first to cross the finish line would win. The 2 competitors appointed track officials as referees. At the sound of the whistle, both horses charged forward. Wu Ju expected to win easily, but Ku Meng's horse, running on the outer track, quickly pulled ahead. Moreover, Ku Meng appeared completely calm and unfazed. Wu Ju thought to herself, "Damn it, how can Ku Meng's riding skills be so impressive? This horse is difficult to tame. The last time I rode it, I almost fell off and died." Tan Feng praised Ku Meng's skills while subtly glancing at Lu Zhuqiu. Although Lu Zhuqiu's face showed no emotion, his trembling hands betrayed his inner excitement. Ku Meng hadn't had the pleasure of riding so freely in a long time. Her last display of skill was ages ago. She had left Wu Ju behind by 800 meters, clearly not intimidated by someone who had grown up in a military environment and received professional riding training. Yet Wu Ju, unwilling to concede defeat, somehow produced a silver pin and jabbed it into the horse's rear, causing it to suddenly go berserk and leap wildly. As soon as the pin pierced the horse, its speed increased tenfold. However, a wounded horse was extremely difficult to control. The horse's frantic whinny startled Ku Meng's horse, almost causing it to lose control. Lu Zhuqiu was filled with concern for her, and he instructed someone to prepare a tranquilizer gun, planning to shoot the horse before it went out of control. Tan Feng, seeing Lu Zhuqiu preparing to shoot the horse, was so frightened he nearly wet his pants. "Big brother, that horse cost me 10 million yuan. What if you end up shooting it?" Lu Zhuqiu shot a cold glance at him and said, "I said it's a tranquilizer gun." Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Lu Zhuqiu quickly raised the tranquilizer gun, preparing to shoot, but Ku Meng, being a member of the Dark Figure organization with strong crisis management skills, handled the situation with ease. She threw her hat into the air, executed a somersault on the horse's back, and then landed gracefully. While calming the horse with gentle strokes and soothing words, she said, "Calm down, let's finish the race." Grasping the reins tightly, she managed to regain control of the horse, and they continued running smoothly. The whistle blew again, signaling the end of the race. Ku Meng emerged as the winner, leaving Wu Ju far behind. Due to the horse's sudden injury, it lost control after a while and threw Wu Ju to the ground. Wu Ju had truly learned what it meant to face danger. Desperately calling out, Wu Ju yelled, "Lu Zhuqiu, help me." However, Lu Zhuqiu ignored her cries and chased after Ku Meng's figure. Since the Wu family was closely related to the Tan family and had a long-standing relationship, Tan Feng couldn't just stand by while Wu Ju was in trouble. Therefore, he picked up the tranquilizer gun Lu Zhuqiu had dropped and shot the frenzied horse, which fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Zhuqiu reached Ku Meng's side and asked with concern, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Noticing the redness on Ku Meng's palm, he felt a pang of pain. Lu Zhuqiu wanted to take Ku Meng to the medical room to tend to her injuries. However, Ku Meng, adhering to her principle of "if others do not offend me, I will not offend others," felt that Wu Ju had crossed her line this time. She still wanted to seek justice for herself in this matter. Wu Ju lay on the ground, feigning weakness, and said, "Miss Ku, Mr. Zhuqiu, I truly didn't expect such an incident to happen." Ku Meng was not one to let her get away with such pretenses. She walked over to the horse, pulled out the silver needle, and with a swift motion, tossed it onto the ground beside Wu Ju, saying, "Miss Wu, if you can't handle the game, don't play. A horse's life is also precious. If you want to die, there are many ways to do so." Before leaving, Ku Meng didn't forget to demand the prize Wu Ju had promised before the race. Just after one night, Ku Meng became a top choreographer praised for her stunning appearance and powerful skills. She won the heart of the dance industry's superstar, King Thing Thing. News outlets widely reported on Ku Meng, speculating about her relationship with King Thing Thing. Moreover, after revealing her identity as a renowned international designer, her popularity at school soared. After the New Year's holiday, Ku Meng and her friends gathered to chat about recent events. Tan Zhaoqi excitedly shared the latest news about her idol. "Oh my gosh, Miss Meng, King Thing Thing's fan club says he's filming at the high school next door today. After school, let's go check it out." However, since Ku Meng had injured her hand at the horse racing track and Lu Zhuqiu had strictly instructed her not to run around, she wasn't particularly interested in seeing Thing Thing just because he was filming at a nearby school. As Thing Thing's #1 fan, Tan Zhaoqi couldn't miss this opportunity. "Miss Meng, if you go, I'll treat you to cakes at Honey for a whole year. What do you think?" Hearing the offer of free cakes for a year, Ku Meng quickly agreed with an enthusiastic okay. After school, the entrance of the experimental high school was packed with students in uniforms from various schools. Some students were rushing and complaining, "The teacher let us out late today. I wonder if we'll make it in time." Ku Meng, enjoying an ice cream, observed the area around the school gate. Tan Zhaoqi, holding her newly purchased professional camera, prepared to take photos of her idol. But seeing the crowd at the school gate, she felt that even with a high-end camera, it might be useless, and she wasn't sure if she could even squeeze into the crowd. Kim Yang, concerned about Ku Meng's injured hand and the potential danger of the crowded area, suggested, "We should go rest today and come back another time. After all, Thing Thing will be filming here for a whole month." Just as they were about to leave, a mocking voice cut through the crowd, "Oh, look who it is. Isn't that Ku Meng? I heard you're Thing Thing's personal choreographer. How come you're left out today, having to queue up like everyone else?" Two students from the experimental high school approached, sneering at Ku Meng. They believed her roles as a choreographer and designer were just exaggerated by marketing. One of them even pulled out his phone to take pictures, posting them online to imply that Ku Meng was all show and no substance. As they continued their taunting, Ku Meng couldn't take it anymore and threw the half-eaten ice cream at the mocking student, saying, "Sorry, I missed." The two students were enraged, their faces turning red as they shouted at Ku Meng, "You have no shame, flaunting like you're something special." Tan Zhaoqi recognized one of them as Zhe, Chou Zhentang's fiancé, the person who had previously plagiarized Ku Meng's work. It seemed this was a deliberate attempt at revenge. Tan Zhaoqi said, "Miss Meng, that guy is Zhe, Chou Zhentang's fiancé." Ku Meng sneered and said, "If you want to insult someone, just say it outright. The way you talk, one might think you're the one who plagiarized my work." Ku Meng's taunts infuriated Zhe, who, unable to control his rage, immediately wanted to attack her. His companion held him back and said, "Zhe, don't pay her any mind. Look at the hot search on Weibo. Everyone is saying Ku Meng became Thing Thing's personal choreographer because of her bedroom skills. They claim all her titles are due to shady deals. We shouldn't waste our time with her." Zhe, feeling that Ku Meng had tarnished his fiancé's reputation, sought to use public opinion to destroy her. Ku Meng calmly glanced at the hot news they were referring to, then made a phone call. The two troublemakers, still smug and unafraid, mocked, "Oh, are you calling your sponsor to deal with us? How scary. However, the moment Thing Thing himself appeared before them, their bravado vanished. They recoiled as if their shells had been removed, and their earlier confidence turned into cowardice. With Thing Thing present, they had nothing more to say. Thing Thing addressed them directly. I've been friends with Ku Mang for 3 years. She is indeed a talented and highly capable individual. Having her as my personal choreographer is actually a benefit to me. As for the rumors online, it doesn't matter if you choose not to correct them. My legal team will pursue this matter to the end. Thing Thing personally confirmed Ku Mang's credibility, and the students around quickly understood the situation. On Weibo, the rumors were being debunked, and the crowd began to criticize Jasem and his companion for their inappropriate behavior. Some people even started taking photos of them to post online and expose their actions. The mounting criticism put pressure on Jasem and his friend, who realized they might face legal consequences if they did not apologize. Reluctantly, Jasem issued a forced apology and then quickly disappeared into the crowd. With Jasem out of sight, Thing Thing finally had a chance to meet with Ku Mang. Knowing she needed investment for her research, he arranged for her to appear in a minor role in a film to earn some extra money. Although Ku Mang was unfamiliar with acting, Thing Thing reassured her that the role was minor, and she only needed to be herself in the scenes. Come Saturday, the film crew gathered on the school rooftop. Ku Mang was dressed in a short, dark blue schoolgirl dress, her eyes brimming with tears, her expression pleading as she said, "Please, let me go. I won't say anything." Facing her was a man with dark hair and a menacing demeanor who replied, "Unfortunately, you know too much. Only the dead can keep secrets forever." After speaking, he pushed Ku Mang off the rooftop. Her face was filled with despair as she tried to scream for help but fell before she could say a word. With a thud, Ku Mang landed safely on an air cushion. The director immediately gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Perfect performance. I can't believe this is her first time acting. She's truly a genius." Thing Thing's assistant rushed over to help Ku Mang, continuously praising her. Thing Thing was quite curious. "You weren't interested in acting before, were you? Even he was moved to tears by your performance." Ku Mang dusted off her clothes and said, "I'm not very interested now, but since I promised, I'll do my best." She removed her headband and adjusted her hair, completely ignoring the admiring gaze that was fixed on her. Thing Thing couldn't tear his eyes away from her. When Ku Mang was working hard, she truly shone brightly, like the brightest star in the sky, drawing him irresistibly closer. He wanted to seize the opportunity to invite Ku Mang to dinner again, but when he saw Lu Zhuqiu waiting not far away, he withdrew his offer. Ku Mang approached Lu Zhuqiu and recounted the details of the filming. Thing Thing felt a pang of discomfort seeing the two interact. They seemed like a loving couple discussing their daily lives, and Ku Mang's gentle tone was something he had never experienced with her before. Was he truly too late? Due to the filming, Ku Mang was wearing a summer uniform, but the weather was a bit cold today. Lu Zhuqiu had thoughtfully prepared a brown scarf for her and helped her put it on. He held her hand and gently asked, "Recently, you've been working on music videos and films. Are you considering entering the entertainment industry?" Ku Mang candidly replied, "I'm doing this simply because I need money. I'm just here to earn some living expenses." Lu Zhuqiu's heart soared with joy at her words. Since he had no shortage of money, he gently suggested, "Would you consider being my personal doctor? You can set your own salary." Lu Zhuqiu took out his phone and revealed that his bank account login password was 93,030. Ku Mang took his phone, fiddled with the numbers, and said, "How about 100 million a year?" Initially, Ku Mang thought Lu Zhuqiu would refuse such an amount, but to her surprise, he didn't hesitate at all and actually transferred the money to her. When it came to spending money, no one was more generous than him. Ku Mang smiled slightly and remarked, "You really spend money like water." Ku Mang became famous overnight, and her identities as a designer and choreographer were also exposed. Unexpectedly, her success inadvertently touched the interests of some people, leading them to not only tarnish her reputation by leveraging underhanded rules for advancement but also to secretly gather and use dirty tricks to eliminate her. Previously, Thing Thing had personally stepped in to refute Jasem's rumors, so the attempts to malign Ku Mang failed and, instead, fueled Jasem's resentment. Jasem, who initially wanted to seek revenge for his fiancée's loss of status as a designer, was humiliated by Ku Meng in front of everyone. Afterward, Jasim, harboring grudge, went back with the intention of teaching Ku Meng a lesson. On her way back to the dormitory, Ku Meng faced a few men armed with metal rods approaching her. She looked around for surveillance cameras. As they drew closer, she hung up her phone and prepared to handle the situation herself. So, Ku Meng, aren't you supposed to be so impressive? Let's see, if you get beaten and break your arms and legs today, how will you continue as a designer and perform on stage to charm others? Seeing the situation, Ku Meng knew exactly what they were planning. She still had the scarf Lu Zhu had given her last time on her wrist. It couldn't be soiled, so she placed her bag and scarf on a nearby patch of ground, adopting a ready-to-fight stance. As a top member of the Dark Figure organization, dealing with these immature high school students was a piece of cake for her. Want to cripple me? Is that all you guys have? Jasim could no longer tolerate Ku Meng's provocation and lunged forward, swinging a baseball bat at her. However, before the bat could hit her, she kicked it away. Jasim quickly signaled one of his accomplices to pull out a knife and attack together. But in the end, not only was Jasim's bat firmly seized by Ku Meng, but the knife of the accomplice was also easily blocked by her. Ku Meng took the bat from Jasim, punched him a few times, and then took down all three men. The bright moonlight illuminated her cold, fearless face, and her demeanor made the attackers too frightened to move. Just as she was about to stop, the school security suddenly appeared. Seeing Ku Meng holding the bat, they hastily concluded that she was the aggressor, who had attacked her classmates, and took the entire group to the police station. Jasim's parents are the CEOs of a prominent corporation and hold significant influence in the area. Jasim's mother pointed at Ku Meng's face, continuously berating her and declaring that she would sue her until she was imprisoned. Ku Meng, with her arms crossed and an unruffled demeanor, paid no heed to her words. For such minor situations, she generally preferred not to say much. The police officer nearby comforted Mrs. Zhe, saying, "Mrs. Zhe, please don't be angry. I will handle this matter seriously." Despite the evidence not yet being investigated, he was already talking about detaining Ku Meng. After receiving the phone call, Ku Meng's homeroom teacher rushed to the police station immediately. At this moment, Qi Yan also arrived and heard the police officer's intention to arrest Ku Meng. He could not help but protest, "A group of boys targeted a girl, and you still think it's her fault?" Moreover, the surveillance cameras haven't confirmed anything yet. Are you going to arrest her without any evidence? The police officer, being one to follow the prevailing winds, naturally sided with Mrs. Zhe, who held power and influence. The boys, who were severely injured and hospitalized, were enough to prove that Ku Meng had assaulted them first. Mrs. Zhe took advantage of the situation to escalate the matter further, demanding an enormous sum for medical expenses from Ku Meng. After all, the nearby surveillance cameras had been destroyed by her people long ago. This time, she was certain that the girl wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Ku Meng, already anticipating the situation, pulled her homeroom teacher's arm and said, "Qi Yan, can I borrow your laptop for a moment?" Qi Yan was unsure of Ku Meng's intentions, but saw her immediately start typing on the laptop. Ku Meng had hacked into the experimental high school security system and restored the deleted surveillance footage. Holding up the laptop and turning the screen toward everyone, Ku Meng said, "Here's the evidence. Let's see if you can still find a way to convict me." Mrs. Zhe was completely taken aback that Ku Meng had actually managed to find evidence. At that moment, Lu Zhu arrived with a bag in hand. He said, "Officer, I had to go quite a distance to get this. It's the weapon used in the assault, and it definitely has the perpetrator's fingerprints on it." Although the evidence was as clear as day, the police officer stubbornly insisted that Ku Meng's self-defense was excessive. Even if she wasn't the instigator, causing serious injury was still wrong. Ku Meng calmly smiled, picked up one of the weapons, and asked, "Officer, look at this sharp knife. Do you think I have enough grounds to charge them with attempted murder?" A high school student threatening classmates with a knife is being defended by the police, while the victim is being taken into custody and accused of excessive self-defense. They're using their power for personal gain and trying to shift all the blame onto someone else. Fortunately, Lu Zhu had found crucial evidence. Holding the sharp weapon, Ku Meng twirled it in her hand and said, "What do you think? How many years in prison should someone be sentenced for attempted murder with aggravating circumstances?" Mrs. Jia, who initially planned to delete the surveillance footage to force Ku Meng into admitting guilt and compensating for damages, did not anticipate that Ku Meng was a top-notch hacker, a fact that shocked everyone in the industry. After just a short while on the laptop, she had restored the video of the incident. Each word Ku Meng spoke was like a slap in the face to the sycophantic officer and Mrs. Jia. Attempted murder with serious aggravating circumstances can lead to execution, life imprisonment, or a prison term of 10 years or more. With the evidence so clear, your son should get ready for prison. Mrs. Jia was immediately frightened. Just moments ago, she had been arrogantly threatening to eat Ku Meng alive, but now she was as timid as a small dog. Despite her fear, Mrs. Jia continued to protest, "This is just a fight among some kids. It has nothing to do with attempted murder. Don't exaggerate." Lu Zhuqiu, who had never liked the actions of this family, said coldly, "This is a knife. Who can guarantee what your son intended to do with it? This matter should be left to the judge to decide." At this moment, lawyer Kang arrived at the police station. As soon as he walked in, he presented a lawsuit, formally charging Zhe and the 3 other students with attempted murder. Ku Meng had called lawyer Kang as soon as she arrived at the police station. Upon hearing the news, he had immediately flown from Beijing to handle the case. As Ku Meng was about to leave, she glanced at Mrs. Jia, who still looked unconvinced. Ku Meng suddenly stopped and said, "By the way, I heard your son is the top student in the city, right?" Mrs. Jia responded, "So what? He's not someone a lowly student like you could ever compare to." Ku Meng sneered, "Don't worry, he won't be the top student for much longer." She then turned to her homeroom teacher and said, "Qi Yan, remember to register for the National Teacher Evaluation Competition this year. I'll make sure to win first place for you so you can shine." Afterwards, Ku Meng and Lu Zhuqiu left the police station. At this point, Lu Zhuqiu's jealousy finally erupted. Unable to contain his feelings, he asked, "Why did you call Kang Shonvin from Beijing? Why didn't you contact me right from the start?" Lu Zhuqiu was overwhelmed with jealousy upon seeing lawyer Kang. Even though he was right there, the first person Ku Meng thought of when trouble struck was not him. This made him feel that his position in Ku Meng's heart was being threatened. Ku Meng immediately noticed his unstable emotions and explained, "I just instinctively wanted to handle the situation myself. Every time there's a legal issue, I always ask Kang Shonvin to handle it. I'm used to relying on myself." Ku Meng earnestly explained the situation, hoping Lu Zhuqiu wouldn't misunderstand her relationship with others. Seeing her flustered expression, Lu Zhuqiu's anger subsided. He gently stroked Ku Meng's hair and said, "I understand. Let's go home and talk about it." Lu Zhuqiu thoughtfully opened the car door for Ku Meng, who politely thanked him. Lu Zhuqiu smiled softly and said, "There's no need for thanks between us." He believed that everything he did for Ku Meng should be taken for granted by her. The next morning, Ku Meng returned to school as usual. But today, instead of lying down on her desk to sleep as usual, she took out her syllabus to work on her assignments. This unusual behavior worried Lu Yang, the leader of the gang. "Sister Meng, are you feeling all right? I can't believe I'm seeing you doing homework." Ku Meng calmly replied, "It's nothing. I just want to try my best to win first place this time to repay Qi Yan's kindness." Just as she was speaking, Qi Yan arrived at the classroom door and called out, "Ku Meng, Zhesem's parents are here at school looking for you. They want to meet with you. But if you don't want to go, I can handle it for you." Before Qi Yan could finish her sentence, Ku Meng interrupted, "I definitely need to go. When a fat sheep comes right to the door wanting to negotiate, it would be a shame if I didn't take a little from them." The leader hacker of the Dark Figure organization had been surrounded and beaten by a group, not only threatened to be crippled but also had her reputation damaged. Unexpectedly, these small-time thugs who didn't know their own limits were seriously injured and faced attempted murder charges. These 3 didn't want to suffer, so they brought their parents to negotiate with Ku Meng, hoping to settle for 10 million and have her withdraw the lawsuit. Haha, Ku Meng laughed coldly, "You think 10 million can buy off an attempted murder charge? Their future is worth so little. You should use that money to hire a good lawyer." After saying this, she smirked and turned to leave. Zhesem's parents were immediately frightened and asked, "How much do you want for you to let go of my son? After all, our son's future is more important than money." Ku Meng was direct and demanded compensation equivalent to 1/5 of the market value of the company owned by their families. Hand over the money and I'll withdraw the lawsuit. Ku Meng knew she had plenty of time to deal with them. However, demanding 1/5 of the market value of the companies involved was a huge sum, one that Jasem's parents alone couldn't decide. They called the parents of the other 2 boys involved in the beating, but Ku Meng had already sent a court summons to their homes. It was clear she intended to be firm. Since Jasem's parents had only one son, they couldn't let his future be ruined. Seeing Ku Meng's unyielding stance, they reluctantly agreed to her terms. Had you agreed earlier, things wouldn't have escalated, Ku Meng said. I'll have my lawyer meet with you to finalize the details. With the assault case resolved, Ku Meng finally had time to focus on her studies. With just 10 days left until the national senior high school exam, she advised Kim Yang to concentrate on her preparation and not worry about her own situation. Her classmates mentioned that this year's 12th grade national exam was not only on par with university entrance exams, but also included a special provision to admit a group of exceptionally talented students directly into university. This news intrigued Ku Meng. She was determined to perform exceptionally well and bring honor to Chi Yen by winning the Outstanding Teacher Award for her. The national 12th grade exam day quickly arrived. All students approached the exam with seriousness, except for Ku Meng, who was so relaxed that she doodled turtles on her exam paper. With 2 hours to complete the test, Ku Meng finished in just 10 minutes and handed in her paper early due to boredom. The exam's difficulty was extremely high, and students started complaining as soon as they finished. There were mixed feelings among them, and Kim Yang just hoped she wouldn't fail. When the scores were announced, she finally relaxed her tense nerves. Seeing her best friend achieve a high score, Ku Meng was also very happy. However, trouble came knocking again. As soon as Ku M learned her scores, she eagerly ran to flaunt her ranking to Ku Meng. The boy trailing behind Ku M deliberately praised her loudly, saying, "Little M, you're really amazing to get such high marks." The boy glanced at Ku Meng, who was eating her meal, and made a pointed comment, "Our AM always proves herself with her good grades, unlike some people who only know how to dance around." Ku M took the opportunity to sneer at Ku Meng, "Sis, if you find out your score, make sure to let me know. As long as you can pass into a junior college, that's good enough for you. After all, getting into a junior college might be your limit." Ku Meng felt irritated just by looking at her, like a fly buzzing around her ear. Seeing Ku Meng frown made Ku M secretly delighted. She added, "You're not jealous of me because mom and dad left all the inheritance to me, are you?" Ku M intended to keep taunting, but the next moment, Ku Meng pressed her head down onto the table and stuffed a large chicken leg into her mouth. "Let the inheritance money be used to buy snacks. I don't care. Also, who said your result is the top of the exam? Haven't you ever heard the saying, there are always mountains higher than the ones you see?" This time, Ku Meng truly achieved fame. She revealed her status as a top student with perfect scores across all subjects, setting the highest record in the nation's history. Her report card immediately slapped the faces of those who had mocked her for being academically poor. However, her achievements were met with skepticism from both the teachers and students at the school. Envy fueled Ku M's decision to accuse Ku Meng of cheating. Given the large scale of the exam, cheating was a serious concern. Both the police and the education department arrived at the school to conduct investigations. Ku Meng's perfect scores across all subjects were indeed highly suspicious, given her previous record of zeros. After the national senior year 12 exams concluded, the Mingsheng High School forum was flooded with posts about her results. Ku Meng became the hottest topic on the school forums, with some people even comparing Ku M's and Ku Meng's scores. Many students believed that even though Ku Meng was the choreographer for King Thing Thing, her scores had always been zero. No matter how impressive her dance career was, she was still considered inferior to Ku M. At this point, a ranking chart showing Ku Meng's perfect scores had taken the top spot on the trending search list. The former underachiever, Ku Meng, was now the top scorer nationwide. Jasem was the first to doubt the score published by the education department. Even Ku M, upon hearing the news, was so startled that she nearly dropped her cup of water. Don't worry. Ku Meng must have cheated to get perfect scores. I'll call to report her immediately." Meanwhile, Jassim spent a significant amount of money hiring people to post on social media, publicly revealing Kumang's previous zero scores to create public pressure and force an investigation. Kuam pretended to be concerned, but what if she actually achieved those results through her own ability? In reality, she was ecstatic. If cheating was discovered in such a high-stakes exam, the consequences wouldn't just be nullified results but could also include prison time. Meanwhile, Kumang, the person at the center of the scandal, was blissfully napping at her desk. Lu Yang couldn't believe that the top scorer with perfect scores was a classmate, especially someone who had always been at the bottom of the class rankings. Just then, Xian, looking worried, appeared at the classroom door and said, "Kumang, please step outside. I need to talk to you." After Kumang stepped outside, Xian whispered, "The exam inspection team has arrived. They want to check your results. But don't worry, I will always trust and support you." Kumang reassured her, "Don't worry, teacher. I've promised to help you achieve the National Teacher Excellence Award. If I say I'll do something, I will." In the school's classroom, the examination team continuously reviewed the video of Kumang taking the exam. They believed that submitting the paper just 10 minutes after starting the exam was problematic, as this speed far exceeded that of others. Although they couldn't find any concrete evidence of cheating, they insisted that she had committed fraud. At this moment, Kumang was brought to the classroom. The principal introduced her to the two members of the examination team seated at the front. The proctor pointed to the surveillance video on the screen and questioned, "Can you explain why your exam speed was so fast?" "Because the exam was too easy," Kumang replied. The proctor clearly didn't believe this, and pulled out Kumang's past score records. "You always scored 0 before, but this time you achieved perfect scores in all subjects. The discrepancy is too large, you must have cheated." However, Kumang remained unconcerned and replied nonchalantly, "How well I perform on the exam depends on my mood." The proctor deemed this explanation untrustworthy and directly accused Kumang of cheating in the national exam. Kumang disagreed with this baseless accusation and immediately countered, "If you say I cheated, you need to provide evidence." "Where is your evidence?" The proctor was infuriated. "Your previous exam papers are the best evidence." The two argued fiercely, with neither side willing to give in. One side had no evidence, while the other refused to explain. Teacher Chi advised Kumang to retake the exam to prove her innocence, but Kumang bluntly refused, "I've already taken the exam. Besides, they have no evidence. I don't want to waste time retaking it." Kumang's refusal to retake the exam only reinforced the proctor's belief. He crossed his arms and disdainfully said, "I see you're afraid to retake it. How could a student who was previously failing suddenly become a top scholar with perfect scores by cheating?" His contemptuous tone enraged Kumang. Just as she was about to respond, Director Liu from the Education Bureau arrived with the former Minister of Education, Mr. Dam Haisheng. As soon as Mr. Dam entered, he defended Kumang. "Who says Kumang is a failing student who always scored 0? This is the person who led the national education system reform, the former Minister of Education, Mr. Dam. Isn't it?" Initially, the principal thought Mr. Dam had come to investigate Kumang's alleged cheating. However, Mr. Dam, upon entering the meeting room, first inquired about Kumang. "Little Mang, it's been half a year. Don't you recognize me anymore?" Kumang respectfully greeted, "Hello, Mr. Dam." Mr. Dam then approached and said, "This girl finished her university program at 7 years old, participated in the college entrance exam, and achieved the national top score with perfect scores." Mr. Dam had the exam paper stored from 10 years ago brought out. This was Kumang's perfect score paper stored from before. Everyone could check it. The appearance of this paper changed the expressions of both the proctor and the principal. The only national top scorer with perfect scores from that time was a 7-year-old girl, who was now being suspected of cheating. The proctor compared the handwriting on the two exams and the handwriting in Kumang's notebook and found that they were not written by the same person. He immediately raised doubts about Kumang's cheating. However, Kumang remained calm and said, "I can write in 30 different styles. Usually, I write according to my mood, so the style of handwriting also depends on my mood." She took out her 7-year-old exam paper and said, "This handwriting style is specifically for perfect scores." The handwriting on both perfect score exams was identical, but the older one, stored for 10 years, could not have been forged. The process of Ku Meng taking the exam was also recorded by the camera, making it impossible for her to have forged the handwriting or used pre-written notes. In the afternoon, after a thorough investigation by the Education Bureau and confirmation from the Ministry of Education's leadership, it was proven that Ku Meng did not cheat. She had used her own abilities to take the exam. The school and the investigation team immediately posted on Weibo to clear Ku Meng's name and announced shocking news to the public. The two national top scorers with perfect scores were the same person, Ku Meng. Her reputation once again spread throughout the school. Liu Yang looked at his classmate in disbelief and asked, "So you're a top scholar? Why didn't you tell me?" Liu Yang felt a bit frustrated. "Sister Meng, why did you suddenly become so impressive without saying a word? If you're so good, why did you want to be seen as a failing student?" Ku Meng calmly pulled out a chair and replied, "Because there is only one correct answer, while the wrong answers can be varied." This bold statement only increased Liu Yang's admiration for her. Jiao Qi, seeing her idol exonerated from cheating, jumped with joy and brought snacks to celebrate. Tomorrow is the day when universities will come to recruit students. Before that, Ku Meng asked Kim Yang, "Have you chosen a school yet?" Kim Yang unexpectedly revealed that she had asked her homeroom teacher to withdraw her application for the interview because the advisor she wanted was Kang Shonvin from Kangdi University Law School. Kang Shonvin is known for his strict grading and only selects provincial top scorers. Liu Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "The world of top scholars, I don't understand." Kang Shonvin's course is a master's program, and he is also a renowned lawyer in the legal field. Each time he selects students, he only chooses the top scorers from the province. Therefore, to apply for his course, Kim Yang needs to have exceptional achievements. Although Kim Yang scored very high this time, she is still a bit short of being the provincial top scorer. Ku Meng reassured her, "Don't worry, you still have time to prepare for the college entrance exam. During this time, I will do my best to help you improve your scores." The next day, prestigious universities came to Mingsheng High School for recruitment. However, Ku Meng, who was the national top scorer this time, turned off her phone and hid in a secluded corner of the school, standing quietly. Tan Jiaoqi said that Ku Meng could consider many options. After all, with her position as the national top scorer, she shouldn't worry about not having a place to study. At this moment, a middle-aged man approached them and handed out his business card. He was a professor from the School of Medicine at Capital University, here simply to get acquainted with Ku Meng, with no other intentions. Seeing him being friendly and approachable, Ku Meng did not refuse. Since she was already very interested in medicine and acupuncture, she mentioned that she could discuss Chinese medicine with him in the future. However, a group of people in white lab coats were also approaching Ku Meng. Some recognized them as members of a famous medical organization. Their imposing demeanor suggested they were also interested in recruiting Ku Meng. This medical organization only accepted individuals with at least a master's degree, so their attitude was quite arrogant. One of them, with an unpleasant expression, spoke up. "Are you Ku Meng, the legendary national top scorer?" Ku Meng had achieved perfect scores in all subjects and set a new record in the national exam this time, becoming famous overnight and changing her classmates' perception of her failing student status. Universities competed to offer her scholarships. However, the medical organization remained arrogant, assuming that someone like her would definitely seek to join them. "You are the national top scorer of this integrated exam? Not bad, not bad. You are qualified to be accepted by our medical organization. Make sure to perform well," the man said dismissively before turning to leave. Everyone thought Ku Meng would definitely choose the top medical school from the medical organization, but only she didn't think so. What's with the arrogance? As if she must agree with them, Tan Jiaoqi was very annoyed by the medical organization's attitude. Clearly, the attitude of the professor from Capital University School of Medicine was much better. Soon, it was time for the university interviews. As a student officially recognized twice as the national top scorer, Ku Meng became a coveted target for universities. However, Ku Meng had already made her decision. She had exceptional acupuncture skills and wanted to delve deeper into medicine in the future. Among the universities present for recruitment, there were only two medical schools. One was the Foreign Medical Organization, and the other was the traditional Chinese medicine program at Capital University School of Medicine. Professor Young, who had greeted Ku Meng at the school gate earlier, was the representative from Capital University's School of Medicine for this recruitment. He had heard about Ku Meng's remarkable acupuncture skills, such as how she had used acupuncture to save the elderly Mrs. Liu, who had been bedridden for years, and had also cured Miss Tan's depression. However, the foreign medical organization did have a better reputation than Professor Yang's university. Despite this, Professor Yang still wanted to make an effort to recruit this talent. Ku Meng, our university has the renowned expert in medicine, Dr. Uk Trong-ching, teaching our courses. If you join us, you will have access to the best traditional Chinese medicine education system. Professor Yang's words caught the attention of the leader of the previously arrogant medical organization. The leader immediately scoffed, Dr. Uk Trong-ching only teaches once per semester. If he is the only one teaching, then your university's talent pool must be quite scarce. Moreover, Western medicine is currently trending. Your traditional Chinese medicine is so outdated, please don't embarrass yourself further by boasting. Ku Meng disagreed with the man's comments. Traditional Chinese medicine is a treasure passed down by ancestors, profound and with a history much older than Western medicine. Moreover, Dr. Uk Trong-ching was originally her disciple, so studying alongside him was also quite favorable. Without hesitation, Ku Meng declined the offer from the foreign medical organization and agreed to enroll at Capital University's School of Medicine. The recruiter from the medical organization was furious, nearly overturning the table. He was stunned that Ku Meng had dared to reject their organization in front of everyone. Ku Meng cast him a cold glance, then turned to Professor Yang and asked, "Can I sign the contract today, sir? Did you bring the contract with you?" Ku Meng's sudden agreement delighted Professor Yang, who excitedly took out the prepared enrollment contract. After Ku Meng confirmed her major and chose her scholarship, Professor Yang couldn't help but ask why she had chosen Capital University's School of Medicine over the medical organization. Ku Meng's answer was very simple. "Because I don't like the way they look." After Ku Meng left the teaching building, Tan Jiaoqi immediately rushed over to ask about her scholarship results. She was surprised to learn that Ku Meng had declined the offer from the medical organization. The recruiter from the medical organization was very displeased. He went outside and boasted to Ku Meng, pointing to Ku Em, who was standing not far away. "If you don't choose us, you will surely regret it in the future. Just wait and see. The second best student from your school will surpass you. I will train her to be even better than you. Only our advanced medical organization can produce medical geniuses." He made this bold statement to prove a point to Ku Meng. Unexpectedly, all he received in response was Ku Meng's calm reply. "Fine, I'll keep my eyes open and wait." This weekend is Ku Meng's 18th birthday. Lu Zhuqiu called her a week in advance to make plans and asked how she wanted to celebrate. However, Ku Meng thought birthdays weren't important and planned to keep it low-key. But since this was Lu Zhuqiu's first time organizing a birthday for someone he loved, he wanted to make it special. He suggested, "It's supposed to snow heavily on Saturday, we could go skiing outdoors." Ku Meng, not being interested in crowded activities, casually replied, "We could just stay home, play games, or watch movies." Lu Zhuqiu remembered her words, but decided to surprise her by bringing her to his villa instead. On Saturday morning, Ku Meng packed her things and left the dormitory. Her birthdays were usually organized by Kim Yang. When Kim Yang learned that Ku Meng was heading to Lu Zhuqiu's place, she felt a bit lonely. She took out a red string bracelet she had woven by hand and replaced the old one on Ku Meng's wrist. Every year, Kim Yang would make a red string bracelet for Ku Meng, wishing her safety and well-being. "This year, you have young Master Lu with you, so you probably won't need me anymore, right?" Realizing that Kim Yang was a bit jealous, Ku Meng teased her, "What nonsense are you talking about? You'll always be my best friend. Young Master Lu could never replace you. Look at your jealous face, haha." When Ku Meng arrived at Lu Zhuqiu's apartment in Jikuan, she took off her coat and sat on the floor, sipping a warm drink. Lu Zhuqiu brought over a box and said, "I've heard these movies are really good, they haven't been released yet. You can choose one." He placed the box of films in front of Ku Meng, letting her pick her favorite. Ku Meng was surprised that Lu Zhuqiu remembered what she had said, though she had only mentioned it casually. "Take a look, there are at least 100 movies in here, and none of them have been released yet. Seeing that she wasn't particularly interested, Lu Zhuqiu set the box aside and switched to his sweet strategy. Knowing that Ku Meng loved strawberry cake, he thoughtfully cut it into small pieces and offered it to her. Ku Meng felt that his actions didn't seem like it was his first time organizing a birthday for a girl. Was he this skilled from practice? Playfully, she picked up a strawberry and brought it to Lu Zhuqiu's lips, saying, "Here's your reward." When her hand accidentally brushed against Lu Zhuqiu's lips, time seemed to slow down, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. They silently gazed at each other, with Lu Zhuqiu's eyes filled with desire, as if he was about to embrace her in the next moment. However, just as he was about to take a step closer, an untimely phone call interrupted. Ku Meng looked at the screen. It was Lu Shangkim calling. She quickly pulled her hand back and answered the call. "Ku Meng, hurry over here. We've booked a place to celebrate your birthday. An 18th birthday can't be taken lightly. Tonight at 8 p.m. at Fianxia House, make sure you're there." While talking on the phone, Ku Meng glanced at the now awkward Lu Zhuqiu beside her. She gently replied, "Yes, I understand. I'll be there on time tonight." For Ku Meng's 18th birthday, Lu Zhuqiu had originally planned to spend a quiet evening at home with her, but he realized that staying in and watching movies would be too dull. Taking advantage of Lu Shangkim's birthday celebration for Ku Meng at Fianxia House, Lu Zhuqiu gathered her friends and teachers to organize a grand birthday party for her. Even the former Minister of Education, Dam Haisheng, who was notoriously difficult to invite, was in attendance. When Ku Meng arrived at the venue, she saw her friends joyfully decorating the place for the celebration, and a wave of happiness washed over her. Lu Zhuqiu approached her with a smile and said, "I personally picked out a gift for you. Can you guess what it is?" At that moment, a familiar figure suddenly rushed out from behind, shouting, "Sis, I'm back." It turned out that for this special birthday, Lu Zhuqiu had even arranged for Ku Si to return from the Red Scorpion team. Although Lu Zhuqiu had planned to surprise Ku Meng, the boy couldn't contain his excitement and revealed himself early. Knowing that Ku Meng hadn't seen her brother in a long time, Lu Zhuqiu believed that having a loved one by her side on her birthday would make the day even more special, something she secretly longed for. Her friends began teasing, "Lu Zhuqiu in love? You're impressive. You're definitely going to be tightly controlled by Ku Meng for the rest of your life." Lu Zhuqiu didn't deny it and smiled as he replied, "Being controlled by the girl I like for the rest of my life sounds like happiness to me." At the party, Ku Meng set aside her identity as the leader of the Dark Figure organization and fully embraced her birthday celebration. After all, she was just an ordinary 18-year-old girl. This was the moment when she felt the most at ease, surrounded by her former teachers, friends, beloved younger brother, and the man who always put her first. This birthday felt incredibly meaningful to her. After the party ended, the three of them finally headed home. Ku Si was still caught up in the joy of the celebration, chattering away to Ku Meng about his thoughts, but he received no response from his sister. Turning to look in the back seat, he realized that she had fallen asleep, leaning against Lu Zhuqiu's shoulder in exhaustion. Ku Si couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the unexpected display of affection. On the way home, Lu Zhuqiu gently asked Ku Meng, who had just woken up, "Do you want some cake later?" Ku Meng replied, "Yes, it's a birthday, there has to be cake." Lu Zhuqiu suggested, "How about we watch a movie after that?" As soon as they arrived home, a delivery person was already waiting at the door. Interrupting their conversation, the courier said, "This is for you, Ku Meng. Please sign for it." Every year around this time, Ku Meng received a delicate gift, but she never opened it. She would just sign and hand the package back to the courier. This time, however, the delivery person also handed her a letter, saying, "Mr. Hack asked that you read the contents of the letter first." Reluctantly, Ku Meng accepted the letter, glanced at it, and casually discarded it. The tone of the letter seemed pleading, asking her not to throw away the gift he had chosen again. But Ku Meng was completely uninterested. However, the letter and gift made Lu Zhuqiu extremely wary. Was there really someone named Mr. Hack in Ku Meng's life? Ku Meng had recently appeared on TV, earning the title of the most talented choreographer, attracting countless admirers. Lu Zhuqiu was seen as the most likely candidate to become her boyfriend, but he not only had to express his feelings quickly and deal with King Thing Thing, who was always hovering around Ku Meng, but also had to keep an eye on lawyer Kang, who had been by her side since childhood. Lu Zhuqiu thought everything was in place and that he could help her settle down, but now, a new rival had appeared out of nowhere. From the courier's tone, Lu Zhuqiu deduced that this Mr. Hack was likely someone of considerable status. He glanced at the birthday gift that this person had sent Ku Meng and silently concluded that this individual was the biggest obstacle on his path to winning her heart. Fortunately, Ku Meng did not disappoint him. She decisively discarded the letter and firmly rejected the gift the courier had brought. "I've read the letter. As for the gift, you can take it back and report that." After saying this, she didn't look back and firmly closed the door. Once inside, Ku Si asked his sister, "Sis, is that hack guy bothering you again?" Ku Meng nodded. "Yeah, every time he sends something, I just throw it away." She didn't pay much attention to him. Lu Zhuqiu quickly changed the subject, thoughtfully taking a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placing them in front of Ku Meng. "There's still some chocolate in the fridge. Do you want something sweet or some cake?" But before Ku Meng could answer, Lu Zhuqiu added another question, which is better, delicious chocolate or beautiful flowers? Lu Zhuqiu's question clearly showed his concern about the bouquet someone had sent to Ku Meng. She knew he was jealous, but feeling playful, she gave a teasingly ambiguous answer, "Of course, I'd choose the chocolate. After all, I can't eat flowers, can I?" Ku Si, Ku Meng's younger brother, had long seen through his sister's thoughts. He knew that from childhood to now, she never accepted gifts from any other man, but when it came to Lu Zhuqiu's gifts, she always accepted them all. Outside the Jikuan apartment complex, a black Rolls-Royce was parked. A man in a black and red suit sat in the back seat, his face dark and brooding. This man was Hakchar, one of the men who secretly loved Ku Meng. Hakchar couldn't understand why Ku Meng rejected the flowers and the letter he had sent, even returning the Chinese medical book, a rare book he had painstakingly found for her. The delivery person earlier was one of Hakchar's subordinates. After returning, he reported all of Ku Meng's actions. Hakchar frowned and asked, "Has she been very close to that Lu Zhuqiu recently?" In truth, Hakchar had long harbored animosity towards Lu Zhuqiu. Last month, his goods were stolen by the Red Scorpion team, and he suffered losses amounting to billions. One of Hakchar's subordinates suggested, "Boss, I know the time and location of the Red Scorpion's next transaction. If you trust me, I'll go and retrieve our goods. I guarantee your satisfaction." Hakchar responded indifferently, "Don't disappoint me again." Business matters had never troubled Hakchar like this before. All his worries stemmed from the girl named Ku Meng. To him, Ku Meng was someone special. When would this girl finally belong to him? Meanwhile, the woman who was troubling Hakchar had long forgotten about him, as Ku Meng was currently busy with other matters. Lim Seng had called her, informing her that the president of Country K had placed a large order with Dark Figure. The president's wife was suffering from a strange illness that had persisted for 3 years without a cure. He had offered a large sum of money to invite a renowned doctor to diagnose her condition. Ku Meng initially wanted to focus on her studies to pass the university entrance exam, but thinking about how her old apprentice UK Trong Ching kept pestering her day and night for research funding, she reluctantly agreed. The next day, Ku Meng returned to school and immediately submitted a leave request to her homeroom teacher. Due to the complexity of the illness, Lim Seng had asked her to request a month's leave so that they could fly to Country K together. In the past, Ku Meng would never have written a leave request. She had her ways of skipping classes without permission. But the current situation was different. This was Mingsheng High School, where Kim Yang was studying, and she didn't want to cause trouble that might get her expelled. The homeroom teacher, concerned that a month was too long, said worriedly, "Ku Meng, this must be approved by a parent." Reluctantly, Ku Meng took out her phone and called her current guardian, Lu Zhuqiu. At present, Lu Zhuqiu was acting as her parent for school meetings. "Lu Zhuqiu, the homeroom teacher wants to talk to you." Lu Zhuqiu, feeling uneasy about the long trip and concerned about her departure that night, still responded gently, "I'll take you to the airport tonight." Ku Meng didn't refuse. After hanging up, Lu Zhuqiu quickly arranged for someone to investigate Lim Seng and organized a team to go to Country K to clear any obstacles for Ku Meng. He would not allow anything to go wrong for her while she was abroad. Xie Do, a loyal subordinate, advised. "It's just a business trip, you can send 1 or 2 bodyguards, there's no need to arrange for Lu Tam to go. Let Lu Tri go instead. Lu Tam has a lot of work lately. Lu Zhuqiu ignored Xie Yido's suggestion and calmly asked. Have you finished investigating Lim Sang? Lim Sang's information had been found, but it was too perfect, like a fabricated file prepared in advance. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhuqiu decided not to investigate further because he trusted Ku Meng. She was always meticulous in her work, and if she trusted someone, he could trust them too. That evening, Lu Zhuqiu took Lim Sang and Ku Meng to the airport. He mentioned that he had arranged for people in Country K to assist her. Ku Meng seemed distracted, feeling as though something was about to happen. Lu Zhuqiu suddenly spoke, pulling her thoughts back, as he leaned close to her ear and softly said. I'm guessing you've had some gun training. I've placed a pistol in your bag. Whatever happens, don't try to be too strong. Protect yourself, your safety is the most important. For the first time, Ku Meng felt genuine concern from someone who wasn't family, and it touched her. She gently told Lu Zhuqiu. You don't need to worry about me. I'll stay in touch with you. The affectionate exchange between the two did not escape Lim Sang's notice, who thought to herself. Oh my, so much PDA. Time flew by, and it was time for Lim Sang and Ku Meng to board the plane. Lu Zhuqiu had arranged for a significant portion of his main forces to protect Ku Meng. However, he didn't expect that he would also face danger. Since the rejection of the birthday gift he had sent to Ku Meng, Hak Char, out of spite, blamed everything on Lu Zhuqiu. Driven by love turned to hatred, Hak Char secretly ordered his men to steal the Lu family's goods. Tan Fong called Lu Zhuqiu to inform him about the theft, and he immediately rushed to the scene. This situation couldn't escape the notice of Dark Figure, a top global hacking organization. As the head of Dark Figure, Ku Meng quickly became aware that a confrontation between Lu Zhuqiu and Hak Char was imminent. She pulled out her laptop, hacked into the satellite network, and began monitoring the situation. As the two of them watched the real-time footage, even Lim Sang was shocked. Hak Char had even positioned snipers to take out Lu Zhuqiu and his team. At this point, Ku Meng could no longer stay calm. Ignoring the flight attendant's warning that the plane was about to take off, she opened the door and jumped down into the cargo hold, quickly making her way to the battlefield. She silently climbed to the rooftop, prepared to deal with the sniper who had taken so many lives. Ku Meng swiftly crushed the sniper's wrist, rendering him immobile, then threw him to the ground. She coldly stated. Tell your boss, Hak Char, not to mess with my territory. She then fired a clean shot, bringing the battle to an end. Just an hour earlier, Ku Meng had been on a plane heading to K Country, but the Dark Figure organization had informed her that Hak Char had sent a large group of assassins to hijack Lu Zhuqiu's goods. Moreover, they had been brutally ruthless in their actions. Lu Zhuqiu had dispatched all his closest bodyguards to protect Ku Meng. Although she had not officially accepted Lu Zhuqiu as her lover, she had already placed him in her heart. Therefore, she didn't care that the plane was about to take off and jumped down to rush to the scene to save him. Lim Sang helped her pinpoint the sniper's location on the rooftop, where he was hiding in an abandoned factory. Ku Meng bit through the hair tie with her teeth, tied her hair up, and then retrieved a pistol from under the seat of her motorcycle. Lu Zhuqiu, hang in there a little longer, I'm on my way. On the rooftop of the abandoned factory, the sniper had already aimed his rifle at Lu Zhuqiu. At that moment, he was reporting to his superior. Damn it, I'm going to take out his arm. However, this remark reached Ku Meng's ears. She heard it clearly, this guy intended to cripple Lu Zhuqiu's arm. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, she covered his mouth and nose, then crushed his wrist. With a single swift move, she had him pinned to the ground. Ku Meng pressed her foot down on him. The sniper, not even having time to react, had his fingers broken one by one. He panicked and tried to grab his gun to fight back, but his hand was already shattered. Ku Meng pointed her gun at the sniper, her voice cold. Tell your superiors not to mess with someone they can't handle. Then, with a loud bang, she shot him in the shoulder. Ku Meng knew she might see Lu Zhuqiu soon, but now was not the time to reveal her identity. She decided not to inform Lu Zhuqiu that she had returned, then took out her phone and sent a message to Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, just remember that it was you who informed me about Lu Zhuqiu being in trouble today. Lu Shang-kim was very familiar with this kind of blame shifting. After preparing everything, Ku Mang went down from the rooftop. One of Hak Char's subordinates saw her and immediately guessed that the sniper on the rooftop was done for. Lu Zhuqiu, who was hiding behind a shelf, also saw Ku Mang coming down from the rooftop. He quickly pulled her close to him and anxiously asked, "Why are you here? It's too dangerous. You need to go back immediately. Uncle Lu told me. I was worried, so I came." Ku Mang's concerned words made Lu Zhuqiu's heart race. It was the first time she showed signs of liking him. However, the current situation didn't allow them time to enjoy a romantic moment. Many of Lu Zhuqiu's men had been injured by the enemy's gunfire. The place was too dangerous, and Lu Zhuqiu was worried. "I'll have someone take you back." But Ku Mang flatly refused. "I want to stay here and wait for you." Lu Zhuqiu tried to persuade her several times, but she remained firm. "I said I'm not going back. I want to stay and face the enemy with you." She had single-handedly raced to the scene of the chaotic battle and dealt with an experienced top sniper bare-handed. This beauty rescuing the hero moment moved Lu Zhuqiu deeply, but he still didn't want her to be in danger. The two argued back and forth about whether Ku Mang should stay or go. One was determined to stay, the other was worried. Just as they were in the middle of their dispute, an enemy nearby raised a wooden club to strike at them. Both Ku Mang and Lu Zhuqiu were skilled fighters. After reacting, Lu Zhuqiu delivered a sharp elbow strike to the enemy's temple, while Ku Mang precisely crushed his pressure point. In just a few moves, they incapacitated him. This action also served as a deterrent, causing the remaining enemies to quickly flee the scene. At that moment, Lu Zhuqiu was still very frightened, but Ku Mang didn't notice his anxiety. She showed no sign of worry and looked as if she had just returned from a casual stroll. She jingled her car keys and said, "The danger is gone now, I want to go home and sleep." As she turned to leave, Lu Zhuqiu took the keys from her. He tossed them to one of his subordinates and said, "It's too dangerous for a girl to ride a motorcycle home alone. I'll take you home." 10 minutes later, Lu Zhuqiu was holding Ku Mang's hand as they returned to the villa. Ku Mang was so tired that she could barely keep her eyes open. She wanted to go to her room to sleep but was stopped by Lu Zhuqiu, who said seriously, "I want to talk to you." Earlier tonight at the airport, Lu Zhuqiu had told Ku Mang that after she arrived in Country K, he would have someone deliver a gun to her. This was because firearms were allowed abroad, and the environment there was dangerous. But now they were in their home country, so where did Ku Mang get a gun earlier? This made Lu Zhuqiu once again suspicious of her identity. Facing his question, Ku Mang responded bluntly, "I don't want to talk about it." The situation reached a temporary stalemate, and Lu Zhuqiu had to give up pressing her further. However, today's events had been truly dangerous, and he couldn't help but warn Ku Mang once more. "If something like this happens again, you must not go to the scene alone." But Ku Mang flatly rejected his request. As the leader of the Dark Figure organization, she considered this incident to be a minor matter. "If something like this happens again, I'll still rush over." Lu Zhuqiu was silent for a moment, then looked at Ku Mang's calm face and couldn't help but voice his fear. "I'm really scared you'll get hurt. Please don't take such risks in the future, okay?" Today, those people were professional assassins, not just street thugs. In truth, Ku Mang had only shown up today to let Hak Char know her stance, that he shouldn't mess with her people. But Lu Zhuqiu didn't fully understand the situation, and the more she tried to explain, the more complicated it seemed. After all, she couldn't tell him the real reason or that she knew who had tried to assassinate him this time. So, Ku Mang used her drowsiness as an excuse to slip away. But Lu Zhuqiu wasn't willing to let the matter go. He demanded that she make a promise. Ku Mang was feeling a bit annoyed, thinking that if she didn't use her ultimate move, he wouldn't drop the subject. Suddenly, Ku Mang leaned in, boldly stealing Lu Zhuqiu's first kiss. Then, she nonchalantly turned away, not taking any responsibility for what she had just done. "Can we sleep now? I'm really tired." Lu Zhuqiu suddenly grabbed her hand, pulling her back and pushing her onto the sofa. "You started this, and now you want to go to bed? No way." For the first time, the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhuqiu, was firm with a woman. He held Ku Mang's hand, flipping her over onto the sofa. The night was dark, the wind was strong, and inside the room, the atmosphere was growing increasingly intimate. Tease me and then try to run away? Without waiting for her to respond, Lu Zhuqiu lifted her chin and kissed her. Ku Meng, seeing his reaction, realized she might have gone too far with her joke earlier. Who would have thought that this usually cold and distant Lu Zhuqiu could hide such intense desires? The two were entwined for what felt like ages. After Ku Meng finished her shower and stepped out of the bathroom, she saw that Lu Zhuqiu had already prepared her favorite chocolates. This man was truly outrageously wealthy. Such expensive chocolate, and Lu Zhuqiu bought it for her without a second thought. Ku Meng stood there, stunned. Lu Zhuqiu broke the silence. Come here, I'll dry your hair for you. Ku Meng obediently sat by the bed, letting Lu Zhuqiu dry her hair. As he held the towel, he asked. Do you still want to go to K country? Lu Zhuqiu, thinking that he would have to see her off for a whole month, immediately seized the opportunity to spend time with her. The two grew even closer for a while longer before Lu Zhuqiu finally went to take a shower. The emotional development tonight was beyond Lu Zhuqiu's expectations. He hadn't realized that Ku Meng truly had feelings for him. Even after spending 2 hours under cold water in the bathroom, the fiery emotions in his heart hadn't cooled down. When he came out, Ku Meng had already fallen asleep. To avoid enduring a restless night, he decided to sleep in the living room. Just as he left the room, Ku Meng suddenly opened her eyes. Tonight's events required a satisfactory explanation. Ku Meng got up, opened her laptop, and made a video call to someone. The person on the other end was none other than Hakchar, the one who had ordered the attack on Lu Zhuqiu. Ku Meng was stern. Hakchar had always known that if she sought him out so late, it was to issue a warning, don't mess with my people anymore. If it weren't for the fact that I didn't want to reveal my identity, I would have taken out each of your subordinates today. Hakchar understood Ku Meng's personality, but this only made him feel more frustrated. Because Ku Meng spared his subordinates not for his sake, but because Lu Zhuqiu was present. She didn't want to reveal her darker side in front of Lu Zhuqiu. You suddenly appeared today. Do you think Lu Zhuqiu won't suspect your identity? Hakchar asked, hoping to unsettle her. But Ku Meng was confident that Lu Zhuqiu wouldn't investigate her because he trusted her. It was precisely because of this trust that Lu Zhuqiu wouldn't have any doubts about her. In the end, Lu Zhuqiu had confirmed Ku Meng's feelings for him. Even though he had to take cold showers all night to calm his emotions, he still felt that their love had taken a significant step forward. He even thought they would have a sweet date the next day. But his girl was a workaholic. The night before, she had booked a flight to K country, and today she would depart. After handling Lu Zhuqiu's injury, Ku Meng accepted an invitation from the president of K country to go there for treatment. As it was almost time to head to the airport, she crouched down to tie her shoelaces, preparing to leave. Lu Zhuqiu glanced at her and noticed the marks on her neck. Recalling last night's events, he realized he had lost control. He instinctively wrapped a scarf around Ku Meng's neck, wanting to cover up those obvious marks. But Ku Meng found it quite puzzling. Right now, it's summer in K country. Are you trying to roast me alive by making me wear a scarf? She looked at him with the expression of a little wife waiting for her husband to come home. Initially, she thought he just didn't want to see her go. Lu Zhuqiu sighed. All right then, if you don't want to wear it, let me help you. He smiled and said. With these marks on you, I'll feel more at ease. Ku Meng really didn't understand what Lu Zhuqiu was saying, but why was he staring at her neck like that? She walked over to the mirror to check, and when she saw the suggestive marks on her neck, the memories of the two of them entangled last night flooded back. Lu Zhuqiu, on the other hand, felt quite proud. In fact, it's nothing, consider it a love mark from me. Before he could finish speaking, Ku Meng shot him a sharp look. She took a step forward, wrapped her arms around his neck, and bit down hard on the same spot on his neck, leaving a deep bite mark on Lu Zhuqiu's neck. Lu Zhuqiu felt a sharp pain in his neck, while Ku Meng, satisfied with her mark, smugly said. Only by doing this can I feel at ease. Lu Zhuqiu really didn't know how to deal with Ku Meng. He hugged her tightly. I really want to be devoured by you right now. How about you bite me all over so you can feel even more at ease? Ku Meng pushed the shameless man away. Let's save that for next time. I'm about to miss my flight. Lu Zhuqiu felt like a man being toyed with by a queen, and silently vowed that next time, he would make sure to assert his manhood. After a long day on the plane, Ku Meng and Lim Sang finally arrived in K country. As soon as they landed, they received a call from Lu Zhuqiu. He informed them that he had sent someone to pick them up at the airport and told them to wait at the exit. However, Ku Meng had some personal business to attend to, so she lied that Lim Sang wanted to go shopping and that they had called a taxi. She told Lu Zhuqiu to have his people wait for them at the shopping center. Though Lu Zhuqiu wasn't happy that his people couldn't pick up Ku Meng, he reluctantly agreed. All right then, let me know when you're done shopping, and I'll have someone come get you. After Ku Meng hung up, Lim Sang teased her. I didn't expect the great miracle healer to be sneaking around behind her boyfriend's back to handle important business. Now you can even lie without batting an eye or missing a beat. I really admire you. Ku Meng responded. There's nothing to it. Anyway, you'll have plenty of time to shop later. Telling him now doesn't really count as lying. The two of them took a taxi from the airport and headed to the designated location. Outside the presidential palace of Country K, numerous surveillance cameras monitored the situation within a 100-mile radius. The enormous European-style building left Lim Sang, who had experienced many extraordinary events, in awe. Ku Meng was guided by the butler and went through several layers of security checks before finally reaching the patient. The patient this time was the First Lady of Country K, Mrs. Hill. Upon hearing that the renowned healer had arrived, both her daughter and husband, the president of Country K, came to welcome them. Due to the urgency, Lim Sang suggested starting the treatment immediately. The president instructed his staff to prepare the treatment area but kept his eyes fixed on Ku Meng, feeling somewhat skeptical. He thought that this young woman did not match the image of the healer he had imagined. To ensure his wife's safety, he requested that their doctors observe the treatment. Noticing the lack of trust, Ku Meng was not worried about her traditional Chinese medicine skills being learned by others and agreed comfortably. Traditional Chinese medicine, with its profound and long history, would take several lifetimes for even the most prominent Western doctors to master completely. Ku Meng told the president. You may arrange things however you like. Ku Meng proceeded to take Mrs. Hill's pulse. As soon as she completed the pulse taking, she understood all of Mrs. Hill's symptoms. The president's daughter, who stood beside her, watched anxiously and repeatedly asked about her mother's condition. Ku Meng asked Mrs. Hill. May I ask if you have ever had gallbladder surgery? Mrs. Hill replied. I had surgery once 6 years ago. Ku Meng made her diagnosis. After the surgery, you must have had issues with your chest, not only chest pain, palpitations, and discomfort but also the potential for attacks at any irregular intervals. Mrs. Hill looked at Ku Meng in amazement. This young woman was able to accurately describe all of her symptoms. She had thought she was suffering from some kind of chronic illness, but Ku Meng diagnosed her with constrained qi, which is akin to acute coronary syndrome in Western medicine. The chief doctor at the presidential palace was the first to disagree with this diagnosis. They had previously used machines to test the patient's heart function and firmly believed that this could not be the cause. A Western doctor spoke up. Constrained qi is merely a type of emotional disorder. If this is truly an emotional issue, wouldn't it be more appropriate to consult a psychologist? Ku Meng couldn't understand why these people were so arrogant. They didn't understand the symptoms themselves, but continued to nag. The man in the red coat, one of the top Western doctors in Country K, was accustomed to being praised by others and was nearly jumping with anger at Ku Meng's rebuttal. Not wanting to pay attention to their verbal attacks, Ku Meng continued to ask Mrs. Hill. Does the First Lady often catch colds after the gallbladder surgery? After the patient confirmed, Ku Meng was even more certain that incorrect treatment of colds had led to the constrained qi syndrome. Hearing this, a Western doctor laughed derisively. Ha ha. How ridiculous. Just now, you said it was constrained qi, and now you're saying it's due to incorrect cold treatment. You speak so confusingly and still dare to call yourself a divine healer? Ku Meng, provoked repeatedly by the man in the red coat, felt very dissatisfied with their lack of trust in her. If they wanted to handle it themselves, let them. After all, they were familiar with the patient's symptoms. Ku Meng calmly said, then, if the patient has an attack later, I won't need to intervene, right? You can treat her yourselves. Ku Meng said this and silently counted to 3 in her mind, as she had precisely calculated when the patient would have an attack. Not long after, Mrs. Hill suddenly had an attack, clutching her stomach in pain. She felt as if a stream of energy was running wild in her body, and Mrs. Hill only had time to cry out in pain before she fainted. Everyone rushed to help her and quickly took her into the treatment room. Her personal doctor also hurriedly moved forward, using various machines to check her condition. Meanwhile, Ku Meng received a message from Lu Zhuqiu. She didn't rush to deal with it immediately but took the time to chat with her little husband who was waiting at home. Lim Seng, standing outside the treatment room, saw the chaos inside and suggested to Ku Meng, didn't they say you were just talking nonsense? Let them handle it. I'm not worried at all, it's not me who's anxious. Ku Meng coldly thought to herself about the top Western medicine doctor, renowned internationally, whose skills were not even as good as an 18-year-old high school student. It took a regular cold 6 years to cure, yet he loudly claimed that this disease could only be cured by surgery. She sneered internally, with such medical skills, how dare he act as the personal physician to the First Lady. Despite silently cursing the doctors 1,000 times, Ku Meng maintained a calm expression, showing no sign of anger. After all, the patient wasn't her, and it's up to them who they choose to believe. A large group of medical experts gathered in the operating room to perform a series of tests with machinery, but all the indicators were normal. The medical experts, looking at the reports, could only awkwardly report to the president's daughter, saying that the First Lady might be experiencing illusions and just had internal pain. This caused the president's daughter to be extremely dissatisfied and furious with the medical team. My mother is in so much pain that she fainted, and despite your numerous surgeries, you still can't find the cause. I must say, you're truly useless. The private doctors were completely panicked. Although they did not believe they had made a mistake, they still couldn't find a solution. Could it be that the cold, improperly treated as Ku Meng suggested, had caused the worsening condition? The president's daughter did not want to waste any more time. She said, if you can't cure her in 6 years, I'd rather trust a high school student. She then went out to find Ku Meng to ask her to treat her mother. While the operating room was busy with emergency treatment, in the lobby, the sound of shooting games from Noah's phone was heard as she hurried over to Ku Meng, asking her to treat her mother. Give me 10 minutes to finish this game, and then I'll come. Ku Meng's domineering response left Noah, the president's daughter, stunned and unwilling to press further. Finally, after finishing the game, Ku Meng put on her backpack and went to the operating room. She began the treatment, requesting no interruptions. Since she was being asked for help, Noah readily agreed. Ku Meng used a special acupuncture technique combined with traditional Chinese medicine to adjust the body. She swiftly took out the acupuncture box and started the treatment. Her skilled techniques amazed the president, who was surprised to see that curing the disease didn't require machinery. After half an hour of treatment, Noah approached Ku Meng to inquire about her mother's condition once Ku Meng put away the needles. Ku Meng replied, we need 2 more acupuncture sessions. For now, let her take the medicine for 5 days, and then her condition will improve. Noah found Ku Meng's treatment method too simple to believe. Is it really that simple? Why didn't we find the cause after treating her with Western medicine for 6 years? Her words clearly mocked the top Western doctors. The doctors on the other side felt quite uncomfortable. Don't get too smug. Whether the illness can be cured or not is still uncertain. Ku Meng always let her results speak for themselves and was confident in her abilities. Whether this illness can be cured or not, we'll know in 5 days. Just wait a few days and see. After Ku Meng finished the treatment, she and Lim Seng returned to the hotel to rest. At this time, the president's second daughter, Anna, had just returned home. As soon as she got out of the car, Anna rushed to hug her sister and joyfully said, Noah, I'm back. This time, I met a good friend on the plane, and I invited her to our home. The friend Anna referred to was Ku Meng's younger sister. After being accepted by a Western medical organization, Ku flew to country K to prepare for her studies and happened to meet Anna on the plane. At this moment, the butler came in carrying a bag and said, Miss, here is the medicine that Dr. Gu asked us to buy. As soon as the bag was brought in, Anna snatched it and looked at it with disbelief, saying, can these root-like things really cure my mother's illness? Anna had never believed that traditional Chinese medicine could be better than Western medicine. However, since her sister Noah had witnessed Ku Meng's remarkable treatment process, she somewhat trusted traditional Chinese medicine and advised, "Don't worry, traditional Chinese medicine surely has its unique points. Besides, this divine doctor is very capable, I trust her." Anna remained unconvinced, but Noah emphasized, "It's best if she can cure our mother. Otherwise, Anna, she will make sure that this traditional Chinese medicine doctor won't survive the presidential residence." Ku Meng, who had abandoned her boyfriend, had come specially to treat the president's wife, only to be considered a fraud by the president's daughter. If she knew Anna's thoughts, she would have no idea what method she would use to deal with her. The next morning, when Mrs. Hill received acupuncture treatment from Ku Meng, her condition had improved significantly, and she had been able to sleep well over the past few days. According to the schedule, Ku Meng was supposed to visit again today to continue the treatment. Mrs. Hill intended to personally greet Ku Meng at the door, but just as she stood up, she began to cough uncontrollably and then fainted, causing panic among the president and his daughter. Anna, who did not believe in the profundity of traditional Chinese medicine, assumed that her mother's fainting was caused by Ku Meng. Seeking revenge for her mother, she had already stationed people in the lobby to wait. When Ku Meng and Lim Sang arrived at the presidential residence, the tense atmosphere was evident. Anna immediately ordered them to be detained. Ku Meng, accustomed to dangerous situations, remained unflustered. She kept her composure and asked, "What does Miss Anna mean?" Without hesitation, Anna accused Ku Meng, "You treated my mother to the point where she vomited blood and fainted. And you still don't admit that you're a quack? You are a useless traditional Chinese medicine doctor." Traditional Chinese medicine had always been Ku Meng's pride, but now being criticized as useless, she responded with a cold sneer, "Please wake up. I am a divine doctor personally invited by your presidential residence." However, Anna refused to listen to explanations and directly ordered her men to bind Ku Meng and Lim Sang and imprison them in a secret cell. "This time, I want to see what this mysterious national savior actually looks like. Someone, bring a camera here. After today, I will publicly reveal the face of this quack." On the other side, the First Lady finally regained consciousness. The President breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't worry, I won't let that quack who worsened your condition get away with it." The First Lady Hill, surprised, rebutted, "When did I say my condition worsened? I feel very well now." This statement left both of them astonished. Before the President could react, he received a phone call from the Dark Figure organization. The Dark Figure had learned about Anna's actions against Ku Meng and warned the president that if he did not act sincerely, the organization would unilaterally end their cooperation. At this point, the president was still unaware of the good deed done by his second daughter and heard further threats. "Given your attitude, you'd better pray. Let's see if the defense system of Country K can withstand Dark Figure's revenge." Clearly, Country K could not endure the monstrous assault of Dark Figure. After hanging up, the president hurriedly ran to the lobby. However, at this moment, Anna had completely offended Ku Meng. She had even arrogantly insulted Ku Meng's abilities and attempted to strike her. Nevertheless, Ku Meng easily caught her hand and said coldly, "It seems like you're looking for trouble, so I don't mind helping you out." Anna continued to shout, "You quack traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, today I'll make sure you get what you deserve." Ku Meng had never encountered someone so stubborn and reckless. She held Anna's hand tightly, then delivered a swift and precise kick. Using only a fraction of her strength, Ku Meng sent Anna flying. Whether in traditional Chinese medicine or martial arts, Ku Meng's moves were precise and decisive, leaving Anna defeated. Anna pushed herself up angrily and attacked again. As the president's daughter, Anna had been trained in various skills, including martial arts, from a young age. She had always been confident in her abilities, but now she was being bested by Ku Meng. When Anna charged again, Ku Meng simply restrained her wrist with one hand and delivered a powerful punch to her nose. Compared to Ku Meng, Anna's martial arts skills were basically incomparable. Ku Meng domineeringly stepped on Anna and said disdainfully, "With your level, you couldn't even touch a hair on me, let alone me. I'm really curious how you plan to expose my true self." The intense sounds of the fight attracted the president and his eldest daughter, who rushed over in shock at the scene before them. The president begged Ku Meng to go easy on his daughter and spare her. Despite being defeated, Anna stubbornly insisted that the president use his gun to deal with Ku Meng. Ku Meng, who lived by the principle if you don't offend me, I won't offend you, but if you offend me, I won't tolerate it, decisively broke Anna's joints, causing her to cry out in pain and scream. Seeing the situation escalating, Noah hurried to intervene, trying to pacify Ku Meng. Today's events are all just a misunderstanding. Anna has misunderstood you. When my mother fainted and vomited blood earlier, Anna thought her condition had worsened. She was just momentarily agitated. I hope you can be lenient. The president, also anxious, added, yes, your breaking Anna's arm was too much. Could we treat her now? If it were before, Ku Meng would not have spared these unethical people. However, since Lim Sang was being held captive, she didn't want to risk Lim Sang getting hurt because of them. Noah ordered her subordinates to release Lim Sang and quickly explained, everything my sister did today was a misunderstanding. But at this point, Ku Meng had lost patience with Noah's explanations. The president hurriedly went to check his daughter's injuries, but as soon as Anna recovered, she remained intent on seeking revenge and drew a hidden pistol, determined not to let Ku Meng off the hook. However, before she could fire, Ku Meng kicked her, knocking her unconscious. Anna's actions had directly infuriated Ku Meng. Although the president was displeased, he still needed Ku Meng to treat his wife, so he only had his daughter sent for medical treatment and refrained from pursuing further action. He said, Divine Doctor, can you continue treating my wife now? Ku Meng firmly refused, stating, I will not treat your wife anymore. I'm not in the mood right now. The previous treatment was just a charity to you. The president hurriedly tried to stop her. This is indeed a mistake on the part of the presidential palace, but aren't you a doctor? Shouldn't you prioritize the life and death of your patients? Ku Meng coldly replied, a conscientious doctor should, but unfortunately, I am not one. With that, she decisively turned and left. Lim Sang was truly exasperated with the president of K. From the first day we arrived, you didn't trust us. As soon as the divine doctor arrived, you let your team mock her. Now your daughter even pointed a gun at her, and you still shamelessly ask for ethical considerations. It's really laughable. Lim Sang's scornful remarks made the arrogant president lose his composure, but he remained resolute, saying, if you want to leave, then go. As if we can't manage without you. Noah looked worriedly at Ku Meng's departing figure. They didn't know who else to turn to for treating their mother. However, Noah tried to reassure her father, it's okay, Dad. I heard that a skilled acupuncturist cured an elderly lady who had been paralyzed for years. There can't be only one outstanding traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the world. Since the president's wife's condition couldn't be delayed any further, Noah decided to personally seek out Lu Zhuqiu to ask him to recommend the acupuncturist who had cured the elderly lady. However, they didn't realize that the highly skilled acupuncturist they were seeking was actually the very person they had just offended. After the argument with the presidential palace, Ku Meng hurried back home, leaving the hellish place that had wasted her time. That evening, Lu Zhuqiu video called her, and it was only then that Ku Meng learned he had taken the opportunity, while she was away, to visit his grandmother at the Lu family home. Noticing the marks on Lu Zhuqiu's neck, she asked with concern, it's been a month, why hasn't it disappeared yet? Ku Meng teased, you're bringing this back home for Grandma Lu to see. Aren't you embarrassed? In reality, Lu Zhuqiu was quite fond of the bite mark. He couldn't resist checking himself in the mirror 100 times every morning, though it seemed it would be gone by tomorrow, which made him a bit reluctant. Seeing her reaction, Lu Zhuqiu found it amusing that she, the one who bit him, was now worried about the mark healing. Noticing Lu Zhuqiu's reluctance to part with the bite mark, Ku Meng couldn't help but laugh. You don't need to be sad. I used to study tattooing. How about I tattoo a bite mark of mine for you? Just for the sake of friendship, it'll only cost you $1 million. Ku Meng enjoyed teasing Lu Zhuqiu, and to her surprise, just as she finished speaking, her phone beeped with a notification that her Alipay account had received $1 million. He actually transferred the money. Her generosity left Ku Meng sweating, what a spendthrift. Actually, Lu Zhuqiu contacted Ku Meng that night to discuss an urgent matter. The president's eldest daughter had reached out to him, seeking to connect with Ku Meng for her help in treating the president's wife. Lu Zhuqiu needed Ku Meng's approval first, but without hesitation, she agreed, maybe they won't trouble me again this time. Lu Zhuqiu was surprised by her easy agreement and decided to negotiate the best possible price for little Mang Mang. The next morning, Miss Noah personally visited the Lu residence. The two presented the urgent situation regarding her mother and requested Lu Zhuqiu's assistance in arranging for the divine doctor to come to Country K for treatment. Before Lu Zhuqiu could speak, Grandma Lu took charge. Ku Mang is not a member of the Lu family, so whether or not she will see the patient is up to her decision. Grandma Lu was aware that Ku Mang had already agreed to the treatment, but given their past experience with purchasing machinery from Country K and their haughty attitude, she was quite displeased. Miss Noah, anxious, asked, "Can you give me a definite answer? My mother's condition truly cannot wait any longer. Of course, there will be a generous thank you gift for both of you." Upon hearing the mention of a thank you gift, Lu Zhuqiu tightened his grip on his teacup. He responded, "You mentioned payment for the consultation, so let me ask, how much are you willing to offer?" Miss Noah replied, "We are willing to offer 300 million. How about that?" Lu Zhuqiu responded without hesitation, "At that amount, we would need to increase it by 20 times to even consider it." When Miss Noah heard Lu Zhuqiu demand a price 20 times higher, she thought she had misheard. As soon as he finished speaking, she protested, "That's way too expensive. Mr. Lu, are you taking advantage of a desperate situation?" But Lu Zhuqiu remained indifferent. "After all, it's not me who's in a hurry." Grandma Lu, recalling how the Lu family was charged exorbitantly by Country K when they sought to purchase machinery, scoffed, "Taking advantage of a crisis is something Country K loves to do, isn't it? We're just learning from your exemplary behavior." Miss Noah, thinking of her bedridden mother, knew she was being overcharged but had no choice but to accept. "If I transfer the money, will young Master Lu ensure that Miss Ku will see my mother?" Lu Zhuqiu, revealing his cunning nature, responded, "As long as the money is transferred, everything can be arranged." Lu Zhuqiu personally demanded that the president of Country K pay 7 billion for the treatment, intending to use the money as a dowry for his future wife. By noon, shortly after Miss Noah left, Lu Zhuqiu received the 7 billion transferred by Noah. Without touching a cent, he transferred the entire amount into Ku Mang's account. As soon as the money hit her account, Lu Zhuqiu eagerly handed it all over to her. His infatuated behavior made Grandma Lu shake her head in dismay. "This foolish boy is head over heels for her." Lu Zhuqiu chuckled and said, "Grandma, this money is for her dowry. She doesn't have parents to help her, so I want to give her a hand." Grandma Lu sighed, "Oh my, how thoughtful you are. Just make sure to bring her home for me to see next time." But before she could finish, Lu Zhuqiu, eager to return to Ku Mang, had already grabbed his laptop and dashed off, leaving Grandma Lu muttering with a dark expression, "That silly boy." A week later, Ku Mang was brought to Country K again by Lu Zhuqiu. However, her new and unique style of dressing caught his attention. This outfit was clearly different from her usual style. Ku Mang casually remarked, "Lim Seng chose this style for me. I thought the outfit was well coordinated, so I decided to wear it." Since Ku Mang had previously met Noah's family at the presidential palace, this time she intentionally dressed differently to contrast with her previous divine doctor image. When she heard that Lu Zhuqiu had charged 7 billion for the treatment from the presidential palace, she teased him, saying, "You're quite ruthless, aren't you?" To Lu Zhuqiu, this sounded like a compliment from his future wife. Proudly, he replied, "That cow walked right into it. If the cow doesn't want to drink water, I can't force its head down. All that money is to buy you good food." 15 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the presidential palace. Ku M, who had heard that Miss Noah had invited a famous doctor from Qingsheng to treat the First Lady, was also curious about who this person might be. But when she saw Lu Zhuqiu step out of the car, she suddenly felt uneasy. Then, when she saw that the person behind him was Ku Mang, her jealousy surged to its peak. She wondered, what has Ku Mang done to deserve such a grand reception at the presidential palace? Ku Mang once again arrived at the presidential palace, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the warm reception from these familiar yet strange faces. The arrogant expressions they had shown her before were something she would never forget. From the moment Ku Mang got out of the car until she stepped into the presidential palace, Noah had been observing her aura and demeanor. Previously, when Noah had investigated and obtained a photo of Ku Mang, she noticed that Ku Mang's eyes bore some resemblance to those of the Divine Hand Doctor, and she had once suspected that they might be the same person due to their similar ages. However, now it seemed that Noah had overthought things. Trong the examination room, Ku Meng proceeded as usual, taking the first lady's pulse and checking her overall health. Lu Zhuqiu quietly sat on the side, sipping tea, waiting to hear Ku Meng's diagnosis. Localized vital energy blockage was previously treated with acupuncture, wasn't it? Ku Meng asked. Lu Zhuqiu, holding his teacup, nodded while drinking, reflecting on the rumors that the presidential palace had spent a large sum of money to invite a famous doctor for treatment. But for some reason, the treatment was only halfway done before the doctor left. Ku Meng took out a sheet of paper from her pocket, preparing to write a prescription. This time, she deliberately changed her handwriting style for the prescription and instructed Noah, if this prescription is similar to the one the previous doctor gave, then just follow that one. Noah took the prescription and hurriedly compared it to the one the famous doctor had written before. She noticed that while the handwriting was different, the dosage of the medicine was almost identical. Ku Meng had anticipated their suspicion, so she intentionally praised the previous doctor's skills. The previous acupuncture treatment by that doctor was very effective. All the clotted blood has been expelled, so there's no need for me to perform acupuncture on the First Lady anymore. The simplicity of this treatment once again astonished Miss Noah. She questioned, just taking medicine, nothing else? But before she could finish her sentence, Anna snatched the prescription, angrily saying, "You dare charge my family 7 billion just to have my mother drink these simple herbal concoctions? If all you can do is spout nonsense like this, then return the money." This time, Ku Meng was with Lu Zhuqiu and didn't need to worry about handling provocation on her own. She calmly replied, "It seems you have an issue with my diagnosis, Mississippi. If you're so capable, why not treat your mother yourself?" Anna couldn't believe that a few traditional Chinese herbs could cure her mother's illness. She became furious, accusing Ku Meng of being a fraud and demanding the return of the 7 billion her family had been swindled out of. However, Anna's impulsive actions were promptly stopped by the president. He recalled how, during Ku Meng's last visit to the presidential palace as the renowned doctor, Anna had caused a major incident, leading the doctor to leave before finishing the treatment. This time, the president had gone through great lengths to bring Ku Meng back through Lu Zhuqiu and dared not offend the powerful Lu family behind her. Ku Meng secretly felt pleased, realizing she had earned a fortune by merely tweaking a prescription slightly. This time, she had truly struck gold. After the consultation, Ku Meng was ready to leave, but since Lu Zhuqiu had matters to discuss with the president, she sat quietly in the hallway, eating a lollipop and waiting. Ku Em, who was staying at the presidential palace, couldn't resist approaching Ku Meng to provoke her. Since childhood, Ku Em's achievements and qualities had always outshone Ku Meng. But after Ku Meng's parents passed away, and she transferred to Mingsheng High School, all the attention that once belonged to Ku Em had shifted to Ku Meng. Today, Ku Em learned that Ku Meng even knew acupuncture, a skill she had never been taught. Ku Em's resentment toward her parents had reached its peak, as she couldn't understand why they had secretly taught acupuncture to Ku Meng instead of her. Ku Em knew that Kim Yang was Ku Meng's weakness, so she decided to provoke her by bringing up Kim Yang. "I'm your biological sister, yet you don't treat me well. Instead, you prefer to hang out with Min, who isn't even related to you by blood." The story of her being assaulted at 5 years old has spread everywhere. She has to wear a bag for her waist every day. Everyone thinks she's dirty, yet you still want to be friends with her? Ku Meng would never forget that it was Ku Em who leaked this information to the media through Ruan Jingjuing. If it weren't for Kim Yang stopping her, she would have already taught Ku Em a lesson. Now, with Ku Em provoking her again, she was just asking for trouble, and Ku Meng had no intention of showing mercy. Unaware of the danger, Ku Em continued to mock Kim Yang, but the next moment, Ku Meng pulled a gun from her bag. "It seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Have you already forgotten the pain of past wounds?" When Ku Em saw the gun, she panicked and hurriedly pulled out their parents' will to threaten Ku Meng. "Mom and Dad told us not to hurt each other. I don't believe you'd dare to shoot." But Ku Meng simply smirked, her voice icy cold. "I've never listened to our parents. Have you forgotten that?" The next moment, a gunshot echoed through the presidential palace. Ku Em was so terrified that she collapsed to the ground. Ku Meng looked at her coldly and said, "That shot was just a warning. Next time, it'll be between your eyes." Ku Meng's bold action of firing a gun at the presidential palace to intimidate Ku Em was a move that left Lu Zhuqiu with no choice but to indulge her. After all, every time his little darling acted recklessly, she always had a good reason. However, firing a gun at the presidential palace was no small matter. Her actions sent the place into a frenzy, forcing them to upgrade their security systems overnight. That evening, as the two returned to their suite in Country K, Lu Zhuqiu, while drying Ku Meng's hair, placed his hand on her waist, the intimate atmosphere making even the typically cold man unable to resist whining. "When are you going to give me that tattoo you promised? I already transferred the money." It was then that Ku Meng remembered a playful moment when she had demanded payment for a tattoo from Lu Zhuqiu, but she had left all her tattoo equipment at home. She replied, "I'll tattoo you when we get back to Mingshang." But Lu Zhuqiu wasn't referring to an ordinary tattoo. He meant the kind of tattoo that Ku Meng would carve onto his skin with her mouth. This time, Ku Meng's visit to Country K wasn't just for the First Lady's treatment, she had other business that required her to stay for a month. As their relationship began to heat up, Lu Zhuqiu started clinging to her, reluctant to let her go. When she noticed his unusual behavior, she realized why he had brought up the tattoo. She hadn't expected that this cold man would secretly harbor such desires. In a dominant move, Ku Meng pushed Lu Zhuqiu down and bit his shoulder hard. Seeing the near bleeding mark she left, she finally let go with a satisfied smile. "This tattoo will last for a month." Lu Zhuqiu, gazing at his beautiful wife, felt his eyes glaze over as he began to whisper sweet nothings to her. But Ku Meng, thinking about the tasks she had to do the next day, refused to let herself be distracted by his charms. She used the excuse of being tired to pull away. Unexpectedly, the usually gentle man suddenly took a firm stance. He grabbed her hand, flipped the situation, and pinned her down on the bed. Ku Meng felt she might have pushed things too far this time. Lu Zhuqiu began kissing every inch of her body, his actions a mix of forceful and tender, causing her to moan uncontrollably. When she realized she had made such an intimate sound, she blushed with embarrassment. Looking up, she saw a mischievous smile on his face. That scoundrel Lu Zhuqiu dared to do this to her. She swore she would pay him back 1,000 times, no, 1,000,000 times over. Lu Zhuqiu, still in control, casually remarked, "Whatever you want to do to me, I'll go along with it." "Miss Ku Meng, you better think carefully." Ku Meng glared at him. She was sure this guy had more tricks up his sleeve, waiting for her to fall into his trap. She wasn't about to take the bait. For now, she had more important matters to deal with, so she'd let him off the hook. But once her business was done, she'd definitely put him in his place. This time, Ku Meng was genuinely angry. Despite Lu Zhuqiu's attempts to soothe her all night, she remained upset. "Get lost. Don't you have a flight to catch for work today?" When a few of Lu Zhuqiu's subordinates arrived at his home, they were met with a surprising sight. Their usually stern leader was humbly trying to appease a young woman. The scene left them all in shock. "Oh my God, this is terrifying. Lord Lu is actually sweet-talking a woman," they thought to themselves. Lu Zhuqiu quickly regained his serious demeanor and began giving orders. "Keep a close watch on the shipment in Country K. You guys find someone to send it to Ming Dao Chou. How's the situation with the Red Scorpion?" One of the subordinates reported, "The new batch of recruits has been assembled. We're just waiting for Nun Sound to arrive so we can start the training. Our contract with Nun Sound is also nearing its end. Once you're done with your tasks, contact him. I want to arrange a meeting with him personally." Meanwhile, Ku Meng sat nearby, quietly playing a game, but she was listening to every word the men were saying. Just then, a message popped up on her phone. "Boss, the training schedule has been set. When will you be coming?" Ku Meng immediately understood. The person who had set her up all those years ago was none other than Lu Zhuqiu. The mysterious top assassin, known by the alias Nun Sound, was her. In reality, Nun Sound was another identity of Ku Meng. For years, she had disguised herself as a man and appeared before everyone. Her formidable combat skills had caught the attention of a legendary military tycoon, who had used a cunning scheme to force her into a 5-year military training contract. Ku Meng had been deceived, training the military for 3 years. Today, she finally realized that the person behind it all was Lu Zhuqiu. After arranging for the trainees to rest, Ku Meng set off for the Red Scorpion training base in Mingdao Chou. Using her Nun Sound identity, she successfully completed a critical mission for the Dark Figure organization. Following that, she received a notice that someone had offered a substantial amount of money to hire her, requesting that she train a team of elite fighters within 30 days. Initially, the Dark Figure organization, which was still relatively new and lacking in strength, had declined the offer. However, Red Scorpion had set a trap, capturing her and forcing her to sign a 5-year contract with the military. As long as she agreed, they would not remove her mask, and her identity would remain concealed. Ku Meng had hoped her organization would find a way to rescue her, but the adversary's intelligence network was too powerful, even surpassing the capabilities of Dark Figure's hackers. Reluctantly, she had to accept their terms. However, when she overheard Lu Zhuqiu speaking with his subordinates, she realized that the man who was constantly trying to win her over was actually the mastermind behind the deception from years ago. She arranged for the trainees to rest and planned to begin training in the late afternoon. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuqiu, still immersed in the tenderness of the previous night, sent a concerned message to Ku Meng as soon as he arrived at the Red Scorpion base. "Have you eaten yet?" She hadn't informed him of her whereabouts, which made Lu Zhuqiu worried. But the only response he received was a curt "get lost." Having been apart for just one day, Ku Meng's coldness puzzled him. Lu Zhuqiu began to suspect if there was a rival in the picture. In the afternoon, after finishing her preparations, Ku Meng appeared before the trainees. Facing the Red Scorpion trainees, her frustration boiled over into anger. She used the training as an excuse to unleash a brutal assault on the trainees. "Since I can't take it out on Lu Zhuqiu right now, let you little brats bear the brunt of it," she thought to herself. Under the harsh training of Nun Sound, the Red Scorpion trainees, weak as dough, were all taken down within 30 seconds. The trainers knew that her methods were brutal, but they were shocked to see her being even more ruthless than before. Watching the trainees crawling on the ground, they worried about whether these trainees would survive until the end of the training course. After venting her frustration, Ku Meng felt a bit relieved. You get a minute to rest. Our mission tonight is to cross the forest. Nun Sound, known not only for her ruthless tactics but also for her ability to single-handedly defeat all trainees, seized this opportunity for revenge by throwing everyone into the primeval forest for training. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuqiu, the head of the training camp, remained completely unaware that he had offended his future wife. He had officially become one of Ku Meng's most hated enemies. Before entering the Red Scorpion training camp, Ku Meng had discovered that Lu Zhuqiu was the mastermind behind the scheme that had deceived her 3 years ago. Since she couldn't vent her anger on him directly, she decided to take it out on Lu Zhuqiu's trainees. Tonight, Ku Meng would lead the trainees into the forest for a survival mission. Moreover, she required them to use only sniper rifles with a range of 600 meters to shoot down a drone. She warned that anyone who missed would be eliminated. With a cold expression, she put on her earpiece and commanded, "Now, everyone, use the rifles in your hands to shoot down a drone. Anyone who misses tonight will get a train ticket back home to sell sweet potatoes." The trainer beside Ku Meng also relayed a message into her earpiece: "A new temporary member will be joining the team later." Instantly, Ku Meng suspected that this new arrival was closely related to Lu Zhuqiu, as no one else would suddenly join the training on such short notice. Her suspicion was confirmed when the person who appeared before her was none other than her younger brother, Ku Si. The trainer was taken aback by the sight of Ku Si, who was still young and not fully developed. He was concerned about the safety of the boy in such a dangerous training environment. However, Shi Yido, Lu Zhuqiu's close friend and partner, who was well aware of Ku Si's capabilities, had given the trainer a few instructions before leaving. "Little Si, I'm leaving now. If you need anything, contact your brother-in-law." Ku Si, feeling as if his precious white cabbage had been taken from him, instinctively retorted, "Wait until he can marry my sister before he has the right to do so." Shi Yido simply looked at Ku Si in silence, while Ku Meng, standing beside him, couldn't help but laugh. Nevertheless, she maintained her calm demeanor and continued with her work. After Shi Yido left, the trainer handed Ku Si over to Ku Meng and went off to check on the progress of the other trainees. Ku Meng took her brother back into the forest, cut off all external signals, and removed her mask. She asked her brother seriously, "Why are you here?" Ku Si, fully aware of his sister's identities, explained, "I graduated from animal camp. Lu Zhuqiu said he would take me to visit a more advanced training camp, which is why I'm here. He felt angered upon learning that Lu Zhuqiu had deceived his sister 3 years ago and was reluctant to accept him as a future brother-in-law. Ku Meng, feeling helpless, admitted that she had never considered this scenario before. His tactics back then were truly terrible. He deserves a lesson, Ku Meng said to her brother. Ku Si suggested, since the night is clear and cool, we should break 14 of his ribs or use all the interrogation methods from dark figure on him. Ku Meng looked at her enraged brother, calmly eating chocolate while observing him with a resigned gaze, and responded quietly, your plan sounds great, but have you considered that I might not be able to take him on? For the first time, Ku Si heard his sister admit defeat in front of him, and he couldn't believe it. Sister, it's not that you can't beat him, it's that you can't bear to hit him. He felt annoyed because Lu Zhuqiu had treated his sister too well, and he even thought that Ku Meng was a weak white lotus. Looking at his sister's face, an idea suddenly popped into Ku Si's mind. He took out his phone and called Lu Zhuqiu, pretending to be panicked. Lu Zhuqiu, something's wrong. My sister is out of contact. Ku Si, unable to swallow the old grudge of Lu Zhuqiu bullying his sister, came up with a turning the tables plan to make Lu Zhuqiu taste the suffering his sister endured years ago. He pretended to be in a panic, begging Lu Zhuqiu for help, saying that he hadn't been able to contact his sister for over 20 hours and suspected that something bad had happened to her. Lu Zhuqiu immediately checked his chat history with Ku Meng and realized the truth. It had indeed been over 20 hours without any contact. Worried, he quickly got dressed and prepared to go out and search for her. Ku Si continued, I have a channel that can help with the search, but it requires 10 billion in cash to hire people. Lu Zhuqiu, wealthy and without hesitation, transferred 10 billion straight into Ku Si's account. Right after, Lu Zhuqiu ordered his subordinates to send everyone without a task to search for Ku Meng. Meanwhile, Ku Si, after receiving the money, was so smug he felt like flying to the sky. He immediately used that money to place 10 assassination orders on Lu Zhuqiu, thinking, I don't believe that 1 billion bounty assassination missions can't deal with Lu Zhuqiu. For the first time, Ku Meng looked at her brother differently, amazed at his wicked idea. Only her brother could think of this. Ku Si, using Lu Zhuqiu's own money to hire people to assassinate him, created an unprecedentedly dangerous situation. Just as Ku Si's missions were posted, Ku Meng received a call from her assistant, Lim Sang. Lim Sang informed her that Lu Zhuqiu was sending people everywhere to search for her. Lim Sang, knowing Ku Meng's dual identity as Nun Sound and White Fox, quickly pieced the details together. Ku Meng is at the Red Scorpion training camp, Ku Si is there too, and Lu Zhuqiu is being hunted. This must be the work of those siblings. Lim Sang's voice over the phone clearly showed disbelief. Don't tell me that the psycho who almost killed you 3 years ago is Lu Zhuqiu. Ku Meng calmly replied, that's right, get ready, he might be coming to find you soon. Having known Lim Sang was a close friend of Ku Meng, she guessed that it wouldn't be long before he came knocking at Lim Sang's door, understanding the siblings' intentions. The ones who placed the bounty for the assassins to hunt Lu Zhuqiu were surely them. Since Lim Sang was on Ku Meng's side, how could she not help? She directly leaked the address of one of Lu Zhuqiu's secret bases online. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuqiu, the target of this cruel prank, was still anxiously searching for any trace of Ku Meng. Since she left the villa, no surveillance camera had captured her whereabouts. Lu Zhuqiu was confused and anxious, wondering if his rivals had kidnapped Ku Meng. While he was still thinking, the secret base behind the villa suddenly exploded. The powerful blast shattered the car windows, sending glass shards flying and injuring Lu Zhuqiu's face. Drive to the northern base immediately, he ordered his subordinates. The secret base behind the villa was extremely important, and Lu Zhuqiu could not understand why it had suddenly been exposed. This action was supposed to be temporary, how could it have been revealed? Lu Zhuqiu quickly thought about the people around him recently and the events that had occurred. He couldn't help but suspect Lim Sang, Ku Meng's assistant, might be an insider. But he never expected that his future wife would team up with her younger brother to assassinate him. Not only had they intentionally revealed the location of his secret base, but they had also used his own money to put a bounty on his head, with each bounty reaching up to 1 billion. All of this was for revenge against his unexpected act of detaining her 3 years ago. However, Lu Zhuqiu couldn't connect the recent assassination attempts with Ku Meng. After narrowly escaping the explosion, Lu Zhuqiu immediately ordered his subordinates to investigate the mastermind behind the bounty mission. But Ku Si and Ku Meng, both top-notch hackers, had erased all traces before Lu Zhuqiu's people could uncover anything. This was the first time Lu Zhuqiu felt real pressure from an enemy. With only 2 people led to the base, and Ku Meng missing, he couldn't help but suspect Lim Sang. Lu Zhuqiu recalled the information leak about the Min case during the parent-teacher meeting for Ku Meng. At that time, he had seen how Ku Meng handled things in the control room. She operated the computer skillfully and soon traced the whereabouts of the opponent. If Lim Sang was a hacker, could Ku Meng be on the list of suspects? Ku Meng, anticipating Lu Zhuqiu's suspicions, decided to cut off his conjectures directly. She initiated a video call with the members of her organization. The youth and appearance of Ku Meng astonished her team. Their leader was just a high school girl. Ku Meng knew that Lu Zhuqiu had started investigating Lim Sang, and it was only a matter of time before he discovered her connection to the Dark Figure organization. After her teammates learned that Lim Sang was the one responsible for blowing up Lu Zhuqiu's base in Country K, they immediately gave her a thumbs up, expressing their admiration. "Comrade Lim Sang, you are truly courageous." Lim Sang revealed Ku Meng's identities as White Fox and Nun Sound to the team. It then became clear to them that this was a story of deep tragedy and hatred. White Fox and her arch-enemy from 3 years ago had fallen in love. Although the Dark Figure organization had grown powerful in recent years and could confront Lu Zhuqiu, Ku Meng still wished to keep outsiders uninvolved, as this was a personal vendetta between her and Lu Zhuqiu. Ku Meng decided to recall all Dark Figure members currently on missions outside, to prevent them from being secretly captured by Lu Zhuqiu's people. Her decision proved to be entirely correct, as immediately after Ku Meng wiped all data, Lu Zhuqiu's people discovered clues about the explosion. However, they were still a step behind Ku Meng. Lu Zhuqiu, with no other options, pinned his hopes on interrogating the assassins who had participated in the mission to kill him. He decided to conduct the interrogation himself, but these assassins were merely money-driven and had sought out the high reward posted online. They had no direct contact with the person who hired them, only communicating through the network. No matter how much Lu Zhuqiu pressured them, all he could gather was that there were 10 assassination missions against him, each worth 1 billion. This amount made him suspicious, as Ku Si had previously asked him for 10 billion to post a search mission for Ku Meng. However, his subordinates reported that they could not find any search mission, only the 10 assassination missions. Lu Zhuqiu quickly deduced that the person behind hiring the assassins was Ku Si, who had used his own money to fund the hits. One person had revealed the location of the base, and another had sent people to assassinate him. He couldn't help but wonder about their connection to Ku Meng. 3 years ago, Lu Zhuqiu had used every trick to capture an assassin, Nun Sound. He had wanted Nun Sound to work for him and had tortured him for 5 days and nights, breaking 7 of his ribs. Knowing this, Ku Si had spent a large sum to hire assassins to exact revenge on Lu Zhuqiu, aiming to make him suffer just as he had tortured Ku Meng back then. However, Lu Zhuqiu was not a fool. After a few hours of analysis, he naturally guessed that Ku Si was behind the assassination attempts. He believed that if Ku Meng was truly missing, Ku Si's reaction would not be to calmly stay at the Red Scorpion camp waiting for news. Instead, he would escape to search for his sister. Lu Zhuqiu called Ku Si. Ku Si still feigned innocence, pretending to be unaware. "Hello, have you found any news about my sister? I'm very worried about her." But Lu Zhuqiu no longer wanted to continue the charade and directly exposed that he knew Ku Si had hired assassins to target him. Seeing that Lu Zhuqiu had seen through his plan, Ku Si stopped pretending and admitted to hiring the assassins. Lu Zhuqiu asked, "What exactly are you dissatisfied with me? Can't we put that aside for now? I just want to know where your sister is." Lu Zhuqiu was more focused on Ku Meng than on the grievances Ku Si had against him. Seeing Lu Zhuqiu's anxiety, Ku Si felt a sense of satisfaction. "Where my sister is, you'll have to find out on your own." "I don't know." Lu Zhuqiu realized that Ku Si was stubborn and would neither yield to soft nor hard methods, so he had to resort to a helpless threat. "If you don't tell me, it's fine. The Red Scorpion camp you're at is my territory. I have many ways to make your sister show up." Ku Si was indifferent to Lu Zhuqiu's threat. He knew that if his sister wanted to settle the score with him, it was only a matter of time before Nun Sound's identity was revealed. Ku Si also wanted to see how far Lu Zhuqiu would go for love, how much he would compromise. Ku Si continued, "Do you remember the person you used every means to punish so harshly back then? My sister is Nun Sound, the one you ruthlessly tortured for 5 days and nights, breaking 7 of his ribs." When Lu Zhuqiu heard this news, his heart seemed to stop beating. For him, this was an unimaginable shock. After regaining his composure, he quickly arranged for a helicopter to fly straight to Red Scorpion. The trainer led him to the room where Nun Sound had once stayed. Lu Zhuqiu entered the room alone, but it was empty, with no one present. The only thing left on the table was a small amount of almost finished chocolate. He recalled every detail of his interactions with Ku Meng, and when he connected Ku Meng with Nun Sound, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear himself apart in atonement. Years ago, he had highly valued Nun Sound's skills and had offered a substantial amount of money to recruit him. But Nun Sound had repeatedly refused, which forced Lu Zhuqiu to resort to a plan to capture him. Moreover, all the punishments inflicted on Nun Sound were ordered by Lu Zhuqiu himself. He thought that if this person could not be useful to him, then it was not regrettable to discard him. The orders were arranged by Lu Zhuqiu himself, and he knew well how inhumane the treatment Ku Meng had endured back then must have been. At this moment, Ku Meng had completed her training and returned to her room. She was not at all surprised to see Lu Zhuqiu's presence. Immediately, she removed her wig in front of him and said, "You're back, aren't you?" Facing Lu Zhuqiu's question, Ku Meng remained silent and did not answer. She threw the wig aside and sat on the bed, beginning to speak clearly. "This time, I finally get to meet you, the Red Scorpion boss." Ku Meng had once driven alone to the chaotic scene where Lu Zhuqiu was, risking everything to rescue him from his enemies. She had hoped that after overcoming the hardships together, they could hold hands and experience a sweet love. But she never expected that this man was the mastermind behind breaking 7 of her ribs 3 years ago. Upon learning the truth, Ku Meng had gradually distanced herself from Lu Zhuqiu. Even though her brother secretly hired assassins to kill Lu Zhuqiu, and though Ku Meng felt reluctant, she did not intervene. Now, Lu Zhuqiu knew her identity as Nun Sound and had appeared at her location in the Red Scorpion training base. She was not surprised, but rather calm. Lu Zhuqiu guessed that perhaps Ku Meng had overheard his conversation with his subordinates at the small villa, thus knowing he was the boss of the Flame organization. However, he could not understand why she had not confronted him directly at that time. "There's no need for you to lower yourself like this. Besides, even if I spoke out, what could you possibly do about it?" Ku Meng's cold demeanor made Lu Zhuqiu's heart tremble. Despite her previous indifference, he had always been able to soothe her. But this time, her coldness was profound and sincere. On his way here, he had realized that winning her forgiveness would not be easy. When Lu Zhuqiu saw her getting up and deliberately keeping her distance, he noticed the chocolates on the table and said, "You're almost out. Can I buy you a new box?" But Ku Meng was not swayed. She was not the type to forget her grudge for material things, nor was she so greedy for food. Seeing this tactic fail, Lu Zhuqiu immediately thought of another approach. Without hesitation, he knelt before Ku Meng. "I know I've wronged you greatly, but I really didn't know your identity back then." He resolved that no matter how Ku Meng wanted to punish him, he would accept it. Ku Meng remembered the inhumane punishments she had endured and found it impossible to forgive Lu Zhuqiu. The cruelty of the Lu family's justice was notorious. Most people could barely endure a day, and yet she had been tortured for 5 days and nights. Lu Zhuqiu knew he should be grateful he wasn't personally present 3 years ago. Otherwise, upon meeting Ku Meng, he wouldn't even be able to touch a finger of hers. "You can hit me or kill me as you please, as long as it appeases your anger," Lu Zhuqiu said. Ku Meng looked at Lu Zhuqiu's face. Although she wanted to completely sever ties with him, she felt a bit reluctant. "So if I wanted your life, would you not resist at all?" Her question made Lu Zhuqiu act without hesitation. He took out a handgun from his pocket and handed it to her. "I'm about to leave anyway. Money can't go to hell. The passwords for all my bank cards and property documents are XXXX. Live however you want from now on, just don't take on dangerous missions again." After giving his instructions, Lu Zhuqiu took her hand and pressed the gun against his forehead. His nonchalant attitude toward death made Kumang hesitate. Just as she was about to decide, the trainer outside suddenly shouted, "None sound, if you're done, come out quickly. That brat Kusi is causing a commotion outside, you need to handle him." Kumang sighed, put the gun down, and was about to leave. Lu Zhuqiu thought he had escaped danger this time. However, before Kumang could leave, she suddenly turned around and said, "Don't think this is over." She both hated him and herself. In her anger, she grabbed Lu Zhuqiu's hand and threw him to the ground. "Young Master Lu, please don't lay a hand on me from now on. After all, we don't really know each other that well." Kumang's words seemed to remind Lu Zhuqiu that she no longer acknowledged their past relationship. Lu Zhuqiu had never loved a woman like this before. He had struggled to find someone he wanted to be with for a lifetime, and he couldn't let past mistakes destroy his future happiness. Understanding that Kumang was also hurting, he suggested, "If you can't bring yourself to do it, then let me help you get revenge." Lu Zhuqiu decided to punish himself to atone for his sins against Kumang. He had his men use dozens of barbed wires to bind him tightly, not only ordering them to break 7 of his ribs but also demanding that they administer interrogation drugs in dangerously high doses. Even though his white shirt was soaked in blood, he kept murmuring, "Don't stop." Everything he did was to make amends to Kumang. No one expected Lu Zhuqiu to be this reckless. The young master of the Lu family, the largest clan in the country, was punishing himself so brutally out of love. When his subordinates reported this, Tan Feng and Shi Ito only then realized how far Lu Zhuqiu had gone. He not only personally went to the enforcement division to have the elders take action against him but also issued a death order instructing his subordinates not to show any mercy. Tan Feng and Shi Ito found the situation severe, so they split up. One went to the enforcement division to check on Lu Zhuqiu's condition, while the other went to find Kumang. Meanwhile, since meeting Lu Zhuqiu, Kumang no longer hid her intention for revenge. She had Kusi hack the drone control system of the Red Scorpion base, destroying all the drones within minutes and causing a loss of billions to the base. The trainers were completely devastated because without drones, they couldn't continue training the team. Kumang didn't care, she declared, "Without drones, we can't ensure the quality of training. Training will not continue." Even though Lu Zhuqiu had a lot of money, and even though the two sisters shamelessly burned his money, it still wasn't enough to appease Kumang's anger. Kumang didn't realize that despite her outward expression of hatred, she couldn't bring herself to act against Lu Zhuqiu. Meanwhile, he was undergoing severe torture at the enforcement division. Lu Zhuqiu shut his eyes tightly, his lips trembling from the pain. He suddenly opened his eyes and ordered an increase in the punishment. Shi Ito couldn't understand why Lu Zhuqiu was being so extreme. But Lu Zhuqiu felt that if he didn't experience even a fraction of the pain that Kumang had endured, he didn't deserve to beg for her forgiveness. He knew that Kusi had blown up his base, but he believed that forgiveness couldn't be bought with money, it required genuine atonement. Lu Zhuqiu ordered his subordinates to continue beating him. Even though he hadn't known that Nun Sound was Kumang at the time, he had still acted cruelly despite knowing his opponent was young. He desperately wanted to redeem himself in Kumang's eyes. Since she couldn't bring herself to hurt him, he would punish himself. Lu Zhuqiu's friends watched helplessly, unable to do anything but stand by as he endured the torture. By the time the punishment ended, Lu Zhuqiu, with his weakened and nearly collapsing body, ordered a nerve stimulant to be injected into himself. Years ago, the enforcement division at the base had administered several types of interrogation drugs to Nun Sound. As the needle pierced his arm, Lu Zhuqiu was in so much pain he almost bit his own tongue. The intense pain seemed to be magnified 100-fold, causing him to lose consciousness. His subordinates, seeing this, quickly threw water on him. Tan Feng felt that Lu Zhuqiu's actions were excessively extreme this time. Back then, 8 milliliters of the drug administered to Nun Sound was spread over 3 days, but now Lu Zhuqiu was receiving the entire dose in one go. Before Tan Feng could offer any advice, he was startled by Lu Zhuqiu's loud scream. Gritting his teeth and with red eyes, Lu Zhuqiu said, "The pain she endured was no less than mine. You don't need to worry about how I feel." Tan Shirao saw that Lu Zhuqiu had lost his mind. If he continued to punish himself this way, he would likely end up killing himself before he could ever receive Kumang's forgiveness. Lu Zhuqiu vomited blood again but still ordered the punishment to continue. The next moment, the ECG monitor emitted a shrill beeping sound. Unable to endure the torture, he lost consciousness. Someone, quickly get the heart medication for emergency treatment. Lu Zhuqiu had broken 7 ribs and forced himself to take interrogation drugs, far beyond the safe dosage. Although his heart was on the verge of failure, he continued to punish himself in his mind. He hoped that this self-inflicted punishment would make Ku Meng forgive him and accept his apology. Since joining the enforcement division, Lu Zhuqiu had not expected to walk out of there alive. He accepted all the suffering Ku Meng had endured as a way to show his sincerity. However, even as he lost consciousness, he still hoped that his actions would earn Ku Meng's forgiveness. Ku Meng was unaware of his thoughts. It had been 7 days since Lu Zhuqiu last came to see her. Initially, Ku Meng thought Lu Zhuqiu's promise to make amends was just empty words. He hadn't come to find her for several days, so perhaps their relationship was truly over. She had long since realized that the sweet love they once had was merely an illusion. With Nun Sound's training nearing its end and no further business at the base, she was preparing to go home when a sudden urgent knock at the door interrupted her. Ku Meng, open the door and come with us. See Zhuqiu, he's dying. Hearing his name, she felt annoyed. I'm not going to see him. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Tan Shirao, helpless, had to explain what Lu Zhuqiu had done at the enforcement division. That reckless fool, in his desperate bid for forgiveness, had injected himself with 10 milliliters of interrogation drugs, bringing his heart to the brink of failure. Ku Meng was alarmed. 10 milliliters of interrogation drugs was extreme. She immediately opened the door and prepared to go with Tan Shirao to the enforcement division. By the time she arrived, Lu Zhuqiu had received several doses of heart medication and defibrillation, but there was still no sign of improvement. Ku Meng learned that Lu Zhuqiu was experiencing severe arrhythmia, with an extremely high risk of death. She examined Lu Zhuqiu calmly and noted that his pupils were dilating. Give him another dose of heart medication, she instructed. The doctor nearby expressed concern, saying they had already administered many doses and feared an overdose might have adverse effects. Ku Meng, dismissive of the safety limits, retorted, with Lu Zhuqiu's condition, it's practically a death sentence. Why worry about dosage now? If you don't administer it, you might as well prepare for cremation. Tan Shirao saw the conflict between the two and immediately advised the doctor to follow Ku Meng's instructions. Ku Meng took the syringe and administered the medication to Lu Zhuqiu, saying, Lu Zhuqiu, if you dare to die, I'll turn around and marry someone else. The heart medication might have had an effect, or perhaps Lu Zhuqiu heard her threat, but the ECG monitor began to show some signs of improvement. Seeing this, Ku Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Zhuqiu, you're so cruel to yourself. Are you really sure this will earn my forgiveness? Lu Zhuqiu, pale and trembling, asked, tell me, have you calmed down? Ku Meng, hearing his trembling voice, couldn't help but scold him, are you out of your mind, risking your life like this? Lu Zhuqiu, choking up, said, I just felt that if I didn't experience the pain you went through, I wouldn't deserve to ask for your forgiveness. I'm sorry, I didn't know how much you had suffered. Lu Zhuqiu, severely injured and having forced himself to take 10 milliliters of interrogation drugs at once, would have been dead if Ku Meng hadn't arrived in time to administer heart medication. Despite his severe pain, he rushed to apologize as soon as he regained consciousness. Ku Meng was at a loss for words. Was this man's brain made of straw? Even on the brink of death, he was still talking about love? If you want me to forgive you, fine. Then sit in this chair so I can punish you once, and we'll consider our grievances settled. Lu Zhuqiu was finally able to wait for Ku Meng to change her mind. Despite his battered condition, he had to endure the punishment. But as soon as he stood up, Ku Meng quickly pushed him back down and said, don't be so reckless. I don't have the strength to save you a second time. Lu Zhuqiu, fearing she might change her mind, quickly put on a pitiful expression and begged her to punish him. Ku Meng saw through Lu Zhuqiu's little tricks. Wasn't he just trying to make her feel sorry for him and then accept him? Lu Zhuqiu gripped Ku Meng's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with tears, making it hard for her to deny that his tactic was indeed effective. After enduring such severe punishment, she begrudgingly decided to forgive him this time. Seeing her agree to forgive him, Lu Zhuqiu, despite his severe injuries, couldn't help but let his mind wander. He pulled her hand, intending to kiss her. Luckily, Ku Meng reacted quickly and covered his mouth. It was frightening that he still wanted to kiss despite his injuries. Lu Zhuqiu, caught in his own mischievous thoughts, could only smile wryly. Well then, once I recover, you'd better not refuse me. Ku Meng thought his brain must be beyond repair. She didn't respond to his words and simply instructed the doctor to take him to the medical room for treatment. That evening, Ku Meng returned to the training base to pack her things. While calling Lim Sang, she picked up the chocolate Lu Zhuqiu had bought for her, which she had previously thrown away. Lim Sang remarked, I never would have thought that the arrogant CEO Lu Zhuqiu would go to such lengths for you. He's really gone overboard. In fact, Ku Meng was also hesitating, unsure whether to let the matter go. After all, he had personally experienced all the suffering she had endured, and she had vented some of her anger. The next day, Ku Meng appeared as a woman in front of everyone. To her surprise, as soon as she stepped out, Lu Zhuqiu's assistant came looking for her. He reported that the results of Lu Zhuqiu's examination from the previous day were in, but due to an overdose of heart medication, he was experiencing renal failure. Ku Meng wasn't sure if Lu Zhuqiu was up to his old tricks again, but when she looked at the detailed list of his injuries, she simply smiled at the man lying in bed with a pitiful look. This report is quite detailed. Are you indirectly complaining to me? No, no. These are just the records of the punishment you've given him. Tan Feng said this report is for you, so it needs to be detailed for you to have a basis for treatment. Ku Meng, feeling a lump of frustration, took Lu Zhuqiu's pulse. I'm quite satisfied with this report. After all, you've had so much heart medication, so your renal failure is real. Lu Zhuqiu didn't understand her implication and asked anxiously, is this condition treatable? Seeing his worried expression, Ku Meng found it amusing and decided to tease him a bit more. Wasn't it you who bragged about self-punishment before? Renal failure is not something that can be cured easily. Even a miracle doctor would be helpless. Lu Zhuqiu was terrified, so, you won't abandon me, right? Didn't you promise to take care of me thoroughly before? Ku Meng, enjoying the moment, evaluated him and pretended to think carefully before responding, your condition still allows you to experience the feeling on the bed once, but if you want to do it every day, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Lu Zhuqiu had long determined that Ku Meng would be his wife in the future, and this illness was related to their lifetime together. Aren't you worried at all? Haha, Mr. Lu, she's only just turned 18, there's no need to throw away the whole forest for a single tree. Don't you think? Lu Zhuqiu sensed that she might be considering replacing him with another man, and he quickly pulled her into his embrace. Seeing his agitation, Ku Meng immediately stopped him. Patients shouldn't engage in strenuous activities right now. Even if you're worried, your weapon won't be usable. Her words shattered Lu Zhuqiu's last hope. He sulked under the covers, crying, with a look of grievance that was almost comical. Ku Meng had no choice but to quickly comfort her tearful husband, this illness can't be cured by others, but it can be by me. She looked into Lu Zhuqiu's eyes, which were trying to appear innocent, and whispered into his ear, after all, this is a matter of our lifetime. I'm the one who's experiencing it too. Only then did Lu Zhuqiu realize that Ku Meng's previous words were just to scare him. He quickly sat up, grabbing her hand, even now, you still want to tease me? Aren't you afraid I'll take revenge? Before Ku Meng could react, Lu Zhuqiu blocked her words with his lips, stealing her breath, making it hard for Ku Meng to breathe. You lecherous man. You're already in poor health and still making trouble. You're truly lecherous. In the afternoon, Ku Meng returned to the base as usual to help Lu Zhuqiu train the Red Scorpion team. A trainer approached and asked about the injury at the corner of her mouth. None sound. Did you get into another fight with young Master Lu? There's blood at the corner of your mouth. Ku Meng shot him a sharp glance. Mind your own business. After dismissing the trainer, she observed the team's combat training. It was then that Ku Meng had time to check her phone and received a distress message from Shandar, the CEO of the Trang Mu Group in Country K, White Fox, help me crack an encrypted online conversation. Their technical department has many talented hackers, but none can decode it. Ku Meng, known as the top hacker of Dark Figure, unexpectedly received this distress signal from Shandar, a financial mogul in Country K. Recently, the K stock market had been unstable, severely affecting businesses. The online conversation sent to her couldn't be decrypted even by the top technicians at Trang Mu. facing a tough challenge was always Ku Meng's approach to life. She gladly agreed to the request. Indeed, the encryption, which she usually could crack with a few operations, proved to be a failure this time. Ku Meng looked at the screen and guessed that this level of defense might involve cooperation from multiple top hackers. Haha, this is interesting. Ku Meng decided to launch a full-scale attack on the security system once again. At that moment, Lu Zhuchao's people arrived, asking her to visit him. Ku Meng thought that something might have gone wrong with his illness and rushed over. To her surprise, Lu Zhuchao only wanted her to come and eat some sweets. Never mind, Ku Meng, don't hold it against the patient. She sat down on the sofa and enjoyed a cake worth up to 100,000 yuan. Lu Zhuchao saw that Ku Meng was staying by his side, playing games and eating, and he believed that she had truly forgiven him. However, he still hadn't forgotten the actions of Ku Si and Lim Sang. One had scammed him, and the other had bombed his base. Lu Zhuchao had once suspected that Ku Meng might be an accomplice of the two, especially since he had witnessed Kim Yang's suffering firsthand. Ku Meng quickly traced the hacker's location on her virus-infected computer. Is Lim Sang a hacker? Lu Zhuchao asked directly. Ku Meng quickly realized that Lu Zhuchao was probing her. She didn't answer his question directly but said, Lim Sang's computer skills are decent. But Lu Zhuchao wasn't giving up. He continued asking about Lim Sang's occupation. Since you two are so close, how could you not know what she does? I had my subordinates investigate her before, but her background was too perfect, like it was deliberately fabricated. Ku Meng stood up, preparing to use her trump card. She suddenly moved closer to Lu Zhuchao and used her charm to captivate him. Well, since you've slept beside me, do you know what my job is? As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zhuchao went silent. At that moment, Tan Feng entered the room to discuss matters with Lu Zhuchao. A few days ago, their system was suddenly attacked by hackers, and the encrypted online conversations still hadn't been decrypted. Currently, the financial market was quite unstable. Ku Meng sat on the side, eating sweets and eavesdropping. From the conversation between the two, she learned that Lu Zhuchao's side was also under attack, and he was still searching for someone to decode the conversation online. Lu Zhuchao instructed Tan Feng to monitor the fluctuations in the stock market, while for the online conversation, they had to let the technical team continue working on it. Tan Feng informed him that they had requested Dark Figure to send White Fox to decrypt it. Lu Zhuchao was very supportive of this and was willing to spend any amount of money to have White Fox intervene. Lu Zhuchao was unaware that White Fox, whom he had been searching for day and night, was the girl right beside him. Ku Meng used the excuse of stepping out to avoid disturbing Lu Zhuchao's work discussions. As soon as she stood up, he immediately grabbed her wrist. Lim Sang has found many people to bomb my base before. She must know quite a few people. Can you ask her if she has any way to contact White Fox? Lu Zhuchao wanted to ask Lim Sang if she could contact White Fox. As soon as he finished speaking, Ku Meng's phone rang. Why are these tasks being assigned so quickly? She looked at the screen and saw Wan Ling's name, realizing that Dark Figure was about to assign her a new task. Fearing that her identity might be exposed, Ku Meng quickly hung up. She had just received a mission from Shandar of the Traying Mu Group and now needed to find a way to deal with the problematic online conversation. As she was about to leave, Tan Feng rushed in to report, there's been an incident at the Beijing Stock Exchange. The fund's password was attacked by hackers, and hundreds of millions have been lost in just a few seconds. If we can't find these hackers, the stock market in country K will collapse. The stock exchange still had to report the incident to Lu Zhuchao. It seemed that his abilities were impressive. Ku Meng was truly surprised by the prowess of this man. Has your business expanded to the Beijing Stock Exchange? She thought to herself. Tan Shirao brought the computer to Lu Zhuchao to show him the situation. They had really run out of options. Lu Zhuchao looked at the numbers continuously changing on the screen. He understood this trading account system better than anyone else because he was the one who had set it up. Without an insider, it would be impossible to breach what I've established. But now, there's no time to investigate. We need to minimize the losses first. The message sent to White Fox still hadn't been replied to. Although his left arm was broken, Lu Zhuchao's right arm was still functional. When Ku Meng saw him preparing to type, she guessed that he was the top hacker of the Red Scorpion. Tan Fong advised, "Mr. Zhu Chou, don't push yourself too hard. You should rest for now. Given your condition, even moving around is difficult." But the next moment, Ku Meng grabbed Lu Zhu Chou's computer. She quickly closed the laptop and, facing her future husband, he didn't dare to demand the computer back. Lu Zhu Chou could only gently say, "You should go back to the training ground. Leave the stock market issue to me. Well, this love-crazed guy caused all this trouble because of me. If I hadn't seen his finger wrapped in bandages like a silkworm cocoon, I wouldn't have helped for free." Ku Meng opened the laptop and swiftly began typing, writing some data programs. The computer quickly started running. Tan Fong and Shiido were worried. After all, if our technical experts can't solve this, how can a high school girl handle it? Tan Fong was concerned that if Ku Meng continued messing around, the losses for the Beijing Stock Exchange would be even greater. But Lu Zhu Chou watched Ku Meng's skillful operations and felt much more reassured. He had also confirmed Ku Meng's identity as a top hacker. In a basement somewhere in Country K, two hackers were feeling proud of their success. They had just jointly breached the Beijing Stock Exchange system. "With the money we've hacked this time, even if we have to spend years in the hospital with broken legs, we won't have to worry." However, their joy lasted only 3 seconds as the blue-haired hacker noticed an issue with their bank account. "Wait a minute, why is there only 250 left in the account? What's this? The money in our bank account has disappeared?" Both hackers stared at the screen. They had stirred up the stock market and easily took away more than 10 billion from the exchange with just a line of code. Yet, before they could even enjoy the money, there was only 250 left. Which hacker is so skilled? Not only did they counterattack and breach our account, but they also took back all the money and sent us a huge SB. The two hackers stared at the giant green letters SB on their screen, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, who did this?" Ku Meng casually set up a program on the computer and found the hacker's IP location. Tan Fong was speechless. It seems that this little sister-in-law's skills are even better than Mr. Shang's. Ku Meng handed the computer to Lu Zhu Chou and instructed him to send people to the location she specified to capture and interrogate them. At this moment, Tan Fong also received a notification that the money had been recovered. Both men in the room were extremely puzzled. Tan Fong couldn't understand how the money that had been transferred to the hacker's account could be transferred back. Ku Meng explained, "I used to set up security networks for banks. Currently, most banks in Country K use the system I developed. Since I created it, I naturally have the right to manage the bank's money." Ku Meng said to Lu Zhu Chou, "This time, the loss is only 250. After all, the hacker has worked hard for so long. It wouldn't be right not to leave them any money for their meal." She also mentioned that she had already decrypted the online conversation. In fact, she had cracked it several times while at the Scorpion base. But just as she was thinking of another approach, Lu Zhu Chou's people called her away. Since both Lu Zhu Chou's stock exchange and Trang Mu Corporation received the same conversation, she took the opportunity to decrypt it. Lu Zhu Chou had thought the conversation was a highly complex code, but it turned out to be mere bragging. Tan Fong snorted, "These damn hackers are so arrogant. Let's see if I catch them how I'll deal with them." At this point, Ku Meng received a notification from the Scorpion base that it was time for her to return and check on the training of the members. Seeing that there was nothing more to do here, she bade farewell to Lu Zhu Chou and left. Lu Zhu Chou watched his future wife leave, deep in thought. Tan Fong had initially thought that Ku Meng was just a highly intelligent high school student, but now he realized she was far from simple. Tan Fong suspected that both Ku Meng and Lim Sang were top hackers hiding their identities. Elsewhere, the training base was preparing for the assessment. A trainer complained that Nun Sound's training had been excessively harsh, almost to the point of being perverse. Even someone with his physique found the tasks challenging. A colleague advised him to be careful with his words and actions, as Nun Sound and Ku Meng were the same person. Moreover, Ku Meng was also Lu Zhu Chou's beloved. Speaking ill of the future boss would surely lead to trouble. Even the boss has to watch his step around her, the colleague added. It was said that to beg for Nun Sound's forgiveness, the boss had even personally gone to the discipline hall to accept punishment. The boss was still recovering in the medical room. The colleague added, "None sound is truly impressive. I heard that the computer codes the tech team couldn't crack were actually decrypted by her." Hearing this, the trainer broke into a cold sweat. "Oh my, I really can't afford to offend her. But I am genuinely worried that my trainees will be horribly tortured this time." The colleague could only helplessly sigh, "We should wait and see the results." On the training field, Ku Meng blew the whistle to start the assessment. All the trainees adjusted their states and began the test. Today was the third day after the Scorpion-based training assessment. Tan Feng and Shi Ido were very concerned about the trainees' situation, so they requested the technical team to adjust the live broadcast frequency of the assessment to the medical room for monitoring. It has been 3 days since Ku Meng helped Lu Zhuqiu catch the hacker causing the chaos. He was so desperate to see her that he finally couldn't hold back and texted her, inviting her to dinner. This time, Tan Feng and Shi Ido had specially prepared hot pot for Ku Meng. Ku Meng was initially very happy, but when she looked at Lu Zhuqiu's food, she realized something was off. "Ho ho, President Lu, it's really pitiful that someone as rich as you can only watch others eat hot pot while you can only eat plain porridge." Ku Meng couldn't help but mock him. "Wow wow wow, young Master Lu can only eat porridge. Well then, let me eat in your place." Lu Zhuqiu was already annoyed by having to look at delicious food without being able to eat it, and now being mocked by Ku Meng only added to his resentment. "Isn't it because I wanted to pacify Ku Meng that I've tortured myself like this? And now this little girl dares to mock me. Once I'm better, I'll definitely deal with her harshly," Lu Zhuqiu said, causing his friends to nearly spit out their drinks. "Young Master Lu is indeed impressive, already thinking about torturing people even before he's fully recovered," one of them commented. Ku Meng coldly laughed, ignoring Lu Zhuqiu's words, "I'm very good at fighting. Now that you're in such a weakened state, you might not be able to handle me." Seeing Ku Meng talking while taking off her coat, Lu Zhuqiu's friends couldn't help but react. Ku Meng gently raised her hands to tie her hair into a ponytail, revealing her snow-white neck and slender waist. Was she trying to make him die from longing? The other guys eating nearby found it hard not to look at her. Lu Zhuqiu cleared his throat twice and handed his coat back to Ku Meng, asking her to put it on. Initially, Ku Meng didn't realize Lu Zhuqiu's intention and thought he was just concerned she might be cold. Her reaction caused Lu Zhuqiu's friends to snicker quietly. Young Master Lu is clearly jealous but doesn't dare to say it outright, they thought. All of Lu Zhuqiu's grievances were caused by Ku Meng. In this lifetime, he was doomed to be tormented by his wife. At this moment, Ku Si appeared on the assessment screen, drawing everyone's attention. When Ku Si first joined, the trainees thought he was too young and that he got in because of connections. They believed he was just a rich kid. But to their surprise, after the training, his abilities were no less impressive than those of the adults. Ku Si's performance stimulated the other trainees, making everyone strive harder in their training. Tan Feng looked at Ku Si's displayed abilities in awe. No wonder he's Ku Meng's brother. This sibling pair is truly impressive, he thought. At this point, Ku Meng received a notification on her phone that the assessment results were in and that she should return quickly. This was the most severe assessment with casualties, but it was all within Ku Meng's expectations. She told the trainees who passed to use their rest time wisely and then returned to check on Ku Si. Exhausted, Ku Si burst into tears when he saw his sister and hugged her tightly, as if trying to be spoiled a little. However, Ku Meng only gave Ku Si 3 days to rest before sending him back to school. With only 100 days left before the college entrance exams, Ku Meng took her brother to school and asked the principal to arrange for him to join her class for the upcoming exams. In the office, both the principal and Ku Meng's homeroom teacher were surprised. "Ku Meng, this isn't in accordance with the regulations," they said. Today, Ku Meng brought her brother, Ku Si, to school and arranged for him to participate in the mock exam. Initially, Ku Meng had no interest in college entrance exams. It was only because her best friend Kim Yang had psychological trauma about school but lacked the courage to attend that Ku Meng went along with her. Now, Kim Yang was doing very well and had received a scholarship. During this period, homeroom teacher Chi Yen had been attentive to her. Ku Meng hoped to have more outstanding students in Chi's class, which is why she arranged for her brother to join class 20. During this time, Ku Si had been training at the Red Scorpion base while self-studying all high school subjects. With this level of preparation, he was more than capable of taking the college entrance exams. After handling the class transfer, Kumang took her brother and left. At this point, Kumang received a message from the Class 20 chat group. She used this opportunity to say goodbye to her classmates. She thought about how much more open Kim Yang had become over the past few months. Even when faced with malicious rumors, she was able to handle them herself. Kumang felt much more at ease, knowing that her decision to go to Mingsheng with her was the right one. Kumang texted, "Kim Yang, I won't be returning to school anymore. Do your best in the college entrance exams, and we'll meet at Kingshang University." After saying goodbye to each friend, Lu Zhuchao's assistant drove them to the Jikuan apartment. On the way, while Kumang was playing a game in the car, she received a call from Hakchar. Since the last time she warned Hakchar not to appear in her sight and not to harm Lu Zhuchao, she hadn't received any news from him. Now, Kumang knew he was in Mingsheng, but she only glanced at the message without replying. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce cut off their car. Kumang noticed the person in the back seat of that car, Hakchar, staring at her coldly as if blaming her for not reading his messages. Kusi also saw the person in the car and asked Kumang, "Do you want to get out and talk to him for a bit?" Kumang felt this meeting was inevitable, so she tossed her phone to Kusi, "Go ahead and play. If you lose, I'll post a picture of you in your underwear online." Hakchar hadn't seen Kumang for 3 years and missed her deeply. Seeing her becoming more beautiful and outstanding, his feelings for her had only grown stronger. He had often come here to take Kumang back. So, before Kumang could say anything, Hakchar knocked on the car window, asking Kusi to get out of the car. However, Kusi was busy playing a game and had already recognized Lu Zhuchao as his brother-in-law, thinking Hakchar was insignificant. Lu Zhuchao's assistant saw the situation was not good. This man clearly came to snatch their future boss, so he quickly called Lu Zhuchao to report the situation. Hakchar knew that Kumang wouldn't easily come with him. He planned to reveal Lu Zhuchao's identity as the Red Scorpion leader to warn her, "Back then, I was tortured almost to death in his territory. Have you forgotten your 7 broken ribs? Now that he's just being sweet to you, have you forgotten everything from the past? Don't be too naive." Kumang wasn't interested in listening to his meaningless words and pushed his hand away when he tried to touch her. Hakchar knew that if things dragged on, no one would leave, so he intended to use force to take her. But at that moment, a ringtone broke the awkward silence. "Sis, your brother-in-law is calling you home for dinner," Kusi shouted. In his mind, Lu Zhuchao was much better than Hakchar. Kusi intentionally called Lu Zhuchao brother-in-law to provoke Hakchar. Lu Zhuchao asked Kumang on the phone, "Have you finished handling things with your brother? If so, come back to Kingshang and live with me." He hadn't even formally confessed his feelings yet and already wanted her to move in, which was quite presumptuous. At this point, Hakchar, knowing Lu Zhuchao was on the phone, deliberately interjected, "Kumang, come back to me. I will treat you well." Lu Zhuchao never requested or pressured Kumang to go with anyone. On the contrary, he generously said, "You can freely choose where you want to go. Wherever you go, once I recover, I will definitely come to pick you up, so you don't need to hurry." Kumang didn't specify who she would go with or where she was going. She just said, "Goodbye," and tossed the phone to Kusi. This love triangle was making the assistant in the car sweat nervously, fearing that Kumang might choose the substitute CEO instead of their boss. After saying this, Kumang opened the car door and prepared to get in. She coldly added, "If you have no further business, then you can go. I'm tired and don't have time to play with you." Hakchar knew Kumang had decided to leave but still held the car door open. He pulled out a carefully wrapped gift, a lipstick he had meticulously prepared to give Kumang for her 18th birthday. However, she had refused it at that time. Kumang had never liked makeup, especially not a bright lipstick like that. Seeing the gift was lipstick, Kusi immediately knew Hakchar had completely given up hope. This straight-laced man. "Does my sister even wear makeup to receive lipstick?" Kusi mocked. Hakchar said, "As long as you accept my gift, I won't bother you today." This was the biggest concession Hakchar could make, but Kusi continued to mock him. "Did you get hit in the head? Such a glaring pink, are you trying to make my sister look like an old lady?" It served Hakchar right that he couldn't win her over. Kumang felt that if she didn't deal with this today, Hakchar would definitely continue to pester her, and she had never been one to tolerate lengthy entanglements. She took the gift and, right in front of him, tossed it into a trash bin by the roadside. This action showed no respect for Hakchar. Afterwards, Kumang closed the car door and told the driver to quickly leave. Kusi continued to laugh at Hakchar's gift in the car. This fool thought that by giving lipstick, he'd somehow be involved when my sister and brother-in-law kissed? After a 3-hour flight, Kumang and her brother finally arrived at Qingshan Airport. The first person she notified was Umu Fong. Umu Fong, the son of her disciple U Trongqing, hadn't seen Kusi for a long time. Upon seeing him, Umu Fong hugged and kissed him, exclaiming, "I missed you so much." Kumang urged the two people behind her, "Let's leave the airport quickly. After sitting on the plane for 3 hours, I'm starving. Stop causing a fuss and take me to eat." Umu Fong happily ran to the sports car. "Thank you, boss, for helping me get this beloved car." The last time Kumang and Lu Zhuqiu visited Tanfeng's horse farm, Wu Zhu had tried to embarrass Kumang in front of Lu Zhuqiu by betting this limited edition sports car, challenging her to a horse riding contest. Kumang's exceptional riding skills not only won her the luxury car worth billions, but also exposed Lu Zhuqiu to Wu Zhu's scheming ways. After receiving the car, Kumang didn't want to keep it and gave it to Umu Fong. At that moment, Wu Zhu was also at the airport. Seeing Umu Fong and Kumang's familiarity, she realized, "No wonder you agreed to compete with me back then. It turns out you wanted to win the car for Umu Fong. Does Lu Zhuqiu know you competed with me just to get a car for another man?" Wu Zhu, having been quiet for a while, now seemed eager to stir up trouble. Kumang didn't want to engage with Wu Zhu and disdainfully said, "And what's it to you?" Wu Zhu sneered, "No skills, just relying on beauty to get a man. In the end, Lu Zhuqiu only likes your fox-like appearance. If he knew you competed in horse riding with me just to win a car for another man, I'd love to see if he would immediately kick you out." Kumang paid no attention to Wu Zhu's provocation. For her, whether it was Lu Zhuqiu or Hakchar, they were just passers-by in her life. At that moment, U Trongqing approached Kumang. U Trongqing's father was a senior disciple of Kumang in acupuncture. Knowing her status as the divine hand doctor, U Trongqing, despite his own arrogance, had only respect for her. Furthermore, last time, her help had won him back the sports car from Wu Zhu. All this led Wu Zhu to misunderstand, thinking Kumang was a seductress spreading affection everywhere. Umu Fong quickly saw through Wu Zhu's scheme. Isn't this just trying to create a rift between Kumang and Lu Zhuqiu? He intervened directly, responding, "Stay out of other people's business. Have you been ordered by Lu Zhuqiu not to come near the Lu family? Now that you're dissatisfied and looking for trouble? Last time, Kumang didn't even pursue legal action against you for almost causing her to fall off a horse with that needle. Moreover, my boss, Kumang, is not someone any noble family can just pursue. Feel free to gossip, whether Lu Zhuqiu believes it or not is up to him. Our family, the UK family, is also one of the most prestigious families in Qingshan. But even I am not worthy of my boss, Kumang." Umu Fong's intervention made it inconvenient for Wu Zhu to say anything more. After a prolonged verbal exchange, Kumang grew impatient. "Hurry up. I'm hungry, stop dragging this out." Umu Fong, now uninterested in Wu Zhu, kindly warned her as he passed by, "Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Don't you think the punishment you received last time was enough? Lu Zhuqiu is not someone you should provoke." With that, Umu Fong drove away. Since the previous horse race, Lu Zhuqiu had caused considerable trouble for the Wu family, leading to a severe drop in their stock prices. This time, Wu Zhu, having finally grasped a weakness of Kumang, was determined to report it to Lu Zhuqiu. At Lu's residence, Lu Zhuqiu's health was nearly restored, and he was preparing to leave the Red Scorpion training base to go home. Through his assistant, he learned that Kumang had returned to Qingshan and had not gone with Hakchar, which made him sweetly delighted. However, when he learned that Kumang had gone missing after disembarking from the plane, his head throbbed with worry. At that moment, Wu Zhu burst in, continuously expressing concern about his injury while also reporting on Kumang. "Mr. Zhuqiu, you've done so much for that vixen Kumang, it's really not worth it. Let me give you some advice." Lu Zhuqiu was extremely annoyed by Wu Zhu's intrusion. "Didn't I already tell you not to come near me? Are you all deaf? Louis bowed in apology. Mr. Liu, it was a lapse in judgment that allowed her to barge in. Louis hurriedly had people remove Wu Ju before Lu Zhuqiu could get angry. Wu Ju was restrained by 2 security guards but still shouted angrily, Mu Feng has taken Ku Meng away. You're supporting Ku Meng even though you've been cuckolded. Are you even a man? At that moment, Ku Meng and her brother were enjoying a feast at a restaurant. The food on the plane had been truly unappetizing. Ku Meng had just eaten a few bites when she received a call from Lu Zhuqiu. Where are you? Should I send someone to pick you up? Ku Meng was surprised at how quickly Lu Zhuqiu had traced her whereabouts. However, since she wasn't trying to hide, she asked Mu Feng to help her take her brother Ku Si to the research institute after they finished eating. After finishing her meal, Ku Meng went alone to the Lu family's estate. That evening, Lu Zhuqiu felt that his health had nearly recovered, so he sent the entire Red Scorpion medical team home. When Ku Meng arrived, she found only Lu Zhuqiu there. Upon seeing her, he acted like a child and said, Little Meng, I already paid you a year's salary to be my personal doctor. When are you going to start your job? Ku Meng was at a loss for words since she had only joked about it before, but she had indeed accepted his money without doing anything in return. Seeing that she didn't answer, Lu Zhuqiu immediately embraced her waist, not allowing her to leave. Having just disembarked from the plane and not yet settled in, Ku Meng decided to take a shower first before attending to him. Although she was accustomed to Lu Zhuqiu's clinginess and jealousy, his skills in this area seemed to be improving. He kept holding on to her, subtly probing about her relationship with Mu Feng. After all, when Lu Zhuqiu had asked Mu Feng to perform surgery on his grandmother, their reactions suggested that they weren't acquainted before. Ku Meng noticed Lu Zhuqiu's little insecurities and teased him while drying him off. Are you jealous of Mu Feng? It's understandable, even though he's a mischievous kid, he's not bad looking. Lu Zhuqiu was deeply unsettled by Ku Meng praising another man. Although he hadn't necessarily lost to the powerful Hakchar, he was confident that Ku Meng's feelings always leaned toward him. But now, hearing her compliment Mu Feng, he couldn't help but wonder if Ku Meng genuinely liked someone like Mu Feng. The next moment, Ku Meng handed Lu Zhuqiu a sedative, saying, Don't worry, I like this bag of yours better. He was the young master of the Lu family, a powerful figure in the Lu clan and a disruptor in the Mingsheng financial market, but now, because of love, he had become a little puppy seeking favor. Lu Zhuqiu looked at Ku Meng, who was always pursued by others. To the left was the powerful and domineering Hakchar, to the right was the sweet and gentle Mu Feng, and here he was, wounded and unfit. As he thought about this, his head ached, and he resolved to keep her by his side forever, even if it meant becoming someone who clung to her and begged for her favor. Ku Meng gently asked him to extend his hand so she could clean him up. He immediately extended his hand without hesitation. Having just taken a shower, Ku Meng still carried the fragrance of body wash, and the close proximity and intentional touches made Lu Zhuqiu suddenly flush. He feared he might not be able to control the surge of desire in his body. Ku Meng knew what kind of person he was. She directly pulled up his waistband with one finger and began to undress him herself, her gaze hinting at something. Lu Zhuqiu felt like he had drunk 800 milliliters of strong liquor, just looking at her face made him dizzy. When he had just returned to the Lu estate, he had deliberately sent the Red Scorpion medical team away to keep her there to help him. But now that she had finished cleaning the upper part, wasn't she going to clean the lower part as well? For a national master skilled in medicine like her, patients were never distinguished by gender. Lu Zhuqiu looked innocent and pure, like a young adolescent. Facing Ku Meng's teasing, he blushed. Seeing her look as if she was about to devour him, Lu Zhuqiu quickly grabbed her hand and said, If you really take off my pants, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and might act like a beast. At that moment, just as things were getting intimate, the phone rang abruptly. Lu Zhuqiu had to turn away to answer it. It turned out to be Grandma Lu, who was worried about his injury and was calling to check on him. She had also heard that Lu Zhuqiu had asked the education department to exempt Ku Meng from the college entrance exams. Yes, Grandma, given Ku Meng's level, she would pass with top marks anyway. It's better to give her a break and let someone else have the opportunity. Since meeting Ku Meng, Grandma Lu had taken a liking to her, and knowing her grandson was secretly preparing a dowry for Ku Meng, she hoped Lu Zhuqiu would bring her home soon. When she learned that Kumang was also at the Lu estate, she was delighted. This kid, if you're busy with work, you could let Kumang come and keep me company. Grandma will help you take care of little Mang. But Lu Zhucho couldn't easily let Kumang go. Grandma, go to bed early. She doesn't have time. Lu Zhucho said this and then hung up, ignoring Grandma Lu's scolding on the other end. He looked at the girl quietly sitting by the bed and suddenly had the urge to continue being intimate with her. At that moment, Kumang wanted to break the awkward atmosphere and handed him an almond candy. Seeing Kumang, Lu Zhucho couldn't stop his mischievous thoughts. He flashed a cunning smile and said, I can make this almond candy taste even better. Would you like to try? He then popped the candy in his mouth and gave her a sweet kiss. This was Kumang's first time experiencing such a way of eating, and she found it somewhat unsatisfying. People often say that women lose control when they are in love, but it was Lu Zhucho who was unable to control himself today. He teased her, but ended up being seduced by her, begging for her affection. Kumang, prioritizing her health, refused him once again. Losing a deliciously tempting opportunity was even more painful for Lu Zhucho than losing billions. He was so heartbroken that his tears seemed to flow inward, and he could only hold Kumang's waist and fall asleep. Kumang played a game for a while, and when she looked back, Lu Zhucho was already sound asleep. At that moment, a message notification pinged, and the screen displayed a message, the annual recruitment is this weekend. The boss would like to know if you will come to see it. Everyone is looking forward to your presence. Kumang replied, okay, I will go. Today, UK Mufong had another meeting with Kumang. His father, UK Trongqing, was short on research funding for an experiment and had reached out to Kumang for help. UK Trongqing wanted her to use her connections with Lu Zhucho to secure additional investment from him. He assigned this task to his son, UK Mufong. Holding a stack of papers, UK Mufong scratched his head and said, my dad is worried about slow approval from higher-ups, so he asked me to bring these for you to sign. It's to speed up our research funding, and he's hoping Lu Zhucho can help a bit. Kumang immediately saw through the young man's scheme with just a glance. However, since he was the cherished son of her apprentice, she felt obligated to help him. UK Mufong handed the documents to Kumang. Although he often acted like a junior chasing after Lu Zhucho, their relationship was actually just a friendship. If he truly needed help, Lu Tamshao might not pay much attention to someone like him. A notification pinged on UK Mufong's phone about a live stream broadcast. Recently, UK Mufong had become obsessed with a variety show featuring live dubbing. He casually shared with Kumang his latest obsession with a new idol, Bai Jia, who was a master of voice acting. He mentioned that the program would be a big hit with Bai Jia's sweet voice and beauty. Suddenly, UK Mufong realized that the company he worked for was the same company Bai Jia was signed with. He asked Kumang, why did you suddenly come here today? Kumang calmly replied, my company is recruiting interns today. As the boss, I have to be here to oversee the situation. Hearing his father mention that Kumang held many roles, UK Mufong was taken aback. Could it be that Kumang was the owner of this top voice acting company? Oh my, could she be my idol, Bai Jia? Today, Kumang's appearance here also meant she accepted UK Mufong as her ally. She had no intention of hiding anything from him, so she straightforwardly admitted, once you're done with your task, you can go. I'm not available to continue with you today. UK Mufong was finally able to see the true face of his idol, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He begged Kumang to let him tour the voice acting company. Since Kumang didn't see him as a troublesome person, she decided to take him along. Meanwhile, the owner of the voice acting company was overwhelmed with work. The popularity of the show Ton Le Van Tuong had boosted the fame of several voice actors, and fans flocked to the company. Even an internship position had many applicants vying for an interview. Moreover, Bai Jia's voice was trending daily, causing the company's stock to soar, reflecting a strong growth trajectory. Being a famous company also meant the work was much more challenging. Recently, Hua Jij had received an order that gave him a headache as he struggled to find a suitable voice. Seeing this, Kumang took over the task, saying, let me handle it, you go deal with other things. As soon as she received the script, she immediately started working, and her serious attitude greatly impressed Hua Jij. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the interview side reported a problem, so Hua Jij had to leave Ku Meng alone in the recording studio while he went out to handle the interviews. Soon after, Ku Meng completed the voice work. As she walked out of the recording studio, she was recognized by fans waiting outside for interviews. Ah, isn't this the choreographer that King Thing Thing recently confessed to? However, where there are fangirls, there are also anti-fans. A girl in a blue shirt in the crowd thought that Ku Meng was just someone who relied on the choreographer for fame and was out of place in a voice acting interview, calling her a laughingstock. This place values voice acting skills, not dancing. She must have come in through the back door to have a chance, the brown-haired girl next to her commented. Both of them considered Ku Meng not a real competitor, but their real rival was Jiao Lang, a third-year student from Ming Sheng's voice acting department. Recently, Jiao Lang had voiced a prominent role in a popular animated film and had gained recognition in the industry. Now, she was here to interview for an internship. Two anxious girls entered the waiting area for interviews. The brown-haired girl recognized Jiao Lang, whom she had just mentioned. Look, Tan Yuj. That's Jiao Lang. I heard her voice is very distinctive, she's an extremely strong competitor. Little did she know that her words ignited Tan Yuj's jealousy. Looking for an opportunity to eliminate her competitor, Tan Yuj took a bathroom break to devise a plan. Why did all these people have to come and compete with her for this position? When Tan Yuj coincidentally saw Ku Meng coming out of the break room, she suddenly came up with a plan. If someone discovered that Ku Meng had caused Jiao Lang to lose her voice today, wouldn't she be able to deal with two problems at once? On the same day, Ku Meng came to the voice acting company to help with the intern selection. Her presence made Tan Yuj misunderstand that Ku Meng was also one of the candidates. With her own insufficient skills and growing jealousy, Tan Yuj was naturally resentful. She had to face both a strong competitor like Jiao Lang and Ku Meng, who had backing support. Tan Yuj devised a plan to use poison to make Jiao Lang lose her voice and then frame Ku Meng. She stealthily entered Ku Meng's break room and hid a leftover vial of poison behind the sofa cushion. Tan Yuj thought everything was perfectly arranged and no one would know. Unexpectedly, as soon as she exited, she bumped into Ku Meng coming back. In a hurry, Tan Yuj took out a small notebook and pretended to be a fan asking for an autograph from Ku Meng. Initially, Ku Meng thought she was just an ordinary fan. However, when she returned to the break room and noticed that the cushion's position was askew, she began to suspect something. Meanwhile, the voice acting interview was in full swing, but Jiao Lang, one of the strongest candidates, suddenly lost her voice. Her severe coughing and hoarse voice led to her immediate disqualification. At first, Jiao Lang thought it was just a vocal issue. But Tan Yuj, standing nearby, suddenly played the role of a concerned friend. I suspect someone is trying to sabotage you. I know of a kind of poison that can make someone's voice become hoarse and ruin it. Perhaps someone envious of you intentionally gave you this poison to paralyze your voice. Wasn't your voice normal earlier? Why does it sound like this now? Someone must be trying to sabotage you here. Jiao Lang found Tan Yuj's suggestion plausible and asked the staff to help, requesting a search and inspection of everyone present. Losing one's voice is a serious issue for a voice actor. Tan Yuj secretly rejoiced, thinking she could solve two competitors at once. However, after the staff searched everyone's bags, no harmful substances were found. At this point, Tan Yuj suggested that the break room of Ku Meng had not yet been searched. Ku Meng, who had already anticipated such a scenario, was casually playing games with Mu Fong in the room. The staff, unaware of Ku Meng's status as the company owner, thought she was an outsider and proceeded to search her break room. Why are you suspecting me? I haven't even spoken to that girl, Ku Meng said. The staff felt awkward, but since Jiao Lang had encountered issues at their company, they had to provide a fair explanation. Ku Meng, not one to act irrationally, wanted to see how things would unfold. Ultimately, they began to search the break room, and indeed, the vial of poison hidden behind the cushion was found by Jiao Lang. Now that the evidence is clear, do you have anything left to deny? Jiao Lang, furious, charged at Ku Meng, intending to slap her. Fortunately, Mu Fong intervened in time. Hey, Jiao Lang, Ku Meng has no motive to harm you. Don't let yourself be used and become a laughingstock. However, Jiao Lang, completely out of control, was only focused on catching the person who sabotaged her voice. Don't think just because you're a choreographer for the king thing that you can do whatever you want. Even if you have backing, I will expose your despicable actions. Ku-meng silently observed the situation. Among those present, only the girl in the blue dress had been continuously stirring up trouble and causing divisions. Furthermore, she was the only one who had entered her break room earlier. Ku-meng directly instructed Mu Fong to restrain the girl in the blue dress, retrieve the autograph request she had made earlier, and ordered the staff to quickly call the police. Since she wants to make a big deal out of this, I'll make sure to see it through. Mu Fong noticed the staff hesitating and openly revealed Ku-meng's identity. Haven't you heard Bai Jia's voice? She is the owner of this voice acting company, the national treasure and master voice actor Bai Jia. Ku-meng had merely appeared in the voice acting company's break room, but had been mistaken for using her status as the king thing choreographer to gain favor and leverage the prestige of Bai Jia, the top voice actor, to get ahead. Facing the ill-intentioned woman and the ignorant staff, Ku-meng had to declare her identity loudly. I am Bai Jia. Ku-meng had come to oversee the intern selection process and did not expect to encounter the malicious girl after her bathroom break. Initially, she thought the girl was just an overzealous fan excited to meet her. But now, seeing her lead people into her break room, Ku-meng's suspicions were clear. You all think I'm the one who harmed Jiao Lang's voice? Then call the police. The staff, confused, worried, calling the police is a big deal. Why should we listen to you? Just because you claim to be our boss? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone mocked her, believing she was shamelessly pretending to be the owner of the voice acting company. What nonsense are you talking about? Master Bai Jia is a prominent figure who founded the company years ago. How old were you back then? And now you dare to shamelessly impersonate her. At this point, the commotion in the break room attracted the attention of the company's higher-ups. Hua Jij, the only person who knew Ku-meng's true identity, arrived and was briefed by the staff on the situation. Upon hearing the details, Hua Jij erupted in anger. Are you out of your mind? You dare to touch my boss? Get out of here and sell sweet potatoes at the train station tonight. After reprimanding his subordinate, Hua Jij quickly bowed and respectfully apologized to Ku-meng. Ms. Ku, I'm very sorry. We will ensure that such employees will not be part of our company in the future. Ku-meng was not interested in handling the staff issue and simply said, someone accused me of poisoning and harming others to ruin their voice just to apply for an internship. This is not something that can be explained in a few sentences. Hua Jij immediately introduced Ku-meng to everyone. This is Bai Jia, the actual owner of the company. Miss Ku truly has no motive to harm this candidate. Hua Jij's confirmation left Jiao Lang and Tan Yuj stunned. Tan Yuj was shocked to realize she had wrongly accused the company's founder. Mu Fong, who had long seen through her dirty trick, nonchalantly gave her a thumbs up, mocking, "You're impressive," trying to take action without even clearly investigating the target. At this point, Jiao Lang had realized Tan Yuj was the one behind the sabotage of her voice. However, Tan Yuj grabbed the bottle of poison found in Ku-meng's break room and said, I found this bottle in Ku-meng's break room. Do you have any evidence proving that I harmed you? Ku-meng, disinterested in arguing with such a person, replied, if you have anything to say, go to the police station and say it there. Tan Yuj was not afraid at all, as her family had connections with the police. She promptly called for her people to arrest Ku-meng. At the police station, Ku-meng was detained and interrogated about the presence of the poison bottle in her break room. However, despite the police's efforts, they couldn't find any leads. The chief of police, Mr. Young, was only pressuring Ku-meng to confess. If not for Ku-meng having crossed the Tan family, he, as the chief of police, wouldn't have personally come to interrogate her. Ms. Tan, why bother coming here yourself? I could handle the interrogation. However, Ku-meng is a famous person with strong backing. Currently, aside from the poison bottle, there is no other evidence to charge her with. How about we detain her temporarily and decide later? Mr. Yang's suggestion was immediately opposed by Mu Fong. You dare to detain my person without evidence? Mr. Yang realized Mu Fong was a young master from the UK family and felt uneasy, caught between the Tan and UK families. Perhaps it's best for both sides to settle this privately. In that case, you could just compensate and apologize to the girl whose voice was harmed. He was reluctant to offend either party. However, Ku Meng insisted on making a big deal of the situation. If I wanted to settle this privately, I wouldn't have reported it to the police. Someone has caused trouble on my turf. If I don't take a stand, what will my subordinates think? Won't that mean anyone could challenge me in the future? Tan Yudge, knowing she was in the wrong, decided to avoid further conflict. Realizing that there was no substantial evidence against her on the surface, she quickly made an excuse to leave. Her indifferent attitude enraged Ku Meng. Ku Meng kicked a chair and blocked Tan Yudge's path. Not related to you? Then what about the evidence I have? Despite being perceived as someone who advanced through connections, Ku Meng was actually the owner behind the voice acting company. As Bai Jia, a leading figure in the voice acting industry, she had significantly boosted the company's stock prices. Tan Yudge had poisoned someone's voice and falsely accused Ku Meng. Even though evidence had been presented, Tan Yudge remained aloof, believing her connections were strong enough to overcome Ku Meng's authority. Tan Yudge, you set a trap in my break room. The evidence is here. Are you going to admit it yourself, or should I recreate the scene? Tan Yudge didn't believe Ku Meng could have found her weaknesses and thought Ku Meng was merely bluffing. She refused to admit guilt, leading Ku Meng to move forward to teach her a lesson, but Mu Feng intervened just in time. Not wanting to waste more time with someone so shameless, Ku Meng handed over the evidence to Chief Yang for the police to investigate. The surveillance footage clearly showed Tan Yudge placing the poison in Ku Meng's break room. This was direct evidence, and even the best lawyer couldn't help Tan Yudge evade justice. Moreover, Mu Feng used his influence to pressure Chief Yang into handling the case fairly. With the evidence clear, despite Tan Yudge's powerful connections, Chief Yang had to make the arrest. Tan Yudge, desperate, quickly called her cousin for help. Half an hour later, Shi Ido rushed in from outside. Upon seeing his cousin, Shi Ido immediately went to comfort Tan Yudge. Tan Yudge, seeing Shi Ido's arrival, began to cry and complain about her grievance, claiming that Ku Meng was determined to frame her. As Shi Ido arrived, he saw Ku Meng and Mu Feng. Not to mention that the UK family is a clan that even the Ha family does not dare to offend. Ku Meng also has the backing of the Liu family. Tan Yudge was unaware of this and, in front of both of them, loudly demanded that Shi Ido bankrupt Ku Meng's company. However, the next moment, Shi Ido slapped her across the face and said, "Do you know she's not just the owner of a small company? Miss Meng is from the Liu family. Can you afford to offend her?" Tan Yudge was completely horrified. She knew that the Liu family was the top clan in the capital. After disciplining his cousin, Shi Ido quickly turned to apologize to Ku Meng. "Lu Zhuqiu can personally punish himself to beg for your forgiveness. If this matter isn't handled fairly, he probably won't let it go." All this left Director Yang stunned. Shi Ido was the one Tan Yudge had called for support, but now he was bowing his head to apologize to Ku Meng. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ku Meng was the real power at the top. Shi Ido heard Tan Yudge explain that she had come to Ku Meng's voice acting company for an interview today, but had mistaken Ku Meng for a competitor and thus poisoned her. Shi Ido had heard about this company before, a company that had never needed to raise capital yet maintained its top position unshakably. He did not expect that the one behind the scenes was actually Ku Meng. Shi Ido only asked Ku Meng not to make this public but still dealt with Tan Yudge for the crimes of intentional injury and her detention. Tan Yudge was struck like a bolt of lightning. She accepted the monetary compensation but absolutely did not want to go to prison. Mu Feng couldn't stand it and spoke up, "Don't you know how much money Miss Meng's voice acting company makes? Is your petty cash even needed?" Shi Ido was completely enraged by Tan Yudge's attitude. "You've made a mistake and still refuse to admit it?" Ku Meng knew that Shi Ido was not someone who would unfairly help a family member commit a crime, so she really didn't want to deal with this uproar any longer. She left the matter to Mu Feng and walked away. Shi Ido began to doubt Ku Meng's identity. How many secrets does this girl have that even Lu Zhuqiu doesn't know? After handling Tan Yudge's case, Ku Meng returned home to Lu Zhuqiu. When she arrived, she saw him eating meat. She directly picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and fed it to him, as she was angry, and only good food could soothe her mood. Lu Zhuqiu didn't know about Tan Yudge's incident. He thought Ku Meng had come home early because she missed him. She continued to eat the lobster and said, "The company had a bit of trouble, but it's all sorted out now." She briefly explained the situation to Lu Zhuqiu. Even if I hadn't called you, I could have handled it myself with Umu Fong and Shi Ido there. At this point, Lu Zhuqiu remembered, after reading a text message, that the company Ku Meng mentioned was the exclusive voice acting company. It turned out she was Bai Jia, the master voice actor with a hidden identity. He didn't expect her to have so many layers. Peeling back layer after layer would indeed take quite some time. Little Meng, you really keep surprising me, first as a high-level hacker with advanced skills, and now as the master voice actor with diverse voices. Are there any more secrets about you that I don't know? I have many secrets, I can't let you discover them all at once, Ku Meng replied. Lu Zhuqiu quietly held his wife's hand and said, I want to hear the real voice acting. May I have the honor of becoming one of Bai Jia's hardcore fans? Ku Meng pulled Lu Zhuqiu's collar closer and asked, what would you like to hear me say, big brother? Her sudden closeness made Lu Zhuqiu blush. Ku Meng switched to a cold older sister tone, lightly poking his chest. May I ask, young Master Lu, are you free tonight? Before he could react, she pressed up against him, her mature and alluring voice slipping into his ear. Mr. Zhuqiu, have you taken your medicine tonight? She then returned to her normal voice. Anyway, you've paid me for a year. If you want to hear any voice in the future, just let me know. Lu Zhuqiu was still lingering on the teasing words of Ku Meng. He took her hand, his eyes filled with affection. You're my boss, and everything I have belongs to you. Ku Meng wasn't interested in Lu Zhuqiu's sudden display of affection. She pulled her hand away. Young Master Lu, it's time for you to change your medication. Lu Zhuqiu obediently lay on the bed, waiting for her to change his medicine. Ku Meng lifted his shirt to check the condition of his wounds. The scars were truly deep, and she worried they might leave permanent marks. She furrowed her brow in concern for Lu Zhuqiu's injuries. Lu Zhuqiu's misunderstanding of Ku Meng's expression made him think she was repulsed by his scars. He felt his appearance was unattractive and thought he had to rely on his looks to charm her. Do you think I've become disfigured? He gently held her hand. I'll restore my looks. I've scheduled cosmetic surgery for next week. I'll definitely return to my previous appearance. However, Ku Meng seemed uninterested. I never said I disliked your appearance. Why are you so anxious? Lu Zhuqiu was understandably flustered. Whether I can win you over in the future depends on this appearance. Besides you, I have Hakchar and Umu Fong around, people who have known you longer than I have. Ku Meng reached out to touch Lu Zhuqiu's abs. It doesn't feel bad at all. You should be confident in yourself. Lu Zhuqiu blushed, and just then, Ku Meng's phone rang. It was Lei Chao, her uncle who rarely calls. He briefly informed her that her mother's death anniversary was approaching and asked her to take Ku Si to the grave site. Then he hung up. Today is the first anniversary of her mother's death. Ku Meng took her younger brother to their parents' grave early in the morning to pay their respects. Ku Meng has always had doubts about the cause of her parents' death, and over the years she has continued to investigate. She knelt before their graves, silently vowing to uncover the truth and not let them die in vain. Although Ku Si is strong-willed, he is still young, and the sudden loss of their parents is hard for him to bear. As he knelt at the grave, he couldn't hold back his tears. Ku Meng originally planned to finish the rites quickly and fly back to Beijing, but she was unexpectedly met by her grandfather and a group of relatives who had also come to visit the grave. Her third aunt was the first to approach her. Since hearing that Ku Meng was the top scorer in the college entrance exams, her attitude had changed significantly and she was much more pleasant. However, her grandfather and Lei Chao still looked down on her and constantly mocked and ridiculed her. Lei Chao even put on a pretentious air, insisting that Ku Meng tutor her cousin, who was struggling academically. But everyone's time is valuable, and Ku Meng, who values her own time greatly, didn't want to waste it on those who were undeserving. Furthermore, Ku Meng had no desire to interact much with these relatives. She said, when I was young, I was in prison, and I think it would be better to impart this skill to the younger ones. Books can be read in prison too. Her words frightened her aunt and her husband, who quickly hid their little daughter behind them. Ku Meng's grandfather felt that the only thing he could use to control Ku Meng was Ku Si, so he boldly declared that he would compete for custody of Ku Si with her. He believed that if he could get his hands on the boy, the Lei family could also claim the inheritance of Ku Meng's parents before they died. Ku Meng was shocked that her grandfather dared to touch her younger brother. Ku Si was resolute in standing by his sister's side, but Old Man Lei argued that Ku Si would not be able to learn anything if he stayed with Ku Meng, and thus forcibly kept him with him. He even said he would find a primary school for Ku Si to attend. However, Ku Meng had already arranged for Ku Si to take the college entrance exam this year. She knew that they were the type of people who wouldn't give up until they saw the coffin, so she warned Lei Chao, "It seems that not getting promoted recently hasn't made you remember things for long, has it?" Lei Chao suddenly recalled that last year Tan Yuge had been transferred to Mingsheng to replace him. At that time, Lei Chao had suspected Ku Meng of manipulating things but hadn't confirmed it. He didn't expect her to admit it now. Old Man Lei was so enraged that he raised his stick, intending to hit Ku Meng. His son's promotion was ruined by this worthless niece. Ku Meng reacted quickly, not allowing him to hit her easily. She dodged the attack, causing him to miss and pant heavily. Old Man Lei roared with fury, "You're a bastard child, born of a mother who gave birth but didn't raise you." This completely enraged Ku Meng, who was fed up with this hypocritical family. At first, she had considered maintaining some dignity for them, but now it seemed she no longer needed to be considerate. "Grandfather, you can hit me if you want, but aren't you afraid of the price you'll have to pay for your actions?" Ku Meng had never feared the Lei family and wouldn't go easy on them just because they were her maternal relatives. Old Man Lei was genuinely afraid of Ku Meng's wild nature, but he still retorted, "Your mother should have thrown you away back then." Unable to endure Ku Meng's open provocation, Old Man Lei eventually collapsed from anger. Everyone rushed to gather around and shake him. Ku Si gently tugged at Ku Meng's sleeve and asked, "Sister, is grandfather going to die from anger?" "He won't die. I still left them a way out." With Old Man Lei suddenly fainting, the Lei family was caught off guard. "Ku Si, let's go. We don't need to see them again." But as soon as they turned to leave, Ku Meng was grabbed by Lei Chao, who wouldn't let her go. "You're ungrateful. If you make grandfather die from anger, I'll be the first to sue you. Do you believe that?" Ku Meng tightened her grip on Lei Chao's hand and twisted his arms behind his back. "Uncle, don't you think it would be particularly interesting to become unemployed in middle age? You struggled to get a high management position, only to have it suddenly taken by someone else. If this happens again, do you think you can endure it?" Lei Chao, understanding the situation well, naturally did not dare to advance further after hearing Ku Meng's threat. Ku Si felt a sense of security just being by his sister's side. He worriedly asked Ku Meng again, "Sister, is grandfather going to be all right?" Ku Meng replied, "Don't worry, he's got a long life ahead of him." The two siblings had barely taken a few steps when a middle-aged man ran up to them. He was Ku Meng's second uncle. He said he wanted to take them to the airport. Ku Meng asked, "Uncle, what happened to the villa our parents had before that was taken by grandfather?" Knowing he couldn't hide this from Ku Meng, the second uncle sighed and revealed the truth. Old Man Lei had sold the villa, and they used the money from the sale to buy another apartment. Hearing this, Ku Si was enraged. "They used to borrow money from our parents, and now that they're gone, they've even sold our parents' house." The second uncle explained, "Actually, grandfather wanted to buy a house for your cousin, but he didn't have enough money, so he sold the villa." Ku Meng made a firm decision and called her subordinate to investigate who currently owned her parents' villa. She was determined to recover all the money that had been taken. An hour later, the second uncle waited for Ku Meng and Ku Si at the airport. Ku Meng realized that currently, the only person in the family who cared about them was the second uncle. She believed in repaying kindness with interest. In front of the second uncle, she directly transferred 10 million yuan to him as a token of gratitude. The second uncle asked in surprise, "Ku Meng, why are you giving me so much money?" Ku Meng replied, "Second uncle, my brother and I will handle our own matters. You and Aunt Ba don't need to worry. Also, this year, your daughter is not quite suitable for Qingshui Middle School. How about I arrange for her to attend Mingsheng Middle School? I have acquaintances there." Afterward, Ku Meng handed the second uncle a business card. He was stunned to see that it was the contact information for Chief Liu. He had heard of this prominent figure before. Moreover, Mingsheng Middle School was much better known than Qingshui. At that moment, he realized that Ku Meng was truly remarkable. "Thank you, Ku Meng. Ku Si, take care of yourselves." Meanwhile, Lu Zhuqiu, Ku Meng's husband, was waiting at home and called to ask, have you finished the ancestral rites? Can we spend tomorrow together? We've been in love for so long, and you've grown up now. It's time for me to introduce you to my parents. Lu Zhuqiu had been required to abstain for 3 months. The first thing he wanted to do after recovering was to bring his wife home to meet his parents. He feared that if he didn't introduce her soon, unexpected problems might arise. After finishing the rites for her mother, Ku Meng immediately flew back to Lu Zhuqiu's apartment. She wore a black embroidered dress, elegant and modest, and then went with Lu Zhuqiu to his family's old home. Although this wasn't her first time visiting, it was the first time she was officially introduced to his parents, so she felt a bit nervous. Grandma Lu was very fond of Ku Meng. Since learning that Ku Meng had saved her life, she had a different view of the young woman. Additionally, she had heard that Ku Meng was the designer she admired most and was sure her grandson had chosen the right person. Grandma Lu welcomed Ku Meng warmly, waving her over. Although she was initially a bit shy, Lu Zhuqiu, who was always adoring his wife, noticed her unusual behavior. He pulled her into his arms and began to demand a proper gift from Grandma Lu for the introduction. Grandma, you want Ku Meng to call you Grandma without giving her any kind of introduction gift? Is there such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Ku Meng was truly surprised that the man she chose had the audacity to deceive even his own grandmother. Well, this cunning businessman had once deceived the president of country K out of a large sum. Grandma Lu could not fail to prepare a gift for the occasion. Ku Meng, I never realized that all these years, the clothes I've been wearing were designed by you. Landing is my favorite brand. It seems we are indeed fated to meet. Grandma Lu appreciated the stylish and elegant designs of Landing, which is why she always chose this brand for her conference attire. The more she looked at Ku Meng, the more she liked her, and she wished she could immediately have her grandson marry Ku Meng. With such a stunning appearance, Grandma Lu finally understood why Lu Zhuqiu was so enamored with Ku Meng. Lu Zhuqiu, observing his grandmother and Ku Meng becoming so close, felt as though he was being sidelined. He asked, No, Grandma, I feel that he is quite good too. Feeling proud, Lu Zhuqiu noticed that Ku Meng was now defending him. Grandma Lu immediately supported Ku Meng and began recounting Lu Zhuqiu's bad behavior. She said, Here, take this red envelope and this bracelet. From now on, take care of Lu Zhuqiu for me. Ku Meng felt a bit apprehensive receiving such favor. She had only come here to meet and have a simple meal, and now she was being gifted a bracelet? She looked at Lu Zhuqiu for help, but he encouraged her to accept it. He said, These are things Grandma prepared for the future lady of the Lu family. After all, you can't escape me. You should accept it. That evening, after dinner and returning to their home, Ku Meng opened the red envelope. She was startled by the amount inside, 100 million yuan plus 1. Moreover, the bracelet was so heavy it was almost palpable. This was Grandma Lu's dowry, said to have been passed down from her great-grandmother. This indicated how satisfied she was with Ku Meng. Ku Meng was speechless, saying, So you're trying to deceive me into coming to your home? Your scheming is quite something. Lu Zhuqiu approached, took Ku Meng's wrist, and smiled, How can it be that I'm deceiving you? Clearly, you're the one deceiving me. Ku Meng removed the bracelet and put it back into the red envelope. Lu Zhuqiu began to doubt her recent attitude. Have you lost interest in me? You used to tease me all the time, but now that I'm healthy again, why do you seem regretful of your decision? Ku Meng was simply tired and wanted to sleep, so she replied, I'm very satisfied with you, not at all regretful. What are you thinking about all day with that pig head of yours? Lu Zhuqiu wasn't quite convinced and intended to use his charm to seduce Ku Meng. He took her hand and placed it on himself. There are still places you haven't seen. A good product should be tested for quality, don't you think? After 3 months of intensive treatment, Lu Zhuqiu had finally restored his once proud appearance. In the morning, he took his beloved wife to meet his grandmother, and that evening, once they were back home, he couldn't resist wanting to have her. He asked, You've been treating me hot and cold lately. Have you lost interest in me? Ku Meng had just finished paying respects at her parents' grave and had to hurry back to the Lu family home to meet Grandma Lu. She was truly exhausted both physically and mentally and just wanted to go to sleep. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhuqiu, being as shameless as ever, grabbed her hand and tried to seduce her. My dear Ku Meng, my abilities in this regard are still very good. Do you want to give it a try? Immediately, Lu Zhuqiu transformed into a big wolf, kissing Ku Meng passionately and wrapping his arms around her small waist. This teasing behavior left Ku Meng at a loss, and she pushed Lu Zhuqiu away, looking disgusted. Do you want to sleep or not? If not, get out. Unexpectedly, tonight Lu Zhuqiu swore not to let Ku Meng go. He forced her to turn her head and once again stole a sweet kiss from her. Lu Zhuqiu was unpredictable this time. He changed his approach, and Ku Meng couldn't figure out what he wanted to do. Lu Zhuqiu continued to hold her hand but didn't remove her clothes. Wasn't he just trying to provoke her in the middle of the night? Ku Meng found herself experiencing Lu Zhuqiu's persistence for the first time in her life, and she felt genuinely frightened. Her attempts to avoid him only made him more interested. He bit her hand lightly and said, "For the past 3 months, I've had to endure so much. Make it up to me." However, Lu Zhuqiu ultimately couldn't bear to make Ku Meng suffer. So, he decided to take a step back and chose a second option. Ku Meng had to use an entire box of tissues to help Lu Zhuqiu fulfill his needs. Early the next morning, the college entrance exam finally concluded. Ku Si, being the youngest candidate, naturally received special attention from the media. Reporters crowded to interview him, and articles about the prodigy were everywhere. People once again marveled at the genius siblings Ku Meng and Ku Si. With her identity being closely followed by netizens, Ku Meng didn't want to be too much in the spotlight, so she ordered Yu Mufeng to remove all news about her, even if it meant spending money. Lei Chao and Ku Em were unaware of this and thought that Ku Meng was seeking fame and had pushed her younger brother to take the college entrance exam to attract public attention. Lei Chao disdainfully said, "Ku Si hasn't even completed elementary school. What kind of score can he possibly achieve in the college entrance exam? Let's see how Ku Meng will handle this mess when Ku Si's scores fall to the bottom." Lei Chao didn't realize that Ku Si, an 8-year-old who hadn't completed elementary school, was actually a top-notch hacker. Not only did he trick his brother-in-law out of 10 billion, but he also secretly hired someone to assassinate Lu Zhuqiu. Ku Si was a devoted younger brother who was always ready to do anything to uphold his sister's reputation. Even though he hadn't attended elementary school, Ku Si directly registered to take the college entrance exam. Today was the day of the exam results announcement, and everyone anxiously sat by their computers waiting for the results. Even Lu Yang, a problematic student who had been closely supervised by Ku Meng, achieved a good score of 566 points. His parents were delighted because with this score, Lu Yang could finally enter the police academy he had always dreamed of. Lu Shangkim felt very gratified as both of his children had achieved good results. His daughter, who had always been academically proficient, did not need any worry, and his son, who had previously failed all subjects, had now passed the entrance exam for a key university. He realized that Ku Meng had invested a lot of effort into teaching them. In this college entrance exam, Lu Shangkim's daughter achieved a mediocre score, placing 5th in the entire province. Kim Young, Ku Meng's best friend, was very anxious while waiting for the results. She had given up a scholarship opportunity during a previous interview and was determined to rely on her own abilities to get into the law program and become a student of lawyer Kang. After 3 months of hellish practice, she finally secured the 2nd place in the province. No one expected that the top scorer in the entire province would be Ku Si, the 8-year-old boy, who only lost 1 point in English. Lu Yang was astonished when she saw the score and couldn't help teasing Lu Zhuqiu. "Damn it, cousin, even though your niece took the college entrance exam, they still dared to deduct points. This kid is amazing, but what's up with losing 1 point in English?" Ku Si explained, "The record of perfect scores in all subjects was set by my sister and me. As long as she's around, I'll always be second. Besides, losing just 1 point was to stay close to my sister's results and doesn't affect my position as first place this year." Lu Zhuqiu looked at the sibling pair and realized how strong their academic abilities were. He recalled that if Ku Si hadn't gone easy on him last time, he might have been reduced to ashes. Lei Chao was about to explode with anger upon hearing the news. At first, he thought that Ku Meng was seeking fame by letting her young brother take the college entrance exam, but Ku Si's outstanding results repeatedly slapped him in the face. Old Lei became even more reluctant to get involved in this mess. Now that the Lei family and Ku Meng are at odds, it feels like karma. Perhaps they were wrong from the beginning. They shouldn't have treated Ku Mang and her brother that way, they should have been kind to them from the start. Ku Mang, upon hearing about Kim Yang's excellent results, happily congratulated her. Kim Yang, now full of confidence about her future, said, "Little Mang, once I become a lawyer, I'll earn a lot of money. When I become wealthy, you won't need to work anymore. I'll take care of you." Seeing that Kim Yang could now leave the past behind and start a new life, Ku Mang was happier than anyone. She joked, "Sounds good. So, you'll repay me by taking care of me in the future." Watching the two of them chatting happily, Lu Zhuqiu felt a pang of jealousy. Tanfeng teased, "Lu Zhuqiu, it looks like your wife swings both ways. Be careful, or someone might steal her from you." Lu Shangkim felt so happy today that he decided to book a restaurant for everyone to celebrate together, marking a perfect end to their high school life. Just then, Ku Mang's phone rang, and it was Lim Sang on the other end. Lim Sang's voice came through, "Congratulations on finishing the college entrance exams. I'll be bringing to Mingsheng so we can all gather together." Wan Leng, a member of Ku Mang's Dark Figure organization and a long-time trusted partner, was, of course, welcomed. Ku Mang reminded Lim Sang, "Sis Sang, Lu Zhuqiu will be joining me today. Make sure not to reveal the Dark Figure identity of our members." Lu Zhuqiu, who held the lowest status in the household, had been on Ku Mang's bad side for some time after angering her and getting injured. For 3 months after his recovery, he thought he could get closer to Ku Mang. But to his surprise, her 8-year-old brother Ku Si casually took the college entrance exam and became the national top scorer, once again stealing Ku Mang's attention. Now, with more and more rivals appearing, Lu Zhuqiu silently resolved that he must secure an official status in her life. Today was meant to be a celebration marking the end of Ku Mang's high school life. Lim Sang and Wan Leng flew to Mingsheng to visit her. As Lim Sang sat at the table, she grumbled, complaining that after such a long flight just to come here for a meal, she was faced with people who either had cold, emotionless faces or dead fish eyes. While eating a meatball, she sighed, not expecting that dining with these big shots could be so dull. Seeing Lim Sang looking so down, Shi-Ito quickly picked up a piece of meat for her, smiling brightly as he said, "We're all good friends, so how could we not welcome each other?" Lim Sang was at a loss for words. The last time, to help Ku Mang get revenge, she had deliberately leaked the location of Lu Zhuqiu's secret base in Country K, which was then blown up. Afterward, Shi-Ito secretly investigated Lim Sang's background and discovered she had acted against young Master Lu before, so his attitude was far from friendly, merely being polite out of obligation. Tanfeng, noticing the tension, enthusiastically picked up a tiny piece of meat for Wan Leng, saying, "Let me take care of you a bit more." The four of them exchanged looks of disdain, their eyes sparking with mutual dislike, with none willing to back down. As the host, Lu Zhuqiu couldn't let Ku Mang's friends feel they weren't being treated properly. He coldly ordered, "You're my guests, so calm down and stop causing trouble." Then he addressed Wan Leng and Lim Sang, "I've arranged for the two of you to stay at the most luxurious entertainment club in Mingsheng. It has all kinds of amenities, and I've already covered all the costs. Feel free to enjoy yourselves." Lim Sang, being Ku Mang's close friend, naturally wanted to make sure everything was in order for her. She smiled and said, "Wan Lang and I are both good friends of Ku Mang. May I ask who young Master Lu is to her that you're treating us so lavishly?" Lu Zhuqiu calmly replied, "I'm her boyfriend." Wan Lang, who had been silent until now, added with a smirk, "Oh really? Just because you say you're her boyfriend doesn't mean you are. Our sister Meng hasn't acknowledged that yet." To everyone's surprise, Ku Mang directly confirmed, "He is my boyfriend." Over the past few days, Ku Mang had fully accepted Lu Zhuqiu. Today, she was genuinely happy, not only because her younger brother had topped the national exams but also because Kim Yang, who once felt life was bleak, had begun to live positively again. Lu Zhuqiu saw Ku Mang downing one drink after another and advised her not to drink so much, fearing she might get drunk later. However, Ku Mang didn't care and said, "It doesn't matter if I get drunk, after all, you're always by my side, supporting me. You would never leave me, no matter what." Lim Sang and Wan Leng were both shocked. They had known Ku Mang for a long time, and it was hard to believe that she had truly let down her guard around a man. While Lim Sang was watching Ku Mang, she herself was being stared at by someone else. From the moment Lim Sang sat down, Shi-Ito's gaze hadn't left her. What was up with the Shiido, staring at her like that? Lim Sang wasn't unaware, she was just pretending not to notice. After dinner, Lu Zhuqiu and Ku Meng went to the parking lot to get their car. Seeing her demeanor, Lu Zhuqiu realized she was already drunk. She kept telling him how happy she was, repeatedly. Lu Zhuqiu told her to get in the car and then fastened her seatbelt for her. But this drunk girl pulled the seatbelt from the driver's seat over to herself, fumbled to fasten it, and then said, "All done." This was the first time Lu Zhuqiu had seen Ku Meng so soft and adorable. He hadn't expected that when she was drunk, she would be this cute, making it impossible not to want to tease her. Once they were back home, worried that she'd have a headache the next morning from drinking too much, he told her to lie down and rest while he made her some honey water to help with the alcohol. But Ku Meng didn't let him go and playfully said, "My husband, I'm so happy today. Don't you want to celebrate a little with me?" Lu Zhuqiu gently lifted her face and asked affectionately, "How do you want me to celebrate?" "I'll celebrate with you however you want." To his surprise, the next moment, Ku Meng leaned into his ear and whispered, "Haven't you always wanted an official title?" Ku Meng was just drunk, being a little playful, but Lu Zhuqiu was so teased that he almost had a nosebleed. Her slender waist, combined with this soft and adorable demeanor, was truly deadly alluring. If she hadn't just turned 18 and was still young, he wouldn't have had to hold back so much. Lu Zhuqiu, with the principle that loving someone means learning to respect them, was determined not to take advantage, no matter how much Ku Meng teased him. He never imagined that the person who always wanted to push him away was actually the girl he longed for day and night but didn't dare to touch. Today, to celebrate Ku Meng's successful completion of high school, Lu Zhuqiu had invited her friends to a restaurant for a celebration. Ku Meng watched everyone happily getting along, feeling so overjoyed that she didn't realize she had drunk too much. When the two of them returned home, Ku Meng and Lu Zhuqiu were in the same room. She straightforwardly asked, "Jojo, don't you want to do anything with me?" This was the first time Lu Zhuqiu had seen Ku Meng take the initiative like this. He thought she was only saying such bold things because she was drunk, but in reality, even though she was intoxicated, Ku Meng was still clear-headed and fully aware of what she was doing. She continued provocatively, "Lu Zhuqiu, if you reject me now, you'll be begging for me later." This teasing, sweeter than chocolate, left Lu Zhuqiu in a dilemma. He couldn't refuse, but he also didn't know how to proceed. He joked, "Didn't you say I had kidney issues before? Maybe since you're in such a good mood today, you can check again." Lu Zhuqiu was a bit confused, thinking this was all a test from Ku Meng, so he urged her to take a cold shower to sober up. Ku Meng, however, wasn't ready to give up. She figured that after a shower, they could get back to the main event. Lu Zhuqiu was indeed stubborn. No matter how much she teased him, he wouldn't take the bait. His reaction made Ku Meng start to wonder if Lu Zhuqiu really wasn't capable. "Forget it, you're really dragging this out. If you miss out today, don't regret it later." Unexpectedly, Lu Zhuqiu suddenly wrapped one arm around her waist, pressing her against the wall, and whispered, "I've been holding back because you're still young, and I don't want to hurt you. But there are other ways to do this, aren't there?" But Ku Meng, now a bit annoyed, stubbornly retorted, "My hands are for playing games, fighting, and eating, not for anything else." Lu Zhuqiu, seeing that she seemed genuinely upset, quickly lifted her up, saying, "You teased me earlier, so now you have to take responsibility. You can't just cause trouble and then try to run away. How am I supposed to deal with that? Now, I can only shamelessly beg you, Ku Meng. If I satisfy you today, you can't abandon me later." Lu Zhuqiu wanted to soothe Ku Meng with a gentle kiss, not wanting her to feel sad. He feared she might be upset, so he finally confessed the real reason he hadn't touched her. "Don't you know that I've always cherished you, holding you in the palm of my hand? I couldn't bear to let you get hurt like that. You're still so young." Ku Meng blushed with embarrassment and confessed, "Actually, there's something I haven't told you. I lied about my age. I'm not really 18 anymore." Lu Zhuqiu was stunned at first, but then he finally processed what she had said. It turned out that all this time, he had been restraining himself for no reason. There was no need to hold back any longer. He embraced Ku Meng tightly, loving her as if he wanted to merge her into his very bones. In that moment, he didn't want to wait any longer. The two of them reached a perfect harmony, and Lu Zhuqiu finally achieved what he had longed for. It seemed that his goal of securing an official status with her was now within reach. The mysterious top assassin, known for her ruthless battles, turned out to be a playful rogue who knew how to seduce others. While drunk, she kept teasing Lu Zhuqiu, who had always upheld an almost ascetic lifestyle. For years, Ku Meng had maintained a strong and formidable image in front of everyone, yet now she had suddenly become soft and adorable. All of this completely captured Lu Zhuqiu's heart. As a man, how could Lu Zhuqiu miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He spent the entire night pouring all his energy into serving his beloved little Meng. The next morning, Ku Meng sobered up and seemed to feel a tinge of regret. It wasn't that she regretted giving herself to Lu Zhuqiu, but rather that the man who had seemed so aloof the night before had clung to her like a puppy. Oh dear, this debt she had incurred was not something she could easily shake off. That morning, Lu Puppy, after a long and exhausting night, woke up early to make fresh fruit juice for his wife. "My love, you worked hard last night, so drink plenty of water." Ku Meng took the juice and gulped down more than half the glass. She truly felt the soreness in her waist and knees. Being tormented all night was more exhausting than completing 10 missions. Seeing her lie down again, Lu Zhuqiu suggested she take a shower before resting. "If you really don't want to bathe yourself, I can help you." Without waiting for her consent, the next moment, he scooped her up and carried her into the bathroom. Lu Zhuqiu carefully washed Ku Meng, but as he was gently wiping her down, he shamelessly asked, "Why is it so red and swollen?" Ku Meng was utterly defeated by this rogue and replied, "Lu Zhuqiu, you really are a dog. Who do you think did that?" Recalling everything from the previous night, she still couldn't believe that Lu Zhuqiu was like an old house on fire, impossible to extinguish no matter how much effort she put in. Lu Zhuqiu, aware that he had gone too far the night before, tried to make amends by offering to apply ointment for her. "Don't worry, from now on, I'll be gentler." Lu Zhuqiu knelt down on one knee and carefully applied ointment to her. When he saw her expression, he realized she might be in the mood to hit someone. But Lu Zhuqiu had already seen through Ku Meng's thoughts and boldly reminded her, "Last night, you teased me first. You can't abandon me now." He reached out to gently caress her face, thinking that a simple hug and kiss would earn her forgiveness. Lu Zhuqiu leaned in to embrace Ku Meng, but to his surprise, his hand started to wander. Ku Meng immediately pulled the blanket over herself, pushed his face away, and warned, "Behave yourself." Lu Zhuqiu felt truly wronged, especially since the way she looked at him was as if she were eyeing a ferocious wolf. He resolutely admitted, "I've never claimed not to be a lustful man, but this lustful man only has a taste for one kind of meat and is only interested in you." Ku Meng couldn't believe that Lu Zhuqiu, in his attempts to win her over, could be so shameless, completely different from the cold and distant CEO image she was used to seeing. Oh dear, this is not what she signed up for, she's really up against a master this time. At this moment, the phone rang. It was Lu's grandmother calling. Next month, Mr. Tan will be hosting a birthday celebration at home. The two families have met before, and she feels that little Meng should attend the event with the Lu family. At that time, Hakchar, who had not appeared for a long time, was still trying to find ways to approach Ku Meng. However, he was stubbornly using gifts to win her over. But any gift he gave to Ku Meng was returned, even the gifts meant for Ku Si were discarded. Hakchar was at his wit's end, not knowing what to do. One of his subordinates suggested, "Boss, if you want to meet Miss Ku, you could attend Mr. Tan's birthday celebration. I just received a notice that Miss Ku will be there as well." Hakchar's eyes lit up when he heard Ku Meng's name. "Then get ready. I must attend this Tan family birthday celebration. This time, I can finally meet my rival Lu Zhuqiu in person. Today is Mr. Tan's 80th birthday, and the celebration is being held at the Tianyu Hotel." Lu's grandmother felt that since Ku Meng had already met the family and was considered part of it, Lu Zhuqiu should take her to the evening event. As soon as Ku Meng arrived, Tan Zhaoqi, her little fan, immediately ran over, Sister Meng, I missed you so much. Thank you for coming to my grandfather's birthday party." Mr. Tan reminded Tan Zhaoqi, "Don't lose control in front of the distinguished guests." Tan Zhaoqi quickly introduced Ku Meng to her grandfather. "This is the divine doctor my brother paid a large sum to invite to treat me, Grandpa. If it weren't for Sister Ku Meng giving me the courage to keep going, I'd still be stuck in my room, suffering from depression." Mr. Tan was very grateful for Ku Meng's help and said directly, "Miss Ku, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, just let me know. I will definitely do my utmost to help you in return for saving my granddaughter. Since the guest of honor today was Mr. Tan, after greeting Ku Meng, Mr. Tan hurried off to welcome other guests. At this moment, an uninvited guest appeared, Wu Ju, who was not accepted by Lu Zhuqiu but continued to cling on. Wu Ju approached Lu Zhuqiu and, with an astonished expression, asked, "Why is Ku Meng here with you?" The implication was that Ku Meng should not be clinging to Lu Zhuqiu like this. Wu Ju's friend then loudly scolded, "Lu Zhuqiu, Wu Ju is the daughter-in-law your family has designated. How can you bring another woman to the party behind her back?" With these words, everyone thought Ku Meng was a third party intruding into Lu Zhuqiu and Wu Ju's relationship. While Ku Meng knew that the Wu and Lu families were well connected, she had no idea that Wu Ju and Lu Zhuqiu were so closely tied. A few days ago, Lu Zhuqiu had just received his wife's approval, so how could he let this vile woman ruin their relationship? He frowned and directly asked Wu Ju, "Who exactly made this daughter-in-law promise to you?" Wu Ju arrogantly replied, "If you don't have feelings for me, why did you let Tan Feng take me home and even regularly have him give me gifts?" Lu Zhuqiu was so enraged he almost vomited his dinner from the night before. He said, "Your imagination is quite extravagant, isn't it? Obviously, Tan Feng cares about you, so why do you blame me? Just because Tan Feng is interested in you, does that mean Lu Zhuqiu must like you?" Lu Zhuqiu firmly held his wife's shoulders and declared in front of everyone, "The only future daughter-in-law acknowledged by the Lu family is Ku Meng." He officially put an end to the rumors, clarifying the situation to the gossipers. The criticism was immediately redirected at Wu Ju, who was mocked, "How shameless, to consider herself the fiancée of someone just after a few meals." Another person added, "Exactly, I even visited the home of an oil tycoon. Does that mean the oil tycoon will become my family tomorrow?" Unable to bear the mockery and attacks from the crowd, Wu Ju turned and fled, trying to leave the cursed place. However, she was blocked by Lu Zhuqiu. "The rumors you spread have hurt my fiancé. Shouldn't you apologize to her?" Wu Ju knew that if she didn't comply with Lu Zhuqiu's demands, she wouldn't be able to leave that night, so she had to lower herself and apologize. After Wu Ju left, they had to welcome another prominent guest. At this moment, everyone's attention turned to Hak Char, who had just arrived. With his high status, Hak Char didn't need to attend Tan's small party. However, because Ku Meng, the woman he was interested in, was here, Hak Char didn't mind the formality. How could Lu Zhuqiu let his rival steal his wife right in front of him? Hak Char, who was known for his domineering and reckless personality, immediately approached and stated his intention, "Today, I'm definitely taking Ku Meng away, and it's useless for you to try to stop me." Lu Zhuqiu calmly responded, "But Ku Meng is already my fiancé. What does Mr. Hak want to discuss with my woman?" Hak Char found the phrase "my woman" unbearable. He put his hand in his pocket, unable to resist pulling out his gun to shoot Lu Zhuqiu. If Ku Meng hadn't intervened in time, the consequences could have been severe. Lu Zhuqiu advised, "Mr. Hak, we should rely on our own abilities to pursue someone. Playing dirty behind their back is not the act of a gentleman." Hak Char didn't want to waste more words with Lu Zhuqiu. He only wanted to talk privately with Ku Meng. Lu Zhuqiu tightly held Ku Meng's hand, and she gently patted his hand, comforting him, "Don't worry, I'm already yours, and I won't leave you. It's just a conversation." Hak Char, desperate to meet Ku Meng, whom he had been longing for, attended the party, which was beneath his status. He even boldly took her away right in front of Lu Zhuqiu. At this moment, the unfortunate man could only wait silently beside the car. Hak Char's special intention in seeking out Ku Meng was to persuade her to return to Gukong Chou to inherit the family business. He said, "Ku Meng, stop being stubborn. Your parents have passed away, you should return to Gukong Chou. Right now, the 4 major families are eyeing this position. As long as you come back, I will always be behind you, supporting you." Before Hak Char could finish speaking, he was rejected by Ku Meng once again. This time, Ku Meng agreed to speak with him for 2 reasons. First, she wanted to make Lu Zhuqiu jealous because she was still upset about the incident with Wu Ju. Second, she wanted to clearly communicate to Hak Char that she had no interest in him. Ku Meng said, "I've already told you, stay away from my people, whether it's Lu Zhuqiu or Ku Si." She left those words behind and walked straight to Lu Zhuqiu's car. Although Ku Meng was originally angry with Lu Zhuqiu, her encounter with Hakchar made her even less inclined to participate in the birthday party. Lu Zhuqiu, observing Hakchar standing alone, couldn't help but feel a bit smug. On the way back to the Lu residence, Ku Meng kept her eyes tightly shut and remained silent, clearly sulking. Lu Zhuqiu grasped her wrist, and the sudden action startled Ku Meng awake. Instinctively, she said, "Don't touch me." Seeing this, Lu Zhuqiu immediately turned into a clingy puppy. "Don't be mad. If I did something wrong, just punish me. Don't be silent like this." Ku Meng said she was just a bit tired and not actually angry with him, but Lu Zhuqiu insisted on bringing up the incident with Wu Ju at the party. Ku Meng thought to herself, Lu Zhuqiu is such a straightforward man. I've struggled to forget this, and now he's bringing it up out of nowhere? Her eyes fell on Lu Zhuqiu's loose tie, making her feel even more annoyed. You're always apologizing, but never correcting your mistakes. Look, wearing your tie like this, are you trying to show off in front of me? Are you trying to flirt openly in front of me? Lu Zhuqiu was completely oblivious to his unbuttoned shirt. Ku Meng reached out, lifted his chin, and warned, if you don't want me to leave you, then you'd better learn the proper conduct of a husband. Lu Zhuqiu immediately buttoned his shirt and adjusted his tie, obediently saying, I'll listen to whatever you say. Once we get home, I'll memorize all the rules. Is that okay? At this moment, Lu Zhuqiu realized that Ku Meng had been jealous earlier, and he felt delighted. He took her hand and affectionately kissed it, saying, I'm so young and handsome, you'd better keep a close eye on me. Ku Meng disdainfully replied, You're really shameless. I've given you everything, even my life. Is that enough for you? In the next moment, Lu Zhuqiu directly pulled her into his embrace. My shamelessness is only for you. You can't complain about me just because of this. Despite Ku Meng's many identities, she was still a naive and innocent girl. Facing her lover's sincere affection, she was naturally moved. However, she remained domineering, grabbing Lu Zhuqiu's tie, pulling him close, and kissing him on the lips. Lu Zhuqiu, always wanting to keep his wife close, suggested, You're starting school tomorrow. I've bought an apartment near Zhuangdar University. Would it be alright if I moved in with you? Ku Meng, prioritizing her studies, declined his good intention. I've already registered for a dorm room at the university. While romance is good for the emotions, excessive involvement in it can be detrimental to health. The apartment can be used for our weekend visits. Our man quietly thought, Ku Meng, so don't think you can escape. Don't think you can hide from me just because you're in the dorm. With perfect scores in all her subjects, Ku Meng was directly admitted to the top medical program. Upon starting school, she was chosen as a representative student to give a speech. University dorms were where academic rivalries began. Zhou Jiaji, who considered herself the rightful top student, had topped the entrance exam but was not chosen as the representative speaker. She harbored jealousy towards Ku Meng, thinking that her status alone shouldn't allow her to act arrogantly. Zhou Jiaji decided to replace Ku Meng's speech with a blank sheet of paper to embarrass her. However, Ku Meng had a naturally exceptional memory. How could she let someone do as they pleased? Watch and see how she would handle Zhou Jiaji. Today was Ku Meng's first day at university. After moving her luggage into the dormitory, she met her two roommates. One was the ever-smiling Tang Chao Chao, and the other was the arrogant Zhou Jiaji. Both were captivated by Ku Meng's beauty, but their reactions were different. One was immensely admiring, while the other was extremely jealous. Zhou Jiaji was displeased, thinking that beauty alone was worthless. Just then, there was a knock at the dormitory door. It was their academic advisor, coming to assign a task to Ku Meng. She was to give a speech at the opening ceremony the next day. Zhou Jiaji, as the top student, believed she was the one suited to speak. She rushed forward to persuade the teacher to give her the opportunity, but before she could speak, she was declined. The teacher said, Ku Meng was directly admitted with perfect scores in all subjects. Moreover, the admissions team put in a lot of effort to bring her into the school, so of course, she deserves this opportunity. But Ku Meng didn't care much for such superficial fame. She felt troubled and just wanted to focus on her studies. Public appearances were not her style. However, the teacher continued, Ku Meng, you are the most deserving. Moreover, the school values this event highly and has even invited external media to cover it. We've already prepared the speech for you, so you just need to read it as it is. You don't need to worry or be too anxious. Ku Meng took the manuscript and casually skimmed through it. Tang Chao Chao was genuinely happy for Ku Meng. Ku Meng, you should do your best. Zhou Jiaji, standing behind, was displeased to see the new girl taking the representative position that she coveted. She wanted to see if Ku Meng truly had the talent as rumored. The next day was the official opening ceremony of the school. Since Ku Meng insisted on staying in the dormitory, Lu Zhuqiu had devised all sorts of ways to see his wife. He had agreed to the school's invitation to assist with military training for the students. As a school trainer, he could meet his wife whenever he wanted. Lu Zhuqiu's handsome face immediately captivated the young female students. Everyone was smitten by him, but Ku Meng was used to it and was not surprised. She thought, I chose this boyfriend, so I have to accept it. At this moment, the teacher in charge approached Ku Meng and asked her to prepare for the speech. The opening ceremony had invited external media, and the teacher was worried about being late or having mistakes. When Ku Meng picked up the manuscript, the teacher was stunned to find that the manuscript had been replaced with a blank sheet of paper. The teacher immediately realized that some envious classmate wanted to embarrass Ku Meng. The teacher suggested canceling the speech since it was supposed to last for half an hour. Expecting Ku Meng to memorize the speech after only a quick glance was unrealistic. Zhou Jiaji had anticipated this and felt secretly pleased. She wanted to see how Ku Meng would handle the situation. To her surprise, Ku Meng handed the blank manuscript back to the teacher and prepared to speak without it. She calmly went on stage, confidently introduced herself as a student of traditional Chinese medicine, and discussed her plans and thoughts for the future. What she spoke about was exactly the content of the manuscript that the teacher had given her. Ku Meng's smooth performance astonished both Tang Chao Chao and the teacher. Lu Zhuqiu was also amazed by Ku Meng's special talent, feeling that he had truly found a gem. After a half-hour speech, Ku Meng completed her task brilliantly without the need for a script. Her speech was flawless and delivered without any stumbling. However, just when everyone thought she had finished perfectly and was about to leave the stage, she took another action. Today, I didn't plan to give a speech without a script, but just before I went on stage, someone swapped my script with a blank sheet of paper. Zhou Jiaji broke into a sweat, realizing her opponent was not simple. In the next moment, Ku Meng directly challenged, if she wants to compete, it should be done openly. Hiding behind and playing tricks doesn't count for anything. Just wait, I will get to the bottom of this. Ku Meng, with her outstanding abilities, was admitted directly to the traditional Chinese medicine department. She used her skill of memorizing by just glancing to deliver a speech without a script for half an hour. Ku Meng, who had just started school, attracted everyone's attention with her talent and looks. Yet, someone had the audacity to scheme against her right in front of the supervising teacher. Zhou Jiaji, her dormitory roommate, had used a blank sheet to replace the speech script in order to sabotage Ku Meng. Afterward, Ku Meng reported this to the supervising teacher. But Zhou Jiaji knew that Ku Meng had only words and no evidence. She continued to assert that it had nothing to do with her. The supervising teacher immediately raised a point of suspicion. This speech script was found under your bed. With such clear evidence, how do you intend to refute it? No, it's not me. How could I be so foolish as to harm someone else and then leave the evidence in my own place? Zhou Jiaji immediately countered, causing the supervising teacher to be confused. But none of these tricks fooled Ku Meng. Ku Meng warned, Zhou Jiaji, admitting now might still save you. But once I present solid evidence, you won't be able to deny it easily. Zhou Jiaji still insisted that Ku Meng was just threatening and refused to admit she had swapped the script. At this moment, Lu Zhuqiu entered, holding a forensic report. Ku Meng had already had the fingerprints on the speech script analyzed. The results were very clear. Lu Zhuqiu said, you say you didn't do this. You might explain the script issue, but why do the fingerprints on the blank sheet also belong to you? Zhou Jiaji did not expect Ku Meng to handle the situation so calmly. She didn't expect that she had really left a flaw that Ku Meng managed to uncover. Zhou Jiaji's close friend followed her to the office and spoke up in defense. She loudly said, don't think that just with a worthless forensic report you can make Jiaji admit guilt. She is the granddaughter of the renowned medical master by Ju Fuong. Someone without a background like you shouldn't be here making noise. Zhou Jiaji quickly flaunted her connections, believing that the school authorities would certainly not offend her grandfather for Ku Meng's sake. But Ku Meng had never accepted any malicious provocations. If Zhou Jiaji wanted to dig her own grave, Ku Meng would not stop her. Seeing that Ku Meng was not intimidated, Zhou Jiaji began to worry, but with her arrogant nature, she still wanted to slap Ku Meng in retaliation. However, before Zhou Jiaji's hand could even be raised, Ku Meng blocked it. Calmly, Ku Meng said, "Is that so-called medical master level really impressive? Don't make me laugh." Zhou Jiaji's friend, seeing Ku Meng's fierce demeanor for the first time, hurriedly warned, "The Bai family is not a family to mess with. Don't be reckless." Ku Meng was unconcerned and resolute. "Even if the sky were to fall, I'd still teach this woman a lesson. If you want to take action against me, you'd need at least another 10 or 20 years of practice." Seeing that Zhou Jiaji could not defeat Ku Meng, her friend threatened to report to the supervising teacher and the principal. "If you continue to hit people, I will report you to the principal." Ku Meng calmly responded, "Go ahead. Even if you bring the Minister of Education here, I'm not afraid." The supervising teacher did not want the situation to escalate, so they quickly intervened. Out of respect for the teacher, Ku Meng finally let go. Before leaving, she did not forget to warn, "If no one in your family is going to teach you, I don't mind taking on that role myself." Afterward, Ku Meng left the academic office. As soon as she stepped out, she encountered Lu Zhuqiu running toward her. He had heard about her situation and wanted to help deal with those who had wronged her. But Ku Meng was accustomed to handling things herself. She told him, "Don't worry, even without you, I can make them pay. They're using their status to bully people, but they don't realize that I'm not someone they can afford to offend." Bai Ju Fuong, upon hearing about his granddaughter's troubles, immediately went to the school to meet with the principal. Upon arrival, he made his identity and status in the medical field clear, declaring, "My granddaughter cannot be expelled. If anyone should be expelled, it should be that girl named Ku Meng." However, the principal, who was fair and strict, replied, "Your granddaughter is at fault here. She was envious of another student being on stage and swapped their speech manuscript. With such a disposition, no matter how high her achievements, our school has no need for her." Bai Ju Fuong thought that if Ku Meng could receive some benefit, she might overlook the matter, so he proposed a solution. "I can make an exception and accept Ku Meng as an outer disciple of the Bai family. This way, she will have both reputation and prestige. All she needs to do is not pursue the matter with my granddaughter. This condition is very advantageous for her." However, the principal had known Ku Meng's identity before she even enrolled and was aware of her close relationship with Utrong Qing, a top national brainmaster. The principal could distinguish the important from the trivial, and it was Zhou Jiaji who was at fault. Therefore, the principal directly refused the Bai family's offer of compensation. Bai Ju Fuong, who was used to being flattered, was shocked by this refusal for the first time. He angrily said, "Very well. I'll see if your so-called broken school can produce any medical geniuses without my support." Confident in his standing in the medical field, he planned to use his status to punish the school. However, he soon received a call from his assistant, who informed him that all drug suppliers had ceased cooperation with the Bai family. At that moment, Bai Ju Fuong realized the situation had escalated significantly. In the evening, Ku Meng still had to continue with her military training. After the training, she was getting ready to take a shower. With her keen hearing, Ku Meng soon noticed someone following her from behind. Just as she was preparing to attack, a strong hand pulled her back. It turned out that Lu Zhuqiu, missing her dearly, had come looking for her. As soon as he finished his classes, he rushed to find his wife. "Little Meng, you're really heartless," he said. "You've been training all day and didn't even glance at me." Ku Meng looked at Lu Zhuqiu, seeing him rush into her embrace like a big dog, and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Seriously, you can never be serious. You used to be good at pretending, and now your true nature is showing." Since being cherished by Ku Meng, Lu Zhuqiu's sweet talk seemed to flow effortlessly from his mouth. "So, sweetheart, tonight do you want me to be a thief of beauty or a thief of wealth?" Seeing him so happy, Ku Meng decided to indulge his acting desire. "If you're acting, then I'll act too. What should we do?" I've been robbed of beauty by a beastly thief. Lu Zhuqiu actually enjoyed Ku Meng teasing him like this. If you call me a beast, I feel honored. Because beasts are all strong beings. Ku Meng was truly at a loss with this smooth talker. Little Meng, you must be tired after such long training. How about playing a little game with me? Curious to see what he had in mind, Ku Meng thought, life is too ordinary, a bit of excitement wouldn't be bad. However, she had underestimated this man's desire. Lu Zhuqiu lovingly rubbed his cheek against her soft hand. There's a small forest next to the school with quite a beautiful view. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to experience it with me? Lu Zhuqiu, the leader of the financial elite, who was once arrogant and solitary, surprisingly turned into a master of military training out of love. When Ku Meng didn't want to live with him and moved to the dormitory, he frantically ran to her school to become her trainer. Now he even shamelessly invited her to play in the small forest. His level of shamelessness was comparable to a 20-meter thick wall of iron. Of course, her unreasonable request was refused. Lu Zhuqiu, have you become so foolish from military training lately? Please, be a decent person. But Lu Zhuqiu didn't care. I don't care, I don't care. After all, you've already accepted me before, did you forget that in just a few days? Lu Zhuqiu dominantly grabbed the back of Ku Meng's neck and forcibly kissed her. It's okay if you've forgotten, I can help you remember the details today. His puppy appearance made Ku Meng feel helpless. The domineering face that now wore an innocent smile. Eventually, he managed to provoke her into raising her hand to hit him. His hand was caught by Puppy Lu, who counterattacked, overpowered her, and held her small hand tightly. Over the past few days, Ku Meng had been confused by Lu Zhuqiu's feigned weakness, forgetting that he was also the boss of the Red Scorpions. How could she possibly fight against his strength and martial skills? Little Meng, just now, your foot aimed at my vital spot, the critical area for men. You're so heartless, do you want to ruin the future of our son? Ku Meng found the man in front of her incredibly annoying, his smooth talk making her feel powerless, unable to fight back. In a desperate move, Ku Meng bit him. Consider this bite as my message to you. Lu Zhuqiu, faced with Ku Meng's punishment, dared not push her away casually. He could only gasp in pain and beg for mercy. The woman he had worked so hard to pursue had such a lovely, childlike side, which made his heart feel sweet. All right, my little girl, bite away. This place is just bone, very hard. How about biting somewhere else today? After saying this, Puppy Lu directly held his wife's head and kissed her lips. Their breaths intertwined. This time, Ku Meng became more proactive, wrapping her arms around Lu Zhuqiu's neck and moving closer. Lu Zhuqiu, you're my instructor now. Aren't you afraid of being called a rogue for coming to catch a female student in the middle of the night? So what? I'm only a rogue with you. They embraced and kissed passionately. Ku Meng finally confirmed that the man in front of her was someone who could bring her happiness. Meanwhile, Ku Meng's roommate was alone in the dormitory, anxiously waiting for her to return. It was late, and Ku Meng still hadn't come back. She wondered if something had happened. Just then, Ku Meng walked in, and she ran over, ecstatic. Little Meng, you're finally back. But, why are your lips swollen? Ku Meng touched her lips. That Lu Zhuqiu is indeed a dog. She told her roommate, it's just from eating spicy food. At this moment, her roommate was holding a jar of ointment for her ankle. Ku Meng noticed her injured leg and sat down to examine the wound. Your ankle is quite badly injured. You shouldn't participate in the sports competition tomorrow. Her roommate looked troubled. Tomorrow's competition is related to the class ranking, I can't miss it. Ku Meng said straightforwardly, I can compete in your place. Don't worry, I'll handle your task tomorrow. You just rest and recover. Today is the annual freshman sports meet at the university. Each department sends representatives to compete in various events, and there is live media coverage. As mentioned the day before, Ku Meng's roommate, who was originally chosen as the representative for the traditional Chinese medicine department, had to ask Ku Meng to replace her due to an ankle injury. The classmates were worried because Ku Meng's performance in previous activities had been poor. They thought she would definitely bring down the class's score. After all, she often failed to complete long-distance runs, struggling even with 1.8 kilometers. Even in the simplest shooting exercises, if she hit the target, it was considered a lucky shot. With such a level, they thought their department could easily outshine the traditional Chinese medicine department. Trang Shui from the law department, seeing that her opponent was Ku Meng, became even more confident. She believed that as long as Ku Meng dared to compete, she would surely make a fool of herself today. Tang Chao Chao looked at Ku Meng, thinking that she was trying to appear relaxed. Little Meng, just do your best in all the events later, don't stress out. Ku Meng noticed Tang Chao Chao's worry and comforted her instead, relax, just watch my performance later. Don't worry, I'll secure first place for the traditional Chinese medicine department. The competition began, and everyone was crouched at the starting line. When the gun went off, everyone expected Ku Meng to fall behind. But to their surprise, she shot to the front position. Her running speed was so fast that even the high-definition camera had to move quickly to keep up. Seeing this, Trang Shui mocked, she's an idiot, why did she speed up from the start? Even if she's first now, she'll definitely be exhausted by the end of the long run. However, nearing the end of the race, they were proven wrong. How could Ku Meng maintain such speed throughout the entire distance? She even crossed the finish line calmly, not out of breath at all. Ku Meng turned around and said, you guys ran too slowly. Next time I'll wait for you. At this moment, the screen displayed Ku Meng's long-distance running results. She completed the entire 3 kilometers course in just 8 minutes and 37 seconds. This record broke the school's previous shortest time. Lu Zhuqiu, watching the entire process from the side, was astonished. His little girl had achieved first place. Both Tang Chao Chao and the instructor were stunned. Ku Meng had promised to secure first place, and she had truly done it. Trang Shui looked at the results displayed on the screen and felt a sudden sense of doubt. Her close friend, Zhou Jiaji, had previously secretly harmed Ku Meng. A person with Zhou Jiaji's background and status was forced to drop out due to Ku Meng's actions. Now, Ku Meng had gone from being a useless athlete to breaking the school record. Her speed was unmatched even by the male students. Trang Shui suspected that Ku Meng might have used performance-enhancing drugs and went to argue with the instructor. However, the experienced instructor could easily distinguish between drug use and natural ability with just a glance and dismissed her request for testing. You can't doubt others' achievements just because they're better than yours. If you want to win first place too, then prepare well for the next competition. Trang Shui had to swallow her frustration. The next event was shooting. This was not something that could be won with drugs. Trang Shui immediately became confident again, as this was her strong suit. Tang Chao Chao and Ku Meng heard their conversation. What now, little Meng? I'm worried they might make things difficult for you in the afternoon's competition. Don't worry, I love proving people wrong. This afternoon, I'll let them experience a real challenge. Ku Meng, known as the #1 assassin of the Dark Figure World Organization, had concealed her abilities at school. She pretended to be a useless athlete, only to have her modesty ridiculed by her classmates as weakness. Ku Meng decided to stop pretending. Today, I'll show you what the true strength of a top assassin looks like. In the afternoon, the sports meet continued as usual. Trang Shui from the law department, with her excellent practice results, was naturally regarded as the favorite for the shooting competition. She thought she would definitely make Ku Meng, the useless one, lose with a convincing defeat. Trang Shui calmly began the competition, shooting 3 consecutive shots, all scoring 9 points, which earned her applause and cheers from the audience. The short time Trang Shui took also impressed the other competitors. You're truly impressive. With this performance, you're sure to be the champion this time. How could Ku Meng compare with you, a classmate said. While the law department students celebrated their victory confidently, someone noticed Ku Meng standing still, not moving. Is she trying to act calm because she thinks she can't win? She hasn't even picked up the gun. Isn't she planning to give up? At this moment, the large screen displayed the rankings of all departments. Compared to Trang Shui's law department, Ku Meng's traditional Chinese medicine department was at the bottom of the list because Ku Meng had not yet stepped up to compete. Ku Meng's roommate was extremely worried. Instructor, little Meng isn't really going to forfeit the score for our department, is she? The instructor was also puzzled by Ku Meng's intentions. With the competition still ongoing, he could only wait for the final results. At this moment, the loudspeaker reminded the contestants who had finished their rounds that they could leave the field. Only Ku Meng remained in the arena. She then slowly spoke up, "Now that they're done, it's my turn." She looked at the other instructor and requested, "Please switch to the moving target." Everyone was puzzled by Ku Meng's actions. While shooting at a moving target could add an extra 20 points, failing to hit it would be far more embarrassing than hitting a fixed target. However, Ku Meng paid no attention to the supervisor's reminders. "Let's speed it up a bit. I need to finish quickly and get some rest." The supervisor was annoyed by Ku Meng's arrogant attitude. "Do you even know what you're doing? There are reporters filming you. If you embarrass yourself, that's one thing, but can you compensate for the school's loss of face? Please be quiet, you're distracting me." At this point, the target was moving at an extremely high speed, and it was only a blur to the naked eye. Ku Meng calmly picked up the gun, took aim, loaded her bullets, and started shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Within 3 seconds, she had fired all 10 bullets. She looked up at the score display. As expected, her accuracy remained as stable as ever. The result left Trang Shui completely disheartened. All 10 shots hit the bullseye, scoring 10.9 points each. How could Ku Meng, who used to miss even a single shot, now outperform her? The leaderboard on the large screen was immediately updated. With Ku Meng adding 20 difficulty points, the traditional Chinese medicine department rose to first place. The instructors gathered around to review Ku Meng's performance. All 10 bullets had hit the same spot. Such skill was impressive even compared to national athletes. As expected, Ku Meng's performance once again broke the school record. Her classmates surrounded the champion, cheering, "You were amazing, sister. Kill it." Ku Meng was accustomed to the enthusiastic praise. She had never seen herself as a useless athlete. Confidently addressing the crowd, she said, "I love setting records. This record will always welcome you to break it in the future." And so, our story comes to an end. Although there are many fictional elements, I hope that our lovely character, Ku Meng, has provided you with an enjoyable moment of entertainment. Thank you all for following along.